Chapter 860. A way to regain a new life? Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. Yenef Spirit Affinity House was indeed one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Spirit Affinity House actually had the method that Fan Yuan was searching for to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his new life. At this moment, Feng Kim Huang's proposal to use this as a gambling stake was a direct hit to Fan Yuan's weakness. He had no choice but to reject it. Fan Yuan laughed and calmed himself down. He looked at Feng Kim Huang and asked, "The method you mentioned, could it be the Crane Gates possession technique?" "Of course not." Feng Kim Huang smiled. Fan Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Your bet is indeed tempting. But this gambling capital is still lacking compared to my Hu Immortal Blessed Land." Feng Kim Huang said, "The value of everything will change. Fan Yuan, if you had to choose between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and being reborn, which would you choose?" "Of course it's to be reborn." Fan Yuan did not hesitate in his heart, nor did he hesitate in his mouth. "Of course it's Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is my greatest foundation. Even if I become an immortal zombie, I can still rely on this to survive." The corner of Feng Kim Huang's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "Fan Yuan, you're not such a short-sighted person. However, I know that you will not use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as a wager, and I cannot force you to do so. Let's talk about something practical. If I lose, I'll tell you the method to regain your life. Don't worry, there are already successful precedents for this method. If you lose, we'll make a deal." Fan Yuan looked at the faint smile on Feng Kim Huang's face. He narrowed his eyes. "Oh? What kind of deal?" Thereupon Feng Kim Huang said, "If you lose, I won't be able to defeat you. He made a deal with my Spirit Affinity House to supply Guts Goo to us in the long term. The price is negotiable. It was fine as long as it wasn't too outrageous. But you must deliver the goods regularly and in sufficient quantities. If you lack a soul, my Spirit Affinity House can sell it to you at a price 30% lower than the market price. However, this transaction must be the highest priority, even more so than the Crane Gate. No matter how many goods you have, you must first supply them to my Spirit Affinity House before selling them to other parties." When Fan Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but size up Feng Kim Huang again. He had a whole new level of respect for this young lady. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, the other party would have grown to such a degree? As expected of a genius? No, it should be said that there was a capable person behind him. Good education. Feng Jin Huang's request was too lenient to Fan Yuan, it could even be said to be generous. And Guts Goo was something that Feng Kim Huang urgently needed. Why? Because Feng Kim Huang used Dream Wing's Immortal Goo to explore the dream realm. Even with the help of Immortal Goo, the soul would get tired and get injured. And Guts Goo was the one and only soul-strengthening product in the world. Even the rank 9 demon Venerable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Kim Huang had challenged Fan Yuan. It was just a young man acting in a fit of pique. But right now, when discussing the bet with Fan Yuan, it was for the present, it was realistic. Practical benefits. This was a mature move. If Feng Kim Huang requested Fan Yuan to use Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Dang Hun Mountain as the bet, Fan Yuan would definitely not agree. And although Fan Yuan had the reputation of Crane Gate, but his relationship with Crane Gate was known to the 10 great ancient sections. Fan Yuan would not care about Crane Gate's reputation. He had no choice but to agree to Feng Kim Huang's duel. Thus, Feng Kim Huang made this request. For Fan Yuan, selling Guts Goo to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more Immortal Yuan Stone. Who would complain about having more Immortal Yuan Stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Fan Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Fan Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Fan Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Huang's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong had explored dream realms many times. He had sensed the value of Guts Gu, thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Fan Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the Gu refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Hong made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Fan Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood another layer of Feng Kim Hong's intention. Then let's begin. The final victor of this duel will be me. Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Hong's gaze flickered. That might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Hong suggested refining River Wave Trace Gu as the topic. River Wave Trace Gu was a rank 5 water path Gu worm. It was part of the same series as rank 3 Water Trace Gu, rank 4 Wave Trace Gu, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using water path Gu worms. This could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Gu House. If he refined River Wave Trace Gu, Feng Kim Hong's advantage would be too huge. Fan Yuan suggested refining Blood Walk Gu. This was a rank 3 blood path Gu used for movement. Feng Kim Hong also rejected it. What a joke! Who did not know that Fan Yuan specialized in blood path Gu refinement techniques? Feng Kim Hong had no confidence in refining blood path Gu worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 fire path Gu worm, 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon, the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the Gu according to the Gu recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel, because it was a martial duel, at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Fan Yuan and Feng Kim Hong sat cross-legged facing each other, each occupying a corner of the stage, with a distance of 260 steps between the two. The duel began. Fan Yuan immediately checked the Gu refinement materials in his hands. He had to have a thorough understanding of every material. If there were any damaged materials, it would greatly affect the Gu refinement. Fan Yuan's inspection was very detailed, sometimes regarding the conference. Sometimes they would purposely provide some flawed materials, or even tamper with them to conceal the flaws of the materials, making it hard for the Gu master to detect them. If they were really deceived, it would be terrible when the Gu refinement started. This arrangement had practical significance. Gu masters could not always gather perfect Gu refinement materials when refining Gu. Sometimes, because the materials were stored for too long, or damaged during transportation, or snatched in battle, there would always be some damage. Or bought shoddy Gu refinement materials in the market, Gu masters needed to distinguish them. Thus, checking Gu refinement materials was the foundation of refinement path attainment. This time, for the refinement of 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu, more than 1,000 kinds of materials were provided. Not a single Gu worm, they were all flowers, grass, rocks and bones. Fan Yuan spent an hour checking all the materials. Next, he checked the Gu recipes provided by the competition. A total of 5 Gu recipes, corresponding to rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu, rank 2 twin orifice furnace Gu, rank 3 3 orifice firehouse Gu, rank 4 4 orifice fire tower Gu, as well as the rank 5 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu. These 5 Gu worms were of the same series, inherited from the same origin. To refine 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu, one had to first refine a large number of rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. Then use single orifice charcoal Gu as the main material. Refine twin orifice furnace Gu. From rank 1 to rank 2, from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. Rank 4 to rank 5, progressing like this. Finally, 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu was refined. Because there were many steps, the process was long. Thus, there were more than 1,000 kinds of goo refinement materials provided to both sides. Of course, with Fan Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the goo recipe and save on the steps of the entire goo refinement process. He could even directly use these materials to refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo in one step. But Fan Yuan thought for a while and gave up on the idea of modifying the goo recipe, deciding to take it step by step. There were many reasons. Firstly, he could not rely on wisdom goo in public. Secondly, deducing and modifying the goo recipe consumed a lot of time. It was not worth it. Moreover, this was a battle. Both sides could attack 5 times and disturb each other's goo refinement. If the goo recipe was completed in one step, once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. It was better to take it step by step. While Fan Yuan was inspecting the goo refinement materials, Feng Kim Hong was inspecting the goo recipe. While Fan Yuan was inspecting the goo recipe, Feng Kim Hong was carefully inspecting the goo refinement materials. Although the order of the two was different, when they started refining the goo at almost the same time. It has finally begun. Both sides spent over an hour inspecting the materials and goo recipe. They are really patient. This competition concerns the reputation of Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation for the two ancient sects. The spectators started to mutter. Some supported Feng Kim Hong, while others favored Fan Yuan. There were also 2 sects below. The numerous Spirit Affinity House disciples and Immortal Crane sect disciples were staring at each other and competing with each other. The leading elders of Immortal Crane sect had ugly expressions. Fan Yuan had used Guts Goo as the gambling stake and did not report it to Crane Gate's higher-ups, acting arbitrarily. This made them unhappy. At first, Fan Yuan and Feng Kim Hong's goo refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Fan Yuan relied on his proficient goo refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Kim Hong, progressing faster and pulling apart the gap. After all, Fan Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Even if Feng Kim Hong relied on Immortal Goo to explore dream realms and raise his refinement path attainment level, he was still far from being able to use it. He lacked practice. To catch up to Fan Yuan, Feng Kim Hong started to use her refinement path killer move. Advancing side by side. Her hands shook as the lump of fire she was holding suddenly split into 2, forming 2 lumps of fire. Refinement path killer move, small wishful hand. 2 small hands flew out of Feng Kim Hong's mind. They were made of will and were tightly condensed, emitting a jade-like luster. Feng Kim Hong's hands were holding the 2 lumps of fire, continuously adjusting the intensity and temperature of the fire. And the 2 small wishful hands were grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Amazing! He used 2 killer moves in a row. Feng Kim Hong came prepared. Her speed is far faster than Fan Yuan. Chapter 861. She used 2 immortal killer moves in a row. Under the mask, Fan Yuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. But soon, his gaze returned to the fire in his hand. Huff, that was close! Below the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House let out a breath of turbid air. Senior Sister Qin Huan, how is it dangerous? I clearly saw Senior Sister Jin Huan use 2 refinement path killer moves in a row and catch up. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House sitting beside Qin Huan, Sun Yao, who had some baby fat, asked curiously. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you have to know, this duel is different from the previous ones. It is a martial duel. In a martial duel, Goo masters can attack each other and disturb their Goo refinement. Qin Huan explained patiently. It can be like this? It is already very difficult for me to refine Goo normally. But now, I have to be disturbed while refining Goo. Oh heavens! Sun Yao covered her mouth, showing an expression of disbelief. This martial duel is clearly a form of torture. Who thought of this rule? It is too crafty. No. Qin Huan, however, showed an expression of agreement. Resisting interference is also one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our future cultivation, we might encounter the situation of being sneak attacked by enemies while refining Goo. In fact, many times when we leave the sect and go out to complete sect missions, because of all kinds of reasons, our goo worms will be exhausted, and we will have to refine new goo in the wild to deal with the situation. By the same logic, when we face a strong enemy and discover that the enemy is refining goo, we will also choose to launch a sneak attack, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to make the first move and create a favorable situation for ourselves. This is the practical meaning of martial duels. Junior sister Sun Yao, you also know. During the process of refining goo, goo masters need to be fully focused. Because of a careless mistake, they will fail and suffer backlash. But refining goo in the wild, you need to pay attention to your own environment. First, senior sister Jean Huan used 2 refinement path killer moves in a row. This is very risky. Because the moment the killer move is activated, your mind naturally needs to be focused on the goo worm that is constructing the killer move. If it were any other goo master, they might get distracted and use the killer move, causing the fire to go out of balance and the goo refinement to fail. If at this time, that devil Fang Yuan suddenly attacked eldest senior sister Jean Huang, I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome for her. After listening to senior sister Qin Wan's explanation, Sun Yao finally understood. So that's how it is. It was indeed quite dangerous. Fortunately, that devil Fang Yuan didn't make a move. Because Fang Yuan had repeatedly used the blood path goo refinement technique at crucial moments, Spirit Affinity House's disciples who did not like him called him a demon in private. However, there were actually many devils in the 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent. For example, the third elder in Crane Gate, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path goo immortal long ago. They were recruited by Immortal Crane Sect. The one who reached the pinnacle in this aspect was Spirit Affinity House. The former Sword Immortal Bo Qing was a member of the Fiendish Dao. He had a murderous nature. In the end, Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao used her emotions to influence Bo Qing into Spirit Affinity House. Currently, the story of Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Jioga. It was also widely spread. Feng Jioga was also a genuine demonic path cultivator. Central Continent was huge. It was a land of outstanding people. Every once in a while, there would always be some talented demonic cultivators and lone cultivators appearing out of nowhere. In order to maintain the overall situation, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In order to protect their own benefits, recruiting these people was the best method to maintain the situation. He didn't attack? What a pity! Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. One of the 2 flames burning in front of him suddenly extinguished. What happened? The crowd could not help but feel a slight commotion. Did Demon Fang Yuan already make a move? Eldest senior sister was disrupted by him and the goo refinement failed halfway? The demon is too crafty, we actually did not see what attack it was. Sun Yao anxiously shouted. Her tone was filled with disgust towards Fang Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not announce anything. This proves that Demon Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier. So that's it. Qin Wan's eyes brightened, she suddenly understood. So first senior sister was pretending to use 2 killer moves, it was actually a trap to lure Fang Yuan to attack her. Once Fang Yuan attacks, his mind will be focused on his own attacking method. This way, he will expose a flaw. First senior sister's counterattack will be very likely to succeed. Oh my, it was actually like this. Sun Yao's pouting lips slightly opened, exclaiming at the battle of wits and strategies behind this duel. Qin Wan's expression turned solemn. I was also kept in the dark earlier. This way, the truth is that first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Fang Yuan saw through it and did not fall for it. Junior sister Sun Yao, watch carefully, this duel is going to be extremely exciting. The 2 sides are definitely the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Yes. Sun Yao nodded, her large eyes staring at the duel without blinking. The competition among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always been intense, not only in terms of goo immortals, but also in terms of disciples. In this generation, the most outstanding person among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was no doubt Feng Kim Hong. But in the contest for who immortal blessed land, Fan Yuan suddenly appeared and trampled Feng Kim Hong down the mountain. Disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan could not come into contact with all the details. Even Crane Gate's own disciples and most of the elders thought that Fan Yuan was a genius disciple that Crane Gate had secretly nurtured. In the previous duel, Feng Kim Hong was defeated by Fan Yuan. This duel was Feng Kim Hong trying to get back at him. It involved the most outstanding disciples of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This was an invisible collision between Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Thus, most of the spectators were thinking about one question: who was the most outstanding young Gu master of this generation? What they did not know was, Fan Yuan had already become a Gu immortal. Even though he was only an immortal zombie, he was no longer someone they could estimate. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu. He had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Kim Hong had already matured a lot. He understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Fan Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Fan Yuan saw through Feng Kim Hong's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Kim Hong used 2 killer moves. Little Wishful Hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement speed was still slightly faster than Fan Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the two was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Fan Yuan maintained his own rhythm and did not use any killer moves. He only used Gu refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. Gu refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of Gu refinement. So strong! Even enemies have to admit this demon Fan Yuan's Gu refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Qin Wan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many Gu refinement techniques. Up until now, he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start, but she caught up later. Now, no matter how the demon Fan Yuan chases, he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient, Sun Yao said in admiration. No. Qin Wan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends primeval essence and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Fan Yuan is only using basic Gu refinement techniques. His mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's. It will be more helpful for the Gu refinement later. It's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move and is in the lead, but is in a disadvantage now? Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yao felt dizzy. Junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating, there are many things you have yet to come into contact with, you will slowly understand in the future. Qin Wan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Fan Yuan is really too strong. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Kim Hong felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started. Both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. According to Feng Kim Hong's ability, she should still be full of mental energy. She should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Kim Hong could ignore the gazes outside the stage. She had outstanding talent and had Gu immortal parents. She had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Kim Hong was already used to it. Feng Kim Hong's pressure mainly came from Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he was able to keep up with Feng Kim Hong. Even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's outstanding performance and strong battle results, the outside world's overestimation of his attainment level, made Feng Kim Hong feel pressure even before the competition. After the competition started, Fan Yuan chased after her unhurriedly, causing Feng Kim Hong to feel pressure. This pressure greatly increased the expenditure on Feng Kim Hong's mental energy. It made Feng Kim Hong feel traces of fatigue and unease from the depths of her heart. It seems that even if I have Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster attainment level, I cannot match Fan Yuan's Refinement Path attainment. What should I do? Feng Kim Hong refined Gu as she tried to think of a countermeasure. Now that I have used a Refinement Path killer move, my mental energy is being expended rapidly. The competition has just started. As time passes, Fan Yuan's advantage in this aspect will become even more obvious. But if I give up on using Refinement Path killer moves, I will not be able to match Fan Yuan in terms of Gu refinement techniques alone. And my greatest advantage is the large number of Refinement Path killer moves that I have meticulously prepared. Chapter 862. In this duel, only the Gu refinement materials provided by the convention could be used. Although offensive methods and Refinement Path killer moves could be used, soul and mind-related methods such as soul-nourishing methods were all prohibited. This rule was suggested by Feng Kim Hong. The goal was to prohibit Fan Yuan from using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul. The soul and mind were closely related. Feng Kim Hong's action was to restrict Fan Yuan's advantage in this aspect. But who could have thought that she would be the first to taste the bitterness of this rule? Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Kim Hong flicked her pinky finger, shooting out a golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Fan Yuan, directly aiming at the Gu refinement fire in Fan Yuan's hand. If this fire was hit by the golden light, even with Fan Yuan's ability, he could only admit defeat and suffer the backlash, starting all over again. But, such an important position, how could a cautious person like Fan Yuan not pay attention to defense? Clang! With a crisp sound, the golden light hit an invisible barrier 3 inches away from the fire, and was blocked. Fan Yuan's gaze was calm, the fire in his hand was not affected in the slightest. Feng Kim Hong's attack was blocked by Fan Yuan without batting an eyelid. Only after this attack and defense ended did the Gu masters below the stage react. Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong attacked first. But it was blocked by Crane Gate's Fan Yuan. What was that attack just now? It was so fast. Feng Kim Hong made a mistake this time. How could Fan Yuan not defend such an important place? It would have been better to attack Fan Yuan's body and injure him. Quickly look. Feng Kim Hong used a Refinement Path killer move again. There was a commotion below the stage, but the stage was very quiet. All the noises outside the stage were isolated. Attack the enemy's weakness, then take advantage of this relatively safe opportunity. Are you going to use other Refinement Path killer moves? Fan Yuan glanced at Feng Kim Hong as he sneered internally. Looks like you are going all out. As expected of Feng Kim Hong. Even when you were young, you knew your strengths and weaknesses. I have to say, this is a wise choice. While praising in his heart, Fan Yuan did not restrain himself. He continued to refine the Gu according to plan. Feng Kim Hong attacked the enemy's vital point and wasted a precious opportunity to attack. And he used this chance to truly activate the second Refinement Path killer move. With the help of 2 killer moves, her Gu refinement speed rose sharply, gradually leaving Fan Yuan in the dust. Without Fan Yuan pressuring her from behind, Feng Kim Hong's pressure was reduced, her body and mind felt light. A layer of shackles was removed from her mind. Her Gu refinement speed seemed to have increased by 10%. In this duel, Fan Yuan and Feng Kim Hong each had 5 chances to attack. Because it was only a duel, not a life and death battle. The power of each attack was limited to a certain extent. The first time, he could only use rank 1 Gu. The second time, he could use rank 2 Gu. And so on. The fifth time, he could use rank 5 Gu. Similarly, when defending, he could only use Gu worms of the corresponding rank. This was another restriction on Fan Yuan. After all, Fan Yuan was an immortal zombie. He had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. The giant hand pressed down. Feng Kim Hong would not be able to block it. Of course, Feng Kim Hong had goo immortal parents behind her. She definitely had immortal essence, immortal goo, and the goo immortal's emotions or will. If Fan Yuan really wanted to kill her, it was unlikely. This time, he really used a refinement path killer move, advanced together. First senior sister is far ahead! Outside the stage, Sun Yao shouted excitedly. That's right, it is a pity that he used one of the 5 chances. But this is also the most classic battle tactic. After all, victory or defeat depends on the goo refinement results. Qin Wan looked at the stage and pondered. As time passed, Fan Yuan fell further behind Feng Kim Hong. But the strange thing was, he was not anxious at all. He did not seem to have any intention of overtaking Feng Kim Hong. Fan Yuan was still using his goo refinement method, refining single orifice charcoal goo one by one. Meanwhile, Feng Kim Hong had already started refining rank 2 twin orifice furnace goo. Soon, the stage was filled with exclamations of admiration. As it turned out, Feng Kim Hong used the 3rd refinement path killer move to increase her speed again. An hour later, Feng Kim Hong took the initiative to attack Fan Yuan, and while Fan Yuan was defending, she activated the 4th refinement path killer move. 4 killer moves were activated at the same time. Feng Kim Hong already had 6 fireballs floating in front of her. Each fireball was equipped with a small wishful hand, constantly grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Through the control of the small wishful hand, the amount of goo refinement materials thrown into the fire was very precise. With the help of the 4 killer moves, Feng Kim Hong's goo refinement speed had already surpassed Fan Yuan's, and not long after, she started refining 3 orifice firehouse goo. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan had just started refining twin orifice furnace goo. Looking at Feng Kim Hong's triumphant progress, leaving Fan Yuan further behind, many people were puzzled. What the hell is Fan Yuan doing? Sun Yao giggled. First senior sister will win for sure. Qin Wan was also a refinement path genius. She was already the focus of Spirit Affinity House, but she had not matured yet. She agreed with Sun Yao's words. At this rate, first senior sister has a high chance of winning. With my ability, my limit is to maintain 5 refinement path killer moves at the same time. But this is a martial duel. I need to conserve my strength to deal with Fan Yuan's attacks. Out of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2, while Fan Yuan is only defending. He has not attacked yet. Don't tell me, my conditions are too tempting, making him admit defeat? Feng Kim Hong could not understand Fan Yuan's performance. She could not help but feel suspicious. Another 30 minutes passed. Feng Kim Hong's refinement of 3 orifice firehouse goo was already halfway through. Right now, Feng Kim Hong's advantage was extremely clear. She was far ahead of Fan Yuan. It is time to make a move. Fan Yuan's gaze was sharp. He sensed that the time was right. He took out a goo worm from his immortal aperture. I am going to attack, he suddenly said softly. Feng Kim Hong's attention was immediately attracted. Her bright eyes stared at Fan Yuan. At the same time, she continued to refine the goo. You are finally starting to attack? But why did you take the initiative to tell me? What is the meaning of this? Feng Kim Hong was naturally extremely vigilant. Fan Yuan chuckled, continuing. Feng Kim Hong, you need to be careful. This goo worm of mine is a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong squinted her eyes, vigilance flashing in her eyes. She quickly thought. It is definitely a rank 1 goo worm. According to the rules, this is Fan Yuan's first attack. He can only use rank 1 methods. But ghost fire goo might not be the same. He showed me the appearance of the goo worm. Is he trying to mislead me? After all, goo worms can also be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. Just as she was thinking, Fan Yuan activated the goo worm in his hand. Once this goo was activated, it immediately turned into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, slowly floating towards Feng Kim Hong. It really is ghost fire goo? Feng Kim Hong was slightly stunned. Right at this time, ghost fire goo suddenly accelerated, shooting towards Feng Kim Hong. It's coming! It is merely a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Huang's eyes shone with a sharp light. She was extremely confident. She was already prepared. Defending against the rank 1 ghost fire goo was a piece of cake. When the ghost fire goo rushed over, she even had the time to consider the possibility of Fan Yuan's continuous attacks. However, the moment the ghost fire goo got close to Feng Kim Hong, it suddenly stopped. Then, the ghost fire leisurely revolved around Feng Kim Hong, swaying left and right. What? Feng Kim Hong was secretly shocked. What is Fan Yuan trying to do? The next moment, her expression darkened as she understood. In this duel, the goo master's defense was limited to a radius of 3 feet. If the ghost fire goo did not get within 3 feet of Feng Kim Hong would not be able to defend against it. The process of the ghost fire floating could only be considered as the process of Fan Yuan's attack. He is trying to use rank 1 ghost fire to pressure me and restrain my mind. Feng Kim Hong was extremely intelligent. She quickly understood Fan Yuan's intention. So sinister! Many people outside the stage also saw through this. Sun Yao was filled with indignation. Demon Fan Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. Who can refine goo peacefully with a ghost fire floating in front of them? Is no one doing anything about this? This is too shameless. Qin Wan shook her head, saying solemnly, "This rule was set by both sides. This kind of suspense attack is a classic battle tactic, it is not shameless." Damn it! Feng Kim Huang's forehead started to break out in cold sweat. The ghost fire attacks the soul. I have expended a lot of my mind. If I get hit, I will definitely make a mistake. But if I only defend now, I will have to divert my mind to pay attention to the ghost fire's movement, and the goo refinement speed will fall. There was another method in front of Feng Kim Hong, that was to take the initiative to attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this would not be worth it, because her third move would be a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to destroy Fan Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire goo, she would be at a disadvantage no matter how she thought about it. Maybe this is Fan Yuan's intention, he wants to lure me into using this precious opportunity to attack. Feng Kim Hong looked at Fan Yuan, gritting her teeth. Manipulating the ghost fire also expended mental energy. But Fan Yuan had not used any refinement path killer moves, he only used goo refinement techniques. He could be said to be full of mental energy. It was more than enough to manipulate the ghost fire. Oh? You don't want to destroy my ghost fire? You are really patient. Fan Yuan laughed. Then, how about I add another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan took out the second ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong, look carefully. This is a rank 2 ghost fire goo. Fan Yuan said plainly. Different from Feng Kim Huang's sneak attack, he directly revealed his methods. His attacking style was the complete opposite of Feng Kim Huang's style. Feng Kim Huang's 2 attacks were fast, accurate and ruthless, attacking the enemy's weak points, causing Fan Yuan to be busy dealing with them, while he used the chance to use refinement path killer moves to increase his speed. But Fan Yuan could only be described with one word: slow. The second ghost fire slowly floated in front of Feng Kim Hong, 3 feet away from her. This ghost fire was sent out by the rank 2 ghost fire goo. It was twice the size of the first one. Chapter 863. The 2 ghost fires moved one after the other, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, sometimes far away and sometimes near, without any pattern. Feng Kim Hong had to guard against these 2 fires while also splitting her attention to refine goo. Soon, Feng Kim Hong could not hold on any longer. Bam! With a small explosion, one of the goo refinement flames that she controlled was instantly destroyed. The goo worm inside had already formed its embryonic form, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. First senior sister made a mistake. What a pity, that goo worm only lacks the final 3 steps. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. Qin Wan's expression also sank. This is the first mistake since the start of the duel. Even though first senior sister has a deep foundation, it is still too much for her to split her attention to so many things. Then what do we do? Sun Yao looked over with a pleading expression. Qin Wan pondered. If it were me, I would take the initiative to cancel a refinement path killer move. Because we have a huge advantage. As long as we maintain this advantage and do not make any more mistakes, the other party should be anxious. But canceling the killer move is the same as activating it. Because of the change, we will have to pay more attention to it, which will create an instant flaw. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was also having the same thought. Cancel a refinement path killer move? Is that what Fan Yuan is trying to do? No, I still have a way. I will attack for the third time, and use a sound wave attack to get rid of these two ghost fires. Geniuses like Feng Kim Hong always had pride in their bones. They were not willing to admit defeat. Feng Kim Hong's eyes shone when she thought of this, but when she looked at Fan Yuan, her heart turned cold. Fan Yuan was wearing a sinister mask. His gaze was cold as ice in the holes of the mask. There seemed to be a mocking smile hidden within. Wait, something's not right. As their gazes met, Feng Kim Hong's heart shook. This is Fan Yuan's trap. He has been waiting for this. Once I attack for the third time, Fan Yuan will grab this opportunity and attack. By then, my mental state will have already exceeded its limit. It will be hard for him to take care of the situation. He might not even be able to defend himself and will be hit by him. Damn it! Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to the corner of his eyebrows and down his cheeks. This can't go on. I have to think of a way. What should I do? Think carefully, think quickly. Bang! While Feng Kim Hong was thinking, another fireball exploded. This explosion. It was much more serious than the first time. The surrounding fireballs were affected. Feng Kim Hong quickly discarded the messy thoughts in his mind and tried his best to stabilize the other fireballs. Eldest senior sister had made a mistake again. How could this be? Not good. Eldest senior sister is injured. Sun Yao cried out in alarm. Demon Fan Yuan gave her too much pressure. First senior sister was trying to think of a countermeasure, and in a moment of carelessness, she paid less attention to the goo refinement and made a mistake. Failing the goo refinement would naturally result in backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not serious. Qin Wan's tone also revealed her nervousness. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, However, this is also a good thing. Sun Yao didn't understand and angrily mumbled. Senior sister Qin Wan, what are you saying? Senior apprentice sister made a mistake in the goo refinement. Why is it a good thing that you're injured? Because the fire in her hand extinguished two of them. Part of his mind was freed. Now she had the strength to spare. We can calmly deal with the current situation. Qin Wan analyzed. Sun Yao slapped her forehead in realization. Oh, right. Fan Yuan started laughing again. When Feng Kim Hong heard Fan Yuan's laughter, his heart sank. She raised her head and indeed saw Fan Yuan take out the third goo worm. Fan Yuan continued, Look closely, this is a rank 3 ghost fire goo. In the next moment, 3 balls of will-o'-the-wisp hovered around Feng Kim Hong. Damn it! Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This demon is too shameless. Eldest senior sister had just recovered from her shock when he sent out another ball of ghost fire. He still wants to force eldest senior sister to make a mistake. That is indeed the case. Qin Wan's expression was solemn. This way, the pressure will increase greatly. I'm afraid eldest senior sister will have to focus all her attention on defense. Sun Yao gritted her teeth in anger and subconsciously waved her fists. This demon is not refining goo properly and is spending all his attention on the will-o'-the-wisp. This is a classic example of not focusing on proper work. This person is too evil. I really want to beat him up. Damn it, how can this be? Feng Kim Hong fell into a huge predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Fan Yuan made his move, she was in a passive position. Feng Kim Hong knew the situation was bad, because the duel's tempo was completely under Fan Yuan's control. Feng Kim Hong wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough strength. Those 3 will-o'-the-wisp floated around her, sometimes even breaking through the 3 feet distance before suddenly retreating. It was clear that he was teasing Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was a young girl after all. She was filled with anger from Fan Yuan's teasing, but she could not vent it out. She wanted to get rid of these 3 annoying will-o'-the-wisp, so she had to take the risk. But reason told Feng Kim Hong that she did not need to take the risk. Because even if she made 2 mistakes, she was still ahead of Fan Yuan by a huge margin. As long as she maintained her lead, victory was hers. However, when Feng Kim Hong started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo, not long after, Fan Yuan also started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo. This discovery immediately made Feng Kim Hong shocked. When did Fan Yuan close the gap between us? This is impossible. He has not even used a refinement path killer move. But the truth was like this. Fan Yuan was just using refinement path techniques and pure basic skills to shrink the gap bit by bit, unknowingly catching up to Feng Kim Hong. The Gu masters below the stage also realized this. Unbelievable, this demon Fan Yuan actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. He is actually using Gu refinement techniques to win against refinement path killer moves. Fan Yuan's strength truly far surpasses Feng Kim Hong. These were people who overestimated Fan Yuan, and they were still overestimating him. How can this be? Fan Yuan must have cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves. He did not use any killer moves to catch up. This is impossible. Sun Yao was very dissatisfied. What kind of eyesight does the hosting elder have? He is not even stopping the competition. Is he investigating this demon Fan Yuan? Senior sister Qin Wan, who was beside her, sighed deeply. Be quiet, junior sister. Gu refinement techniques naturally cannot compare to refinement path killer moves. But in this duel, they can win against killer moves. Ah. Senior sister, what do you mean? Because the key to victory is not the methods, but the Gu masters themselves. The Gu refinement has already reached the middle and late stages. Fan Yuan's mind is still full, while first senior sister's mind is fully focused. Once she relaxes, Fan Yuan will use ghost fire to intimidate her, making her feel tired. First senior sister is already very tired, without the control of her mind. No matter how powerful a refinement path killer move is, it is only a support. The Gu refinement speed will naturally slow down. Saying so, Qin Wan sighed. This is all Fan Yuan's plan. First senior sister suggested refining 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu, and he agreed without hesitation. But the Gu recipe and refinement materials were all provided by him. From the start of this battle of attrition, he purposely lagged behind to preserve his mind. At the middle stage, he attacked, although he was lagging behind. But he held the initiative in the competition. Because first senior sister had the advantage, she did not want to take risks, so she dragged it on. But she did not know that this was Fan Yuan's scheme. Now that it is the late stage, first senior sister is too tired. Her speed is getting slower, and she will soon be overtaken by Fan Yuan. What? Sun Yao looked over worriedly. Soon, her worry became reality. Fan Yuan's progress was slowly on par with Feng Kim Hong. Then, he slowly overtook her. Don't tell me, is first senior sister going to lose? Sun Yao's eyes were red. She could not help but tear up. She has already worked so hard. It is already the end, and first senior sister is even injured. Was he going to let this despicable and shameless demon win just like that? I am not resigned to this. I am also not resigned. Qin Wan heaved a deep sigh. But first senior sister still has a chance. There is still a chance? Sun Yao turned her head, looking at senior sister Qin Wan in pleasant surprise. Qin Wan nodded. That's right, don't forget, first senior sister still has 3 chances to attack. Rank 3 attack once, rank 4 attack once, rank 5 attack once. Each attack will be stronger. This is the method to turn the tables. This competition is not over yet, there is still hope. That's right, we still have hope. First senior sister, do your best. Sun Yao's eyes brightened, she suddenly shouted. Her shout soon attracted the support of others. The strong sense of pride and belonging to the sect made the hundreds of Spirit Affinity House disciples cheer loudly, cheering for Feng Kim Hong. Even though their voices could not be transmitted, Feng Kim Hong could feel it. These guys. I cannot lose, I want to win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement Path Killer Move, Ink Transformation. Feng Kim Hong shouted in his heart. He raised his hand and launched 3 consecutive attacks at Fan Yuan. Feng Kim Hong staked it all in one throw. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used all his remaining chances to attack. Child's play. Fan Yuan blocked all these attacks. At the same time, he sent out 3 ghost fires to interfere. The interference effect was not too outstanding. Feng Kim Hong extinguished these 3 ghost fires. His refinement path killer move was almost completed. Expose goo go. Fan Yuan sneered in his heart. He flicked his finger and a rank 4 goo worm flew out. At the same time, he launched a rank 5 attack, attacking later but arriving first. Feng Kim Hong was prepared. She blocked the rank 5 attack, but expose goo detonated when it got close to her. The explosion was not intense, but the light was very dazzling. How can this be? How did he know the flaw of ink transformation killer move? Under Feng Kim Hong's incredulous expression, ink transformation killer move was completely interrupted. The killer move's activation failed. The intense backlash immediately caused Feng Kim Hong's internal organs to twitch. A large amount of blood was flowing out of her body. The intense pain caused her body and mind to shake. She was no longer able to control the fire lump. The entire goo refinement failed. Another huge backlash erupted on her body. Feng Kim Hong raised her head and vomited a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The audience was in chaos. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up, but were blocked by the goo formation. Do not disturb the order, violators will be punished. The hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he looked at Fan Yuan. At once, almost everyone in the audience looked at Fan Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had already fainted. Even if she woke up and tried to refine goo again, the materials she had were far from enough. Right now, Fan Yuan was in an invincible position. As long as he refined 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, he would obtain victory. But just as Fan Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete goo worm in his hand suddenly self-detonated. Fan Yuan was stunned. This? Chapter 864. Fan Yuan and Feng Kim Hong's duel, which attracted countless people's attention, ended with an outcome that surpassed everyone's expectations. The duel was very exciting. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. Eventually, Fan Yuan already had the absolute advantage, but he coincidentally encountered a rank 5 goo's failure rate, causing his efforts to be in vain. He did not have enough goo refinement materials for a second attempt. While Feng Kim Hong had fainted, he also lacked materials. Thus, this duel ended in a draw. Meanwhile, after the duel ended, Feng Kim Hong was healed and recovered rapidly. After learning of the final outcome, Feng Kim Hong looked at Fan Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, then according to the duel's rules, both sides had 2 choices. One was to take back their winnings, the second was to exchange their winnings. Just as Fan Yuan expected, Feng Kim Hong chose the second option. Fan Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. Feng Kim Hong first handed an information path goo worm to Fan Yuan. The goo worm recorded the method for immortal zombies to regain life. Next, both sides signed a contract. As a subordinate force of Crane Gate, the owner of Who Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan, would establish a Gutsgoo trade with Spirit Affinity House. From now on, Fan Yuan would prioritize the supply of Gutsgoo to Spirit Affinity House. Even Crane Gate would have to wait. Lord Fan Yuan, my clan's Lord He Feng Yang would like to have a chat with you. After the duel ended, a Crane Gate elder came to Fan Yuan of his own accord, showing a humble attitude. Oh? Fan Yuan was surprised. Then lead the way. On a desolate mountain peak, he met He Feng Yang again. He Feng Yang still had the appearance of a young man, wearing a white robe. He had a black belt, and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His green eyebrows that extended to his waist were also fluttering in the wind. This is a bet. It must not have been easy, right? He Feng Yang looked at Fan Yuan with a deep gaze. Fan Yuan smiled. There's nothing I can do. I've encountered a failure rate, so I can only stare. His words were naturally flawless. He Feng Yang examined Fan Yuan from top to bottom, then suddenly said solemnly, It is a pity that you have such talent and refinement path, but you have degenerated into a zombie. Actually, if you want to find a way to regain your life, you don't have to go far. My Crane Gate has a mystical method that can guarantee that you can get rid of your immortal zombie body. Fan Yuan listened. He could not help but feel strange. Why did he feel that He Feng Yang was trying to recruit him? But thinking about it, even if Fan Yuan was opposing Crane Gate and had some other background, just based on Fan Yuan's Gu refinement attainment, it was enough to move Crane Gate. Fan Yuan naturally knew what the mystical method He Feng Yang was talking about was. What else could it be? It was obvious that it was a technique of possession. He Feng Yang would never have expected that Fan Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I lose my freedom, I would rather keep my immortal zombie body, Fan Yuan said. He Feng Yang shook his head. I invited you here not to debate about freedom with you. Let's get down to business. You captured that brother of yours, you must hand him over. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Oh? Is this a threat? Fan Yuan's tone sank. Fanjing was his backup for rebirth. Even if he did not use it to get rid of his immortal zombie body, Fanjing was still the best candidate to refine blood deity. How could Fan Yuan let him go? He Feng Yang nodded. You can think of it as a threat. But I prefer to think of it as a warning. To tell you the truth, we want to get rid of Fanjing. This is an order from the Celestial Court. You might not understand the weight of the two words Celestial Court, but you need to understand. In Central Continent, no force or person can go against the Celestial Court. How could Fan Yuan not understand the power of the Celestial Court? He had his previous life's memories. He knew more about the power and terror of the Celestial Court than He Feng Yang. Of course I know about the Celestial Court. But the Celestial Court actually wants to get rid of Fanjing? It actually wants to get rid of a mortal so seriously? Isn't your excuse a little too fake? He Feng Yang, how can you convince me? Fan Yuan shrugged. He Feng Yang sighed. I don't need to convince you. But if you leave Fanjing alive, the final outcome would be Hu immortal blessed land being attacked and absorbed by the Celestial Court. To me, to Crane Gate, I do not wish for this to happen. Think about it, but there is not much time left. If you can think it through, 3 days later, hand over Fanjing to me. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected news caught him off guard. He did not know about the existence of Fate Immortal Gu, and could not link the Celestial Court and Fanjing together. He looked at He Feng Yang's face, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Do you think I am stupid? Handing over Fanjing to you is equivalent to handing you the key to attacking Hu immortal blessed land. He Feng Yang raised his head and laughed. Fan Yuan, it has been hard on you, an immortal zombie. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. You don't need to test me. The truth is, you are already starting to believe my words. I am actually more curious than you. But regarding the Celestial Court, it is better to stop being curious. 3 days later, I will execute Fanjing in front of you. But in exchange, you have to bring Master Tenchu's soul back intact. You should know that he is my subordinate. He is quite capable. Fan Yuan became silent. He Feng Yang did not stop. He disappeared on the spot with a flash of light. Since He Feng Yang left, Fan Yuan did not stay for long. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu immortal blessed land. He threw the matter regarding Fanjing to the back of his mind. The first thing Fan Yuan did was to research the method that Feng Kim Hong gave him. Fairy Lian Xiang? What Fan Yuan did not expect was that this method of getting rid of the zombie body was related to a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Lian Xiang was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, just like how Mo Yao was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, when Fairy Lian Xiang was rank 5, she was plotted against by an enemy and refined into a zombie. But she had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guyue Desolate in physique. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her zombie body was baptized by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. She was reborn. In the end, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House deduced, getting rid of the zombie body. The method to obtain rebirth was the immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Fan Yuan was a little disappointed. This method. To him, it was not feasible. Even though he had Blood Skull Gu. It could raise a Gu master's aptitude. Guyue's generation was Fan Yuan's role model. But Blood Skull Gu was only a mortal Gu. Even if Fan Yuan had many descendants and killed them, it could not raise Fan Yuan's aptitude as an immortal zombie. However, if I can raise Blood Skull Gu to immortal Gu, it will be useful to me. I can use Blood Skull Immortal Gu to raise my first aperture to Guyue Desolate in physique, and undergo immortal ascension. I will have a high chance of reviving. But to raise Blood Skull Gu to immortal Gu, I need to deduce the immortal Gu recipe of Blood Skull Gu. This will take a huge amount of time and effort. Also, even if I raise my aptitude to the level of one of the 10 extreme physiques, my future tribulations will be very dangerous. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, Fairy Lian Xiang's immortal ascension tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was almost equivalent to the grand tribulation of a rank 7 Gu immortal. It was very likely that the immortal ascension of a zombie was too heaven-defying and attracted the wrath of heaven. If not for the help of several Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House, Fairy Lian Xiang might have been turned to ashes by the grand tribulation. The tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques when they undergo immortal ascension. It was very terrifying. Fan Yuan had personally witnessed He Lolan's tribulation. The latter had even lost her immortal Gu. When one of the 10 extreme physiques turned into a zombie and attempted to ascend to an immortal, the tribulation would be even more terrifying. Its might would increase by dozens of times. Fan Yuan concluded. This method not only needed a lot of preparation, it would waste a lot of time and effort. The risk was also very high. There was no help from others. With Fan Yuan's current strength, even if he worked with Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan, it would be impossible. It was also impossible. After weighing the pros and cons, Fan Yuan could only put this method aside. He entered Dang Hun Palace's prison. He saw Fang Jing, who was imprisoned inside. Fan Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing his brother, Fang Jing shouted angrily. His gaze was filled with hatred. Fan Yuan said, What, you still haven't thought it through? Fang Jing shouted. Even if there is a reason, Crane Gate and Master are responsible, you are still the main culprit. You are the true culprit who killed uncle and aunt. I will never forgive you. I will never let you off. Kill me, otherwise I will forever be your enemy. Oh? My good little brother, you are really stubborn. In that case... Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. He suddenly stretched out his hand and aimed at Fang Jing. Soul search. Fang Jing's body shook. He could not move. He wanted to scream but could not. His throat seemed to be blocked. His expression was filled with pain. Fan Yuan searched Fang Jing's soul 7 or 8 times, but did not find anything valuable. Fang Jing is such an ordinary Gu master. Why was Celestial Court ordered to exterminate him? Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. Although there was no evidence, he was inclined to believe that He Fengyang was speaking the truth. Fan Yuan did not know that Celestial Court had Fate Immortal Gu. Although he had his previous life's memories, they were limited. He could not know everything. Especially when it involved the secrets of the strongest organization in the 5 regions, Celestial Court. Did someone do something to Fang Jing's soul? Fan Yuan shook his head. This was not possible, but it could not be ruled out. Then should I hand over Fang Jing or not? This was the problem. Fan Yuan was not afraid of He Fengyang, but he was wary of Crane Gate, and more worried about Celestial Court. Celestial Court had rank 8 Gu immortals. As long as one of them made a move, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, this was the result of the battle. Fan Yuan naturally would not be so foolish. he could still escape, he could escape. Fixed immortal travel was a great method. 3 days later, Fan Yuan handed over Fangjing, as well as the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchu's soul was inside. Fangjing had clearly been tortured. He had gone through many terrifying tortures. Not only were his flesh torn, there were many wounds on his body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Even one of his arms had been cut off and replaced with a dog's front limb. And Fangjing could still feel the dog limb. He could control it and perform a series of actions. Such torture could cause a person to break down. But Fengyang only glanced at him. He did not say anything. He said to Fan Yuan, "You have made a clear choice. Now fulfill your promise." Fan Yuan's gaze shone brightly. "Then watch carefully." Fengyang slowly made his move. Under Fan Yuan's full investigation, he killed Fangjing on the spot. Not even a trace of him was left behind by the flames. "Lord Fengyang, why? You promised me." Master Tenchu's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. "This is the Celestial Court's order. Crane Gate needs Fangjing's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your fate. You wanted to possess Fangjing, but in the end, your heart softened. You were willing to accompany him and guide his cultivation. Now, he is completely dead, not even a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good candidate for you to be reborn," Fengyang said slowly. "Lord!" Master Tenchu cried. Chapter 865. Now I can confirm that Fengyang is expressing goodwill towards me. Fan Yuan had a realization. Fengyang invited Fan Yuan to Fei He Mountain to take a look. What kind of place was Fei He Mountain? It was where Crane Gates Mountain was located. Even though the symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning, the meaning behind these words was already very clear. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan pondered over Fengyang's subtle attitude and suddenly laughed silently. After the duel with Feng Kimhong, Fan Yuan had established a business relationship with Spirit Affinity House. This Gutsgu transaction had a higher priority than Crane Gate. But because it was the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, and with so many witnesses, even Immortal Crane sect could not find any excuse to stop this transaction that had extraordinary meaning. Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Spirit Affinity House were in cahoots. This made Crane Gate feel a sense of danger. In history, Spirit Affinity House had the most cases of roping in demonic path Gu immortals. For example, Bo Qing, Feng Zhouge, and others, they were examples that were deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not long ago, after failing to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan displayed extremely high refinement path attainment. Crane Gate finally decided to appease and rope in Fan Yuan. Thus, Fengyang's attitude towards Fan Yuan had changed. Fangjing's matter should be true. Fengyang's actions were no doubt a kind of goodwill towards Fan Yuan. He even used the possession method to lure Fan Yuan. To him, if Fan Yuan detained Fangjing, Celestial Court would definitely attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fan Yuan did not destroy Danghun Mountain in advance, Celestial Court would definitely obtain it. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be moved away, and Celestial Court might not be interested in it. He would leave it to one of the 10 great ancient sections. As for which ancient sect it would depend on the results of the internal competition within the Celestial Court. Obviously, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at Crane Gate had low influence. The possibility of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the competition was not high. Even if they took it back, without Danghun Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value would be greatly reduced. No matter how he looked at it, this was against the interests of Fengyang and the Crane Gate. Therefore, Fengyang told Fan Yuan about this to protect his own interests. Right now, I am a vassal of Crane Gate in name, but I am benefiting from both Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. All of a sudden, my external pressure has been reduced by more than half. Fan Yuan sighed. In fact, Fan Yuan had been planning for such a situation for a long time. Previously, he had ignored Feng Kim Huang's challenge. Later on, he took the initiative to communicate with him. What was the point of accepting the challenge? He wanted to borrow Spirit Affinity House's influence to resist Crane Gate's strength. Fan Yuan achieved his goal, but the crucial factor was not him. It was the temptation of Guts Gu itself. Fan Yuan snatched to immortal blessed land, which caused Feng Kim Hong to be stimulated and discover the true use of Dreamwing's immortal goo. And it was because Feng Kim Hong used Dreamwings and tasted its benefits that he placed even more importance on Guts Gu. If not for that, how could Spirit Affinity House let Fan Yuan borrow its influence so easily? The other party was not an idiot. That's right, Fan Yuan purposely made it a draw. It was to show a gentle attitude to Spirit Affinity House's people. For Fan Yuan, because of this duel, his situation in Central Continent had undergone an unprecedented change. It greatly reduced his pressure and allowed him to have more energy to make other plans. Of course, once the secret of Fan Yuan destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower was exposed, Central Continent's situation would definitely collapse. Fan Yuan would be chased by everyone and forced to flee for his life. For Feng Kim Hong, although she was injured and defeated in the duel, she was the biggest winner. From now on, with the help of Guts Gu and Dreamwing's immortal goo, she would advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing almost all goo immortals and growing rapidly. In my previous life, I killed Feng Kim Hong, but in this life, it seems that I am the one who made her a success. Regarding this, Fan Yuan sighed deeply. It was not worth mentioning. Fan Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Tai Bai Yunxing came to bid farewell. These days, he had been walking around Northern Plains, looking for a suitable place to set up his blessed land. He had already found a good place and was about to set up his blessed land, but at the crucial moment, he was called back by Fan Yuan. I have to thank you this time. You chose a good location. Don't worry and adjust the heaven and earth chi. When the tribulation comes, I will definitely lend you a hand, Fan Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded and said goodbye to Fan Yuan, using a stargate to go to Northern Plains. After Fan Yuan obtained star-form blessed land, his Starlight Firefly Goo reserves were extremely huge. The construction and opening of stargates were no longer as urgent as before. Fan Yuan came to the secret room and saw Guyue Fangjing again. Wasn't Guyue Fangjing killed by He Fengyang? How could he still be alive? As it turned out, this was a trick arranged by Fan Yuan. He purposely cut off one of Guyue Fangjing's arms and installed a dog limb, making it look like he was tortured and humiliated. In fact, he left this severed arm here. After He Fengyang killed Fangjing, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was called back by Fan Yuan, used man as before immortal goo and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fangjing. He Fengyang did not suspect him. He also had his limitations. He did not know that an immortal goo like man as before existed in this world. In his opinion, Fangjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of his eyes. Fangjing was truly dead. If it were any other goo immortal, they would also think so. This was common sense. But this world was huge. There were all sorts of strange immortal goo, immortal killer moves and so on. Just like man as before, they did not know that humans had limitations. Even immortals were no exception. Omniscience and omnipotence, even rank 9 goo immortals or Renzu could not achieve this. Perhaps there was only one great existence that could achieve this, and that was this world. Fan Yuan threw an information path goo worm to Fangjing, showing a mocking expression. Take a good look, this is the crane gate that you are so grateful to, and that kind master of yours. If not for me, you would be dead already. Impossible. I will not believe your lies. Fangjing screamed, but he still took this information path goo worm. This goo worm naturally recorded the scene of He Fengyang killing Fangjing, as well as the conversation with Master Tenchu's soul. After Fangjing saw it, he immediately crushed the information path goo worm to pieces, falling into an incomparably furious state. He raised his head and screamed. His expression was distorted as he pointed at Fan Yuan, shouting, Impossible! This is all fake, you faked it. I will never believe it. I will never believe it. You lied to me, you lied to me. Unless I see it with my own eyes, hear it with my own ears, and get my master's reply. You will see it with your own eyes. But now is not the time. Fan Yuan turned around and left the secret room. He closed the door. The secret room fell into darkness again. Fan Jing screamed in the darkness, moving around in a frenzy in the limited space, punching and kicking the walls in a hysterical manner. After dealing with Fang Jing's matter, Fan Yuan returned triumphantly in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He eliminated the true Gu refinement experts in advance. It made the later stages of the convention easier than the middle stages. Eventually, Feng Kim Hong obtained 6th place, and Fan Yuan entered the finals. He faced the strongest opponent in this convention, Yu Mu Chun. In this match, Fan Yuan lost cleanly. Even though the competition's topic was the same as in his previous life, Fan Yuan had the huge advantage of knowing beforehand. But his opponent, Yu Mu Chun, was a genuine refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This attainment level was terrifying. Even if Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, he could not easily reach this attainment level. The higher the attainment level of a path, the more difficult it was to advance. In the whole of history, only 3 people surpassed him. They were the 3 refinement path elders. In the whole of Northern Plains, only 4 were publicly recognized to be comparable to him. They were the 4 refinement path elders. Fan Yuan knew that even if he had the advantage of knowing the topic, he could not win against Yu Mu Chun. This was the difference in strength. Speaking of which, this Yu Mu Chun was dressed like Fan Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body. He also had a large mask on his face. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, he was the one who obtained 1st place. Unsurprisingly, his strength was truly unfathomable. Fan Yuan admitted defeat. Many people criticized him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to describe. Yu Mu Chun was indeed very strong, but Fan Yuan was also very strong in the eyes of the world. Such an action of admitting defeat without fighting made the spectators who were looking forward to the finals very unhappy. Rumors started to spread that Fan Yuan admitted defeat without fighting. This was a shady plot. No matter what, Fan Yuan, who obtained 2nd place, achieved his original goal. He had a success Dao mark engraved on his body. After that, Crane Gate and the other 9 great ancient sects sent people to contact Fan Yuan, trying to buy his Dao marks. This success Dao mark could not be seized or transferred. Even Celestial Court tried many times, but none of them succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not want to seize it. They only talked about transactions. In any case, Fan Yuan had such amazing Gu refinement methods. They still greatly overestimated Fan Yuan. He could refine Gu. If he refined a rank 6 immortal Gu, this success Dao mark would be used up, in exchange for 0 failure rate. No matter how high the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Fan Yuan rejected them all. After returning to Wu Immortal Blessed Land, he made the final preparations to refine change form Immortal Gu. Ever since Fan Yuan had the plan to refine change form Immortal Gu, he had been gathering Gu refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Fan Yuan only needed to gather 1 set of Gu refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Fan Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining Immortal Gu could be seen at a glance. Fan Yuan only gathered 1 set of materials. His accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts Gu trade, if not for the success Dao mark, Fan Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 866. Central Continent, Truyang Mountain Range. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the rolling hills. On one of the steep peaks, a hairy man was climbing with all his might. "Master, master! Wait for me!" The hairy man climbed as he shouted. Different from other hairy men, this hairy man's gaze was filled with intelligence. He spoke like an ordinary human. He chased after Yu Mu Chun's figure in the mountains. Ever since the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this hairy man had been paying attention to Yu Mu Chun. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended, Yumu Chun got first place. The hairy man chased after him. This hairy man was at the prime of his life, but he could not catch up to Yumu Chun. After the convention ended, Yumu Chun entered Truyang Mountain Range. The hairy man followed behind him, shouting as he chased. Along the way, he suffered a lot. He was covered in dust and injuries. "Master, wait for me!" The hairy man climbed the mountain, but his eyes were wide open. "How can this be? Master was still on the peak earlier. How did he reach the foot of the mountain in such a short time? What goo worm is he using?" The distance that he had closed with much difficulty grew even further. The hairy man became anxious and hurried down the mountain. In the end, he stepped on empty air and lost his footing, falling down the mountain stream. Thankfully, there were many branches that helped him resist the force of his fall. Even so, when he cried out as he tumbled down the mountain, his head was bleeding and his body was broken in many places. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. "If I miss this chance, it will be hard to find Master again." The hairy man's face was covered in tears. He struggled to get up, but he could not. He raised his head and moaned in despair. "Master! Please have pity on me, please wait!" Sob, sob, sob. His voice was extremely weak. After the moaning, he started to cry. But when he cried, his body shook. He found that unknowingly, a pair of feet had appeared in front of him. He followed the feet and looked up. He was surprised to find that Yumu Chun had returned at some point. He was standing in front of him, looking down at him. The hairy man quickly knelt on the ground. "Master, Master, you are finally willing to see me!" Yumu Chun sighed. His voice was deep and magnetic. "Handui. A few years ago, I just casually gave you some pointers. We are not fated to be master and disciple." Hearing this, the hairy man Ben Duo started to cry. He did not know where the strength came from, but he suddenly jumped and hugged Yumu Chun's leg. "Master, Master! Even if you don't want to admit that you're my master, I was able to escape from ignorance thanks to your guidance." After breaking through the shackles, his gu refinement had reached an unprecedented level. Although you only said a few words, the grace of teaching is as heavy as a mountain, deeper than the sea. My fate has changed because of this, so in my heart, you will forever be my teacher. Yumu Chun stretched out his hand and rubbed the hairy man Ben Duoyi's head. I taught you back then because I saw that you were more quick-witted than normal hairy men." His mind was clear. "However, I don't want to acknowledge you as my disciple. It's for your own good. I am the one who escapes my fate. If you get involved with me, there's no benefit to it. From now on, you must not tell anyone about what I've taught you. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a tragic death. Remember this, remember this. Disciple will remember." The hairy man Ben Duo-e nodded rapidly. Yumu Chun snorted lightly. Ben Duo-e quickly corrected himself. I will remember, I will remember. Master Yumu Chun, please take me in. I am not qualified to be your disciple, please let me be your follower, your servant. I am very hardworking and smart, you even praised me earlier. I will be loyal and devoted to you, and do my best to serve you. Yumu Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh you. Forget it. Considering that you chased after me and went through over 30 mountains, suffering countless hardships. This sincerity and perseverance towards the Tao is very rare and precious. Ben Duo-e, remember, this quick-wittedness is your greatest strength. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You are a hairy man, but your intelligence is no longer human. But you cannot rely on this, you need to know that a good swimmer will drown. Today, you need to remember your sincerity and perseverance. Get up, Yumu Chun said. Master, if you don't agree, I won't get up, Ben Duo-e shouted. Oh no. Suddenly his arms were empty. His arms were originally wrapped around Yumu Chun, but now an invisible force was repelling him. He could only look up as Yumu Chun ascended into the sky step by step. Ben Duo-e, our fate has come to an end. Today will be the last time we meet. Now I will teach you one last lesson as a parting gift. Watch carefully. In the sky, Yumu Chun's voice came. Ben Duoi hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky expectantly. Central continent, Earth abyss, star-formed blessed land. The night was warm, the wind was gentle. Fan Yuan looked up. The blessed land was filled with stars, giving off dim starlight. It was completely silent. Fan Yuan slowly lowered his head. He retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at the giant tortoise shell in front of him. This tortoise shell had an extraordinary origin. It was the shell of a desolate beast tortoise. Right now, the tortoise shell was upside down like a giant bowl. The tortoise shell was filled with poisonous blood. This poisonous blood was collected by Fan Yuan when he was undergoing tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, to refine change form immortal goo, these poisonous blood were put to use. Change form immortal goo refinement can finally begin. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air. Fan Yuan kept the matter of refining change form immortal goo a secret. He did not tell anyone. People like Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan were kept in the dark. They did not know anything. Star-formed Blessed Land had already closed its doors long ago. The Blessed Land itself was deep in Earth Abyss. At this time, this layer of Earth Abyss was not known to anyone yet. It was very safe. Safety was very important. Refining immortal goo was not easy to begin with. It was filled with difficulties. There were too many external factors that could affect a goo immortal's goo refinement. If there was a mistake, the valuable immortal materials would be wasted, their efforts would be wasted. Thus, the refinement of immortal goo required a calm and stable environment. Even though Fan Yuan had a success Dao mark and could reduce the refinement failure rate to 0 when refining rank 6 immortal goo, it was not enough. But what if during the refinement, Fan Yuan made a mistake? Thus, star-formed Blessed Land was a quiet and reliable environment for goo refinement. He needed it. Otherwise, if Fan Yuan failed the goo refinement, he would not even know where to cry. Even though he was about to start, before Fan Yuan started, he meditated for a long time. Only when he felt that his soul was at its peak condition, and could not be any more perfect, did he make a move. His eyes shined, countless ghostly fires burned at the bottom of the tortoise shell. At once, the surrounding several li was engulfed in dark flames. The temperature fell rapidly. The poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, however, was calm. Central continent, True Yang mountain range. Ben Duoi had just raised his head when he was stunned. At once, his eyes opened wide. He had thought that Yumu Chun would give him a final lesson. He would at most teach him some unique goo refinement methods or powerful refinement path killer moves. But to think that Yumu Chun stood in the air, waving his hand as a vast light shone down. This light was extremely pure and dazzling. Yumu Chun's tears flowed down. Just as he was feeling dizzy, he heard Yumu Chun say slowly, "Ben Duoi, open your eyes for the final lesson. How much you can absorb will depend on your luck. All right, watch me refine an immortal goo now." Immortal goo. Ben Duoyi's heart shook. His mouth was wide open, his jaw almost dislocated. Refine an immortal goo? He stammered. He could not understand. He was shocked and uncertain. Why did Master Yumu Chun go so far? Even if Ben Duoi was not skilled in goo refinement, he knew that refining immortal goo was not easy. Before refining, one needed to adjust their condition to the peak. They had to calm their mind. They had to research and deduce the immortal goo recipe countless times. But Yumu Chun did not do that. After the refinement path convention ended, he entered True Yang mountain range and traveled in the mountains. He did not rest at all. And he was refining goo here? True Yang mountain range was a very dangerous place. The environment was very important to goo refinement. Even a 3-year-old child knew this. Right now, Ben Duoi was very worried. What if the goo refinement attracted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts? This was not the most troublesome thing. Compared to desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, goo immortals were more threatening. Because of Song Zixing, many goo immortals in True Yang mountain range were searching here, trying to find Song Zixing. On one hand, they could beat him up when he was down. on the other hand, they could complete the mission that the 10 great sects of Central Continent had secretly issued. Yu Mu-chun did not care about Ben Duoyi's worries and nervousness. He had a relaxed expression as he waved his hand. At once, this mountain peak shined with 1,000 rays of light, auspicious clouds and auspicious chi appeared. Winds blew, the grass on the mountain swayed with the wind, the mountain flowers bloomed, emitting the purest fragrance of nature. Central Continent, star-formed blessed land. An hour had already passed. In the huge tortoise shell, the poisonous blood was boiling, emitting loud noises. Above the poisonous blood, a large amount of poisonous chi was coiling, forming a dense pitch-black poisonous fog. As Fan Yuan continued to heat it up, the poisonous fog started to spread, corroding the surrounding grass and flowers, causing them to wither. Fan Yuan did not care about this. He had prepared meticulously, he had already set up layers of goo formations around him. These poisonous chi would not spread out, they would only stay in the surrounding space. 1,000-year bitter shell. Fan Yuan stared at the boiling poisonous blood. He suddenly stretched out an immortal zombie monstrous arm and spread out its huge claw. Here, master! At the next moment, Starform Land Spirit handed the 1,000-year bitter shell to Fan Yuan. To refine change form immortal goo, Starform Land Spirit had become Fan Yuan's free labor. Chapter 867. Bitter shells were hidden in deep water. By eating the sand and rocks in the water, they could melt the sand and turn it into bitter water. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water to make wine. The bitter shell wine that was brewed was bitter and fragrant. It was very unique. In the past, Fan Yuan had obtained a bitter shell. He pried it open and used the bitter water to refine wine, using the bitter wine to refine the liquor worm. Bitter shells were rare. 1,000-year bitter shells were even rarer. They were excellent materials for refining immortal goo. The bitter shell in Fan Yuan's hand was the 1,000-year bitter shell. The shell was pitch black. There were white patterns on it like tree rings. The black and white color was very eye-catching. Fan Yuan's gaze was fixed on the fire under the tortoise shell. As for the 1,000-year bitter shell in his hand, he did not even look at it and threw it in. Refining immortal goo was very important. All immortal materials had to be checked. But Fan Yuan had already checked many times. He could ensure the materials were flawless. Thus, Fan Yuan was refining goo now. He did not need to check the immortal materials while refining goo. He could focus on the intensity of the fire. After the 1,000-year bitter shell was thrown in, the poisonous blood stopped boiling, but the poisonous smoke and gas surged like a black python inside. A strong stench was immediately emitted. Fan Yuan did not move. He carefully sniffed in the stench. Although he was an immortal zombie, he could not smell anything. But with the help of investigative killer moves, he could replace his sense of smell. This stench was indescribable. It was extremely terrible. Fan Yuan felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. But Fan Yuan had to persevere, because this stench was a sign of whether the goo refinement was successful or not, whether the 1,000-year bitter shell had completely melted. Soon, the 1,000-year bitter shell that Fan Yuan threw in completely melted. The black poisonous fog stopped moving. The poisonous blood started boiling again. Fan Yuan threw in a second 1,000-year bitter shell. The third 1,000-year bitter shell. After a total of 12 bitter shells melted, the poisonous fog became extremely thick. The intense stench started to emit a faint fragrance. Fan Yuan's expression became more solemn. Twin ice hearts! The hairy man Ben Duoyi shouted. Although he was only a rank 5 goo master, his refinement path attainment level was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary. Thus, he was very knowledgeable. The moment Yu Mu-chun took out the immortal material, he knew the name of the immortal material. Honda's face was filled with shock. An ice heart the size of a thumb was already an immortal material, but the ice heart that Yu Mu-chun took out was the size of a wash basin. It was not just big. Most importantly, this ice heart had a special appearance. It was made up of 2 heart-shaped pieces of ice connected together. This was the twin ice heart. It was 100 times more precious than an ordinary ice heart. Ordinary ice heart was only a rank 6 immortal material. It could be used to refine rank 6 immortal goo. Twin Ice Heart was an immortal material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. He's the first to take out such a precious immortal material. Clearly, the Twin Ice Hearts were not the main material of the goo refinement, but a supplementary material. Master was really amazing. I wonder what goo he wants to refine. Ben Duo's eyes shone with admiration. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. He even used such a precious material. It showed that Master Yu Mu Chun had made preparations. He did not do it on a whim. But Ben Duo thought, Yu Mu Chun was here, in the wilderness, refining a precious immortal goo in front of everyone. Should he say that Yu Mu Chun had a screw loose in his head? Or that he was too daring? Ben Duo could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger. Soon, strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other. They did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yu Mu Chun was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily. His body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart. The pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yu Mu Chun's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duo, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duo. Hairy men were variant humans. They were different from humans. Or more accurately speaking, they were two different races. Even Fang Yuan did not know about Yu Mu Chun's identity. Like he understood Ben Duo's worries, Yu Mu Chun paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot! Why do we hairy men have the talent for goo refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path down marks since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of goo refinement history, we hairy men have a long history. Our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful. They exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now, the goo refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men. There are many mistakes in this." Yu Mu Chun continued. For example, when humans refine goo, they emphasize on silence. They seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the goo refinement. But they only focus on the present, not the long term. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing goo is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the goo worm. Why does this goo worm need to be fed with such food? Between the goo worm and the food, there are countless goo recipes. As for using goo, it is to experience the down marks on the goo worm. Goo refinement is even more crucial. It is the handling of the down marks. When refining goo, one should be in nature. Because this world was the place with the most down marks. It is like a mother to a baby. Heaven and earth is the best place to refine goo. If we can use the down marks of heaven and earth, in a sense, we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine goo. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine goo. Ben Duo stared with wide eyes. He was tongue-tied. Yu Mu Chun's words were shocking. This was the first time Ben Duo had heard of this theory. It was extremely enlightening. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily. His eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duo, you are learning human goo refinement techniques. Even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. If you want to advance to refinement path Great Grandmaster attainment level, you will need to return to your roots, return to our hairy man goo refinement path. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yu Mu Chun, please be merciful and teach me hairy man goo refinement techniques. Ben Duo shouted excitedly, kowtowing non-stop. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. There is a huge risk in this. It might not help you but harm you instead. I started feeding goo worms when I was 3. When I was 10, I only had to touch goo worms and without any guidance, I could learn what food foreign goo worms needed and how to feed them. When I was 16, I used human methods to refine rank 5 goo, with 10% success. But this was a detour. When I was 22, I realized this and decided to start again. I started refining goo in nature. When I was 138, I had initial success in my natural goo refinement technique. Now that I am 246, my natural goo refinement technique has reached great success. I can comprehend nature, I can understand the astronomical phenomena above and the geography below, I can choose the most suitable place and use the hidden Tao marks of heaven and earth to help me refine goo. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 immortal goo. Rank 7, 1 out of 20. As for rank 8 immortal goo, due to my cultivation level, I have not tried it yet. Hearing this, Ben Duoyi's heart shook intensely. Yu Mu Chun's goo refinement success rate was simply too high. Normally speaking, the success rate of rank 6 immortal goo was less than 1%. The success rate of rank 7 immortal goo was 1 in 1,000. The success rate of rank 8 was 1 in 10,000. And when Yu Mu Chun refined rank 6 immortal goo, he had a 40% success rate. This was 40% success rate. And when refining rank 7 immortal goo, he had 1 success rate in 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the whole world. This was the power of the natural goo refinement technique. But Ben Duoi could tell. To refine such a powerful technique, one had to have talent. Yu Mu Chun's talent was outstanding. When he was 3, he fed goo worms. At 10, he touched foreign goo worms and learned what they ate. This showed that he had already understood the connection between the Tao mark fragments of goo worms and all living beings in the world. When Yu Mu Chun was 16, he used human methods to refine rank 5 goo. When he was 22, he realized this was not his path, he gave up on his abilities and started cultivating again. From this, it could be seen that Yu Mu Chun not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspirations. Secondly, to refine the natural goo refinement technique, he needed a lot of time and resources. Yu Mu Chun only had minor success when he was 138 years old. At 246 years old, he had major success. This required a huge amount of practice and resources. It was unimaginably terrifying. Putting aside talent, just the consumption of resources was unrealistic for someone like Ben Duoi, who was by himself. Goo immortals needed resources. Refinement was even more important for refinement. Without a lot of practice and resources, even goo immortals could not do it well. Most goo immortals were flying masters, but only a few were refinement path masters. Fang Yuan did not have high attainment in refinement path, he only became a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Other than his limited talent and lack of focus on this path, it was also because of the lack of resources. Yu Mu Chun saw that the tornado forest was stabilizing, he started to refine goo. He stood in the air, his hair fluttering in the wind as he grabbed or pulled out immortal materials from his immortal aperture. He selectively tossed these immortal materials into the tornadoes one by one. The tornadoes were sharp wind blades, they quickly turned the immortal materials into powder. Ben Duoi was dumbfounded. Normally speaking, when refining goo worms, every material had to be measured precisely, the time to throw them in, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials. But Yu Mu Chun was very casual, not mentioning the huge tornado forest. His method of handling the immortal materials was extremely crude, he did not care about the quantity of each immortal material at all. He was like a sloppy chef cooking a dish, he would casually add oil here and salt there. If anyone else used this method, Ben Duoi would scoff at it. But Yu Mu Chun used it with an indescribable smoothness and naturalness. Every single one of his actions was extremely ordinary, yet they revealed an indescribable sense of beauty, and they conformed to nature and contained a profound aura. At once, Ben Duoi was petrified, his eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 868. Starform Blessed Land. Demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling, the 3 layers of the goo formation had already been corroded and destroyed. The surrounding ground had turned into a thin layer of poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This goo refinement material was very special, it was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Astral chi was the heaven chi of the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick astral chi wall. If Gu immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the earth chi of the 10 earths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment, in this earthly limit astral chi, the two were in harmony. Not only did they coexist peacefully, they were also transforming into each other. The black mud turned into astral chi, while the astral chi turned into black mud. Fan Yuan waved his hand. This lump of earthly limit astral chi quickly turned turbid. The black mud and astral chi mixed together, forming a lump of gray fog. But if he did not shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down, while the astral chi remained. Black and white would appear again, they would circulate slightly. Dealing with this immortal material is the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only by using the publicly recognized strongest 4 immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, muffled thunderstone drum, and wind grind can I deal with it. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. Fan Yuan had a thought as he stomped on the ground. His body flew into the air. With a light leap, he entered the turtle shell and the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fan Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on the 6 monstrous arms. Then on his chest. Wounds appeared on his back and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell pot seemed to be attracted. It started to enter Fan Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fan Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Fan Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to sense the pain to understand to what extent the immortal materials were processed. Fan Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell continued to mix. It formed a cycle, entering and exiting Fan Yuan's body continuously. After the process stabilized, Fan Yuan swallowed the earthly limit astral energy that he had taken out earlier. With a gulp, he swallowed the earthly limit astral energy into his stomach. This was a unique creation of his previous life, a blood path goo refinement method. He named it the flesh and blood refinement art. The earthly limit's astral energy entered his body and was constantly washed by his blood, slowly dissolving in it. This blood. Then, it flowed out of Fan Yuan's body through his wounds and into the turtle shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the cauldron flowed into Fan Yuan's body through his wounds and washed away the earthly limit's astral energy. As the cycle continued, the earthly limit's astral energy grew at an extremely slow speed. It continued to melt and shrink. On a mountain peak in Truyang mountain range, there was a huge gust of wind. Whistling sounds could be heard. The hairy man Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun suddenly pointed. In the direction of his finger, there were 5 to 6 tornadoes. They started to move closer. When they got close to a certain extent, they suddenly merged into one, forming a huge tornado that howled and rotated. Yu Mu Chun flipped his palm and took out a stone bead like immortal material. With a flick of his finger, this stone bead was shot into the huge tornado. This stone bead was small and inconspicuous. But after it entered the tornado, it emitted an ear-piercing sound. The whistling sound of the tornado was much weaker, and it spun much slower. It was like a strong man who had eaten too much. But as time passed, the tornado spun faster and faster. It was rapidly digesting the bead. 15 minutes later, the tornado completely digested the bead. The entire wind pillar was dyed black and white, alternating between white and black. Earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He blurted out. Yu Mu Chun was a little surprised, he praised. You are quite knowledgeable. To process the earthly limit astral energy bead, the small tornado earlier is not enough. Only a large tornado can do that. Ben Duoi suppressed the shock in his heart. Earthly limit astral energy was already an immortal material that was hard to process. Ben Duoi knew that even if he used all his strength, he would need to spend years to slowly corrode a lump of earthly limit astral energy to refine goo. He was a mortal goo master. To process immortal materials, it would take years. As for the earthly limit astral energy bead, it was a large number of earthly limit astral energy. They were compressed together and condensed into a pure bead. One bead was equivalent to 100 portions of earthly limit astral energy. Earthly limit astral energy beads were very hard. They were hard to process. Even goo immortals needed months or even a year or two to wear down one bead. But Master Yu Mu Chun used such a short time to process one earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duoi suddenly thought of something. His voice trembled. Could it be that Master Yu's refinement path killer move is the legendary wind grind? It should be. Only the 4 legendary refinement path killer moves can process immortal materials to such an extent. That's right, it is wind grind. Yu Mu Chun replied. Ben Duoyi's eyes were burning with passion. This was one of the best methods to process immortal materials, even if he was not a goo immortal and could not use an immortal killer move. Right now, he was filled with envy. He was fantasizing about the day when he could use wind grind to process immortal materials perfectly. How amazing would that be? After the earthly limit astral energy bead was processed, Yu Mu Chun started to throw immortal yuan stones into the countless tornadoes. One by one, the immortal meta stones were thrown into the tornado pillar. Immortal yuan stones were not as hard as the earthly limit astral energy bead. They were grinded into powder by the wind blades, bursting with a dazzling green light. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated. The nearby mountains started to shake. The sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder could be heard. What's going on? Ben Duoi panicked. Looking around, he found that there were traces of light in the surrounding space of the mound he was on. These light traces were down marks. Some were red fire path down marks, some were blue water path down marks. These 2 types of down marks were mostly incomplete. Most of them were earth path and wood path down marks, they were more complete. But most of them were down marks shining with silver light. These were rule path down marks. These down marks were densely packed, but they were not evenly distributed. Some overlapped with each other, they were densely packed. Some were sparse, they were sparse. Ben Duoi found that the place Yu Mu Chun chose to refine goo was the place. It was the place with the highest concentration of rule path Dao marks. This mound looks ordinary, but there is something extraordinary about it. Did Master Yu choose this place to refine goo? Strange, ordinary mountains definitely do not have so many Dao marks. The more Ben Duoi found, the more questions he had. He felt increasingly stifled, because the mountains were shaking more intensely. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker. A storm was brewing, a great calamity was approaching. Even those tornadoes seemed to have stopped, they shrunk in size. Yu Mu Chun raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence and boldness. At this moment, his immortal goo refinement had reached the most crucial step. Come! He suddenly pointed at the sky and the ground. In the sky, lightning flashed. The lightning was like water, it gathered into a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. A giant python made of lightning. It contained yin and yang, it dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, it looked gentle instead. This was slumbering lightning python. One of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. On the ground, the countless tornadoes merged together, quickly forming a single gigantic tornado. The wind pillar was tall, it almost connected heaven and earth. The slumbering lightning python started to move slowly. It descended slowly, coiling around the giant wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling at all. The process of the python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that could shake one's soul. At this time, heaven and earth chi suddenly rose. An intense sense of danger filled Ben Duoyi's mind. Master Yu, what is going on? Why does this look like the records of goo immortals undergoing tribulation? Ben Duoyi screamed. Ah, you guessed right. It is a small problem, Yu Mu Chun said plainly. Small problem? Ben Duoyi's eyes were wide open, his mouth was dry. Star-form blessed land. Fan Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was twisted in pain, his 8 monstrous arms were stabbed into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing heavily. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, he finally got rid of the earthly limit astral chi and fused it into the poisonous blood. The pot of poisonous blood was originally full, but now, less than half was left. The most difficult step is over, land spirit, throw those captives in. Fan Yuan shouted angrily. Starform land spirit quickly agreed. At once, large numbers of living beings like cows, horses, pigs, and dogs were thrown into the poisonous blood. Screams, and roars could be heard. The poisonous blood was extremely thick, it was like a swamp. After these living beings were thrown in, they struggled but they sank even faster. Their blood, flesh, and bones were all dissolved. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough. Fan Yuan urged, his bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil, they only had stubbornness and loyalty. Starform land spirits started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rockmen, snowmen, inkmen, eggmen, feathermen, mermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly, but Fan Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, "More, more!" Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. Ah, spare me! So painful, it hurts so much! I will not let you off even if I become a ghost! Fan Yuan was unmoved, he only paid attention to the Gu refinement progress. An old Gu master was thrown to his side, he struggled to get up. Fan Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood, his fingers were like hooks that grab at the sky. It was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state. It was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200, without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell. It could not even reach Fan Yuan's ankles. Fan Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a Gu from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form immortal Gu, success. Central continent, True Yang mountain range. Ben Duoyi sat on the ground, muttering, I finally passed the tribulation. More than half of the mountain had collapsed. It was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yu Mu Chun kept the refined immortal Gu in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path Gu worm to Ben Duoyi. Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance, it is for you. You can learn the natural Gu refinement method, but if you are not a Gu immortal, you cannot use it to refine Gu. Because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Yu Mu Chun said this as he stepped on the void and left. Ben Duoyi's body shook. He knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, Master, don't worry, I will not let this inheritance down. Chapter 869. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal Gu Starlight. Fan Yuan stood proudly at the top of a Fan Yuan stone nest. He willed and activated Starlight Immortal Gu. Suddenly, a huge pillar of starlight shot out and pierced into the stone nest. Under Fan Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone, it was very gentle. In this stone nest, there were already many Gu formations set up. The moment the pillar of starlight entered, it split into beams of blue starlight, and was guided to the first room of each floor. The hairy men in the first room used their goo worms to absorb the incoming starlight, before processing it. The processed half-finished product was sent to the second room for the second processing. After a total of 7 rooms, star-thought goo were refined one by one. These star-thought goo flowed along the pipes, into the storehouse at the lowest floor of the stone nest. Every time Fan Yuan used starlight, the hairy men in this stone nest could refine goo for days without rest. After using starlight immortal goo, there was a huge amount of starlight. Fan Yuan no longer needed to purchase starlight goo and use it as the main material to refine star-thought goo. Not only did this save a lot of trouble, the cost was also lowered. Although using starlight immortal goo required immortal essence. But if he purchased a huge amount of starlight goo, he would still earn a sum. The cost was quite high. The improved star-thought goo recipe was also safer. Goo refinement was a risky matter. It was not as safe as fighting. Many hairy men got injured or even lost their lives when refining goo. After Fan Yuan sent the starlight goo, he did not leave. He observed for a while. A long while later, he nodded, feeling satisfied. The current star-thought goo recipe. He had already modified it. The hairy men's losses during the goo refinement were much lower than before. Most importantly, the production of star-thought goo was not lower than before. But the modification has already reached its limit. Unless my star path attainment rises in the future, or I find a better star-thought goo recipe. Fan Yuan knew that he did not cultivate star path. His star path attainment was likely to remain at this level for the rest of his life. Maybe in the future, he could explore dream realms and raise his star path attainment. But who knows what will happen in the future? It's a pity that there are on average 10 rooms in this stone nest. 6 of them were unoccupied. If there are enough hairy men, the production of star-thought goo can more than double. Fan Yuan secretly felt that it was a pity. In this refinement of change form immortal goo, not only did he expend the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, he also used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal Yuan stone. As a result, the current Fan Yuan could be said to be penniless. Thus, the problem of hairy men could not be solved for now. Even if he could capture wild hairy men, he would need to spend time and effort to train them, before he could get qualified hairy man slaves to refine goo for him. Fan Yuan naturally did not know how to train wild hairy men into qualified slaves. It was the most convenient method. It was to purchase hairy man slaves from other goo immortals. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan didn't have any extra money at the moment. Even the celestial origin energy in his hand was extremely sparse, only around 10 beads. He had to use it wisely. It could be said that right now, Fan Yuan was in a very weak state. Even if he had the killer move Myriad Self, and 3 star path goo worms. He had obtained several star path immortal killer moves from Star-Lord Wan Xiang. Without enough immortal essence, these killer moves could not be used. As the saying goes, having food in hand. He did not panic. For goo immortals, the so-called food. The most important thing was immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone. Thus, Fan Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate immortal essence. After leaving this stone nest, Fan Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under He Lolan's management. She used her immortal goo strength to provide goo refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of air sac goo were refined, they were loaded with guts goo and sold to Central Continent's forces, to jewel yellow skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining air sac goo was much higher than refining star-thought goo. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Fan Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fan Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of guts goo. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fan Yuan and Feng Kim Hong had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for guts goo increased. Fan Yuan had to increase the production of air sac goo. In a stone nest, Fan Yuan met with He Lulan. He Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, He Lulan asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Gu immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent Gu immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star-form blessed land. Fan Yuan was silent for a while before saying, He Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains. We are both Northern Plains Gu immortals. Once we expose our auras, we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty, he is skilled at escaping, our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in Truyang Mountain Range. How can we find him? You are right. He Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately, these were not easy to make a living. He Lulan wanted to start from scratch. She would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. But once the project was established, it would face market competition. How much she could earn would depend on the situation. He Lulan investigated for a long time. She also asked Fairy Li Shan for guidance. She knew that if she really wanted to develop the project from scratch, she would suffer losses in the early stages, it would be difficult in the middle stages, and if she earned less in the later stages, it would be a burden to her. There was no helping it. She was one of the 10 extreme immortal apertures. Time flowed very quickly. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were even fiercer. After He Lulan's investigation, she found out the only thing that was truly suitable for her was the trade of Gutsgu, a seller's market, a monopoly business. It was unique. Or like the business projects that Fang Yuan plundered in Dongfang tribe's headquarters. Like eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, and others, these resources were already well managed by Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan only needed to take over and choose where to sell them. After discovering this, He Lulan's desire for star-form blessed land deepened. As long as she obtained star-form blessed land, He Lulan would be able to gain a stable footing. After inheriting Star Lord Wanxiang's business, she would be able to be self-sufficient and advance her own cultivation. Fan Yuan did not tell He Lulan that he had already become the owner of star-form blessed land. He liked to keep a secret. The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. It was hard to say if He Lulan would be a friend or foe in the future. Of course, if He Lulan found out about this and asked Fan Yuan could not lie due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Although he could choose not to answer, He Lulan would easily confirm it. He would hide it for as long as he could. This was Fan Yuan's plan. After Yu Mu Chun refined the immortal Gu, he went deep into Truyang Mountain Range. Ever since he parted with Ben Duoi, he used an immortal killer move to conceal his traces. On this day, at noon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous valley. He took out an information path Gu worm and threw it in front of him. The Gu worm vanished like a rock falling into water. Ripples appeared in the air in front of him. The ripples expanded and tore open a long hole, revealing the bloody light inside. Yu Mu Chun did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stepped into the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar space. The spatial crack behind him closed. Yu Mu Chun's vision was filled with bloody light. It was a dark swamp filled with poisonous gas. There were large numbers of corpses scattered in the swamp. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nose. Yu Mu Chun could not help but frown, saying, "Using so much blood sacrifice, it seems your injuries are very serious. Song Zixing, cough cough, there is no helping it. I was lucky to be able to escape with my life. Come in." From the depths of the swamp, Song Zixing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation, as a hairy man Gu immortal, Yu Mu Chun actually had a deep relationship with the number 1 demonic path Gu immortal of Central Continent, Song Zixing. They were very close. Yu Mu Chun walked into the depths of the swamp with familiarity. This was not the first time he had been here, he was very familiar with it. Finally, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zixing, who only had his head and half his chest left, was originally in the blood pool to recover. When Yu Mu Chun arrived, he popped his head out of the blood pool. Seeing Song Zixing, Yu Mu Chun's expression turned grim. With your injuries, you will not be able to participate in the upcoming plan. I just have to give up my life and cultivation level. Song Zixing had a plain expression, he spoke in a carefree tone, he changed the topic. You refined that rule path, Immortal Gu? After expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural Gu refinement method, the Gu refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity, if I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks, it is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance. Yu Mu Chun shook his head, sighing. Chapter 870. Hearing Yu Mu Chun sigh, Song Zixing also sighed. The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight. I estimated that I still had 10 years, to think that I would have to activate it now. These years, we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes, since Fate Immortal Gu was not completely destroyed. It is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it? Yu Mu Chun said. Even Fan Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about Fate's existence. But Yu Mu Chun knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. Oh, right. Yu Mu Chun said whatever he thought of. Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior. I have already given him my refinement path inheritance. Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the Gu Master world. It was like ancient China, people used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them, even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield. They did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities. Even though they were different, they all had the same starting point: to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. They would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation, the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies, they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only described the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth, it was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died. They tried all sorts of methods to find a successor. They did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Yu Mu Chun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Blood Sea and Dong Fong Naganori. Yu Mu Chun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. What kind of grand plan could make this unfathomable refinement path Gu immortal expert do it? There was no hope of survival? What kind of motivation could make him so willing? Even Song Zixing, the first person of the diabolism in Zhongzhou State, who had just escaped with his life, was willing to sacrifice himself for this great plan. Furthermore, Yu Mu Chun actually said in front of Song Zixing that he was going to choose the inheritor of his inheritance. This was not normal. If Song Zixing had ill intentions and secretly went to intercept him, he could easily snatch Yu Mu Chun's inheritance and strengthen himself. And to Yu Mu Chun, now that his background was exposed, he would be countered by Song Zixing. Yu Mu Chun was able to tell Song Zixing such a precious secret like his inheritance. He clearly trusted the latter. This level of trust could be said to be from the bottom of one's heart. Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and had a terrible reputation. How could he gain Yu Mu Chun's trust? Was it his charisma, or was there another reason? I need to make some preparations. Hearing that Yu Mu Chun left behind an inheritance, Song Zixing had an indifferent expression. He did not seem to have any intention of snatching it. Let me show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment, there was a ripple in the blood pool. A blood fetus floated up from the bottom of the pool. The blood fetus was the size of a pony. There was a human figure in the fetus. It was curled up like a sleeping baby. Yu Mu Chun looked at this blood fetus and his pupils shrunk. He said in disbelief. You actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent? Song Zixing laughed, showing a proud expression. Even though I did not collect the complete blood deity immortal Gu recipe, I did collect some remnant blood deity recipes. This blood fetus was created by using blood deity's remnant recipe and Northern Plains blood path methods, as well as my immortal killer move blood demon body separation. The fake body created by blood demon body separation needs to expend immortal essence to maintain its existence. There is a time limit. But this fake body created by this blood fetus does not expend immortal essence. It can last for at least 200 to 300 years. Furthermore, it can cultivate and have independent thoughts. It can cultivate step by step until it becomes an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning? Yu Mu Chun showed a look of understanding. That's right. It doesn't matter if I die. The important thing is for the plan to succeed. If the plan fails, I will have to consider what to do after that. Song Zixing needs to survive. Even if I sacrifice myself, the blood fetus will give birth to a second Song Zixing. Yu Mu Chun looked at the blood fetus, showing an interested expression. Can I research this blood fetus? I seem to have a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research it. But remember, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool, not even for an instant. I know, don't worry. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. Looking at the whole earth Gu in front of him, Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was who immortal blessed land's second whole earth Gu. The first one was connected to Crane Gate, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House was completed. Large numbers of Air Sac Gu carrying Guts Gu were sent to Spirit Affinity House. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan obtained 180 Immortal Yuan stones, solving his urgent problem. Speaking of which, in the competition between Fan Yuan and Feng Kim Hong, the true value was not the Immortal Zombie Revival method that Feng Kim Hong provided, but the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Kim Hong took out the revival method was because he was gambling. Because Fan Yuan was already an immortal zombie, he could not use this method. But she did not know that Fang Yuan still had the first mortal aperture. She wanted to scam Fang Yuan, but she did not manage to do so. With these 180 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to convert half of them into green grape immortal essence. This way, he passed the period of weakness and recovered his battle strength. A day later, he transacted with Crane Gate again, obtaining a huge sum of immortal yuan stones. Crane Gate's attitude was much more amicable than before. Evidently, they were concerned that if they pressured Fang Yuan too much, Fang Yuan might side with Spirit Affinity House. At the same time, Crane Gate wanted to buy the success Dao marks on Fang Yuan. They asked for a high price and asked Fang Yuan to refine a certain rank 6 immortal goo. The immortal goo recipe was given to Fang Yuan for free, and the immortal goo materials were all provided by Crane Gate. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had an endless demand for immortal goo. Towards this request, Fang Yuan tried to evade it. He did not say that he had already used them, he only said that he needed some time to consider it. Crane Gate needed help from Fang Yuan, they naturally had to be more amicable. After completing these 2 transactions, Fang Yuan immediately used the immortal yuan stones he had to buy some hairy man slaves from Jewel Yellow Skies to replenish the goo refinement losses. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. The immortal yuan stones in Fang Yuan's hands had just started to rise, but now, they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had plenty of green grape immortal essence, it was much safer than before. But even if he bought these hairy man slaves, Fang Yuan could only replenish his losses, he could not expand the scale of the next stone nest. Because of the transaction with Spirit Affinity House, the Guts Goo orders had increased by a huge amount. Fang Yuan was using 2 stone nests, it could not satisfy the current market demand. He planned to first accumulate a sum of immortal yuan stones to build a 4th stone nest, and provide hairy man slaves. This was not a small amount of funds. Fang Yuan's 3rd stone nest was funded by He Luan. But with Starform Blessed Land's secret help, Star-Lord Wan Xiang's goo worm businesses were also helping Fang Yuan accumulate immortal yuan stones. This caused the time that Fang Yuan needed to accumulate funds to be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan accumulated immortal yuan stones while using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan successfully fused change form immortal goo into vaguely familiar face. Moreover, with his strength path Grandmaster attainment level, he successfully deduced the rank 5 all-out effort goo's recipe. Different from the ancient goo recipes, the goo recipes that Fang Yuan deduced used goo refinement materials that could be bought easily. All-out effort goo was the vital goo of Fang Yuan's 2nd immortal aperture. It had always been rank 4, its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this goo recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission, that was to refine all-out effort goo. After failing once, all-out effort goo advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort goo to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost, it would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced Small Family Chi Goo's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. Chapter 871. The sky was slightly green, winds that did not stop throughout the year were blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city floated high up in the sky. This was the gathering place of the Feathermen, others called it Sky City, while the Feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers and shouts were resounding in the sky. Most of the Feathermen in the city had gathered at the training field in the city, watching the most important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. Of course, the candidate for the King Feather contest had to be recognized by most of the Feathermen. The Feathermen did not need ruthless criminals, they needed benevolent heroes. Thus, the Feathermen who participated in the King Feather contest had prestige, they had done righteous deeds and made many contributions to Sacred Feather City. Sometimes, the eyes of the masses were sharp. In the history of Sacred Feather City, there were very few vicious and ruthless Feathermen who were elected as kings. Even if there were ruthless ones, There were still 3 supreme feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They were Gu immortals who could control the situation. The huge battle stage had tens of thousands of spectators. Cheers resounded in the sky, and at the center of the battle stage, 2 youngsters were fighting intensely. Yufei, come to your senses. I am the king of Sacred Feather City, WW plus WW. Son, I will inherit the throne and protect the glory of my Dan surname. A tall and muscular featherman youngster with shiny golden hair sent his opponent flying time and time again. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the Feathermen. From the current situation, it could be seen that the handsome Featherman Prince had the upper hand. He was flying in the sky. He had rank 5 cultivation level and was constantly using goo worms. He was using long-range attacks. And his opponent was a Featherman youngster with short black hair. He was thin and weak. He was sprinting on the ground, rolling and dodging the Featherman Prince's attacks. Dan Yu! Dan Yu! The spectators were shouting the Featherman Prince's name. The voices were getting louder and louder. The situation was very clear. The prince, Dan Yu, had the absolute advantage, while his opponent, Yufei, could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. Yufei was covered in dust. Battered and exhausted, he rolled on the ground like a mouse, trying to escape. Dan Yu, on the other hand, was high and mighty. His attacks were light and heavy, which was more in line with the expectations the audience had for the new Featherman King. You want me to admit defeat? That's impossible. I, Yufei, am the man destined to become the Featherman King. Suddenly, Yufei shouted loudly and erupted with power. His legs stomped hard on the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow. He shot towards Dan Yu. What? You actually still have strength left. Dan Yu hurriedly retreated. Yufei jumped into the air and was about to get close to Dan Yu. However, after Dan Yu cautiously distanced himself, he could only descend helplessly. Yufei, I broke your wings and you are still waiting for an opportunity to retaliate? Dan Yu looked at Yufei, who was falling down, and felt a lingering fear. He sneered mockingly. Unexpectedly, Yufei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. It's not over yet. Look at my killer move, balloon inflation. The next moment, Yufei opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. In almost an instant, large amounts of air were sucked into his stomach, his entire body swelled up, turning into a human balloon. Yufei's balloon started to rise into the air. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yufei suddenly turned into a balloon. It was truly comical. Even Dan Yu was stunned for a moment before relaxing. It really is your style, Yufei. But you can't become the new king of the Feathermen just by playing around. Lose, killer move, strong blade wind slash. Dan Yu's eyes shined with sharp light. He raised his arms and slashed in the air. 2 translucent blade-shaped wind blades slashed towards Yufei with incredible speed. Yufei was still rising slowly. Many of the audience gasped. They had watched the battle for a long time and were very clear about the power of the strong blade wind slash. If these 2 wind blades landed, Yufei's stomach would definitely be cut open and he would be heavily injured. But right at this moment, Yufei, who was in danger, had a strange light in his eyes. He saw a fleeting opportunity. He suddenly opened his mouth as an intense chi current shot out of his body, giving him great propulsion. Yufei's speed increased as he shot towards Dan Yu. This is... Dan Yu was pale with fright. Yufei's body rapidly shrunk as he nimbly passed through the space between the 2 strong blade wind slashes. Dan Yu wanted to retreat, but his speed was slower than Yufei. What do you think you can run to? If you are a man, fight me with your fists. We will fight for 300 rounds. Yufei shouted. His body continued to spin in the air as his legs touched Dan Yu's body. Killer move, coiling old tree roots. Yufei shouted in his mind as his legs suddenly turned soft, coiling around Dan Yu's waist like old tree vines. Dan Yu could not break free. He subconsciously activated his defensive goo worms. Killer move, crane crossing neck. Yufei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head. His long neck coiled around Dan Yu's neck like a metal chain as he tightened his grip. His sharp beak pierced towards Dan Yu at lightning speed. Clang! The beak pierced Dan Yu's forehead, but sparks burst out. It was like he had pierced a tough steel wall. Even though Dan Yu was not injured, he suffered a heavy blow. The pain was unbearable and he felt dizzy. Killer move, 6-9 Great Windmill. Yu Fei saw the chance and his head turned back to its original shape. Using the recoil force to move backwards, his head was buried in between Dan Yu's legs, causing Dan Yu's body to spin in the air. The two's bodies were tightly coiled together. Like a windmill, they rapidly approached the ground. The feather men spectating the battle erupted in screams and screams. But Dan Yu was hit by the killer move. His entire body was spinning. His mind was in chaos. He was dizzy and could not react at all. When he was about to reach the ground, Yu Fei retreated. Only Dan Yu was left. He smashed towards the ground. With a loud sound, his head landed on the ground unluckily. The tiles of the battle stage were sent flying as his head pierced into the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire place fell into silence. They were all stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events. Only Yu Fei's heavy breathing could be heard. A long while later, the Featherman elder in charge swallowed his saliva as he shouted, "The victor is Yu Fei, he is our clan's new king! Yay! I finally became the Featherman king, I succeeded!" Yu Fei raised his arms as he shouted excitedly. The audience reacted. First, they broke into applause. Then, someone shouted, "Yu Fei! Yu Fei!" The voices calling Yu Fei's name became louder as more people joined in. Soon, the entire battle stage, no, the whole of Sacred Feather City was filled with the cheers of Yu Fei, Yu Fei. Ha 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 ha! The young Yu Fei placed his hands on his waist as he raised his head and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he grimaced as he touched the wings on his back, breathing in deeply. So painful, so painful. On the other side, the unconscious Dan Yu was pulled out of the ground by the healing Gu masters. He was saved in time. Deep inside Sacred Feather City, 3 Featherman Gu immortals were half asleep, communicating with their consciousness. This generation's Featherman King. He looks quite unique. He is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard he is very ambitious. He wants to expand our Featherman empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should become more stable. The 3 Gu immortals conversed casually. If this was the past, the new Featherman King had already been elected. He would bring a new atmosphere to the peaceful Sacred Feather City. If there were no accidents, Yu Fei would rule the Feathermen of Sacred Feather City for hundreds of years. But at the next moment, something that the Feathermen did not expect happened. Boom! The entire Sacred Feather City was shaking amidst the earth-shattering explosion. The Feathermen in the city screamed as they flew up. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his footing and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. Look, this! The Feathermen who saw this were the first to notice something amiss. They pointed at the sky but stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads and were shocked to find that above their heads, there was a huge crack in the green sky. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman Gu immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting instructions to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a strong enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm, defend our homeland. Gu Masters, get to your positions, take the formation cores and activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic, it was in chaos. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. They lived a peaceful life. It was like a paradise. Their defenses were lax, and with the new king, the soldiers and civilians could not react properly. Everyone, why have you come uninvited? Please leave. We Feathermen do not fight recklessly, we love peace, but that does not mean we have no battle strength. The 3 Featherman Gu immortals had solemn expressions as they warned the invading enemies. The invaders were silent, most of them looked at their leader. This Gu immortal leader was a thin old man. He was barefooted as he stood in the air. His head was wrapped in a white bandage, His forearms and calves were also wrapped in white bandages. The old Goo Immortal had a deep gaze as he looked at the 3 Featherman Goo Immortals, before looking at Sacred Feather City behind them. "Begin the attack," the old Goo Immortal said plainly. "Yes, Lord White Sea Shadow," the other Goo Immortals replied. An intense battle erupted. There were only 3 Featherman Goo Immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6, even though they were strong, they could not compare to the invaders. The battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. 1 Featherman Goo Immortal died and 2 were injured. They could only rely on Sacred Feather City to defend. Sacred Feather City was a huge Immortal Goo house. Because of the power of the Immortal Goo house, they could barely resist the attacks of White Sea Shadow's group. Chapter 872. Rumble. The explosions had been going on for 3 days and 2 nights. The attacks from White Sea Shadow's group had never stopped since the beginning. Countless mortal killer moves mixed with immortal killer moves landed on the Immortal Goo house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City trembled incessantly. More than half of the soldiers and civilians in the city had already died, and despair was spreading. "Failure is inevitable, let's break out," the Featherman Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong suggested. "Sacred Feather City has already been locked down by the enemy. Without this Immortal Goo house, how can we break out?" Another Featherman Goo Immortal, Jingling, asked. Sacred Feather City had 3 Goo Immortals. Now that one had died, only rank 7 Goo Immortal Xingling and rank 6 Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong were left. "Lord Jingling, the situation is urgent. I have to speak frankly." Zhou Zhong had a solemn expression on his face. "The reason why Sacred Feather City was previously trapped was because you were unwilling to give up on this piece of land. That was why the enemy had time to set up a trap. Now, if you don't cut off your wrists and make a prompt decision, you will be killed. I'm afraid our lives will end here. I'm not afraid of dying in battle, but the tens of thousands of innocent people in the city will also die. Even if the enemies spare their lives, they will train them into slaves and make them work for the humankind." When Jingling heard these words, he finally came to a realization. He looked at Zhou Zhong with tears in his eyes. "You're right, I was foolish." Zhou Zhong consoled him. "Sir, I can understand your decision. After all, this is the world of the human race. There is no place for us mutants to live. This world was a fragment world of green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens, isolated from the rest of the world. This was a paradise, and he couldn't give it up easily. But we won't give up now. I have to give up too." Jingling furrowed his brows. "Now that Sacred Feather City is also under control, we need to escape with the people in the city. There's only one way." Zhou Zhong immediately expressed his support. "That's right, let's use that immortal killer move Heaven's Wish." Thus, an hour later, the remaining Feathermen were summoned and gathered around the training grounds. "I wish for my Feathermen to survive. I'm willing. The Feathermen of my race will be free. I wish for our Feathermen to have a world." Tens of thousands of Feathermen roared in unison. Under Zhou Zhong and Jingling's combined efforts, the entire Sacred Feather City started to shine with a pure white light. At first, the light was only 5 to 6 feet, but it quickly climbed higher and higher until it reached 7 to 8 feet. "Lord White Sea Shituro, the enemy seems to be making a big move. Are we not going to destroy it?" the female Goo Immortal Tang Yanran asked. "It's fine. I had already anticipated this situation. I only want this Immortal Goo house. They can't be taken away," White Sea Shadow explained faintly before ordering the others. "Don't stop attacking, just maintain the status quo. Don't disturb them, just let them escape." Northern Plains, tied by blessed land. The sky was as blue as crystal, and the earth was as wild as Yellowstone. Accompanied by Tai Bai Yinxing, Fang Yuan took a tour of this excellent blessed land. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come to Tai Bai Blessed Land. However, he was accompanied by Tai Bai Yinxing. This was the first time. Only when the Goo Immortal's immortal aperture is placed in the world would the Goo Immortal's main body enter the immortal aperture to control the situation. Normally, the immortal aperture was inside the Goo Immortal's body. when the immortal aperture landed in the outside world. The immortal aperture contained the Gu immortal. Gu immortals and their immortal aperture were one. When the immortal aperture is in the outside world, the Gu immortal cannot leave the immortal aperture. Go to the outside world. Tai Bai Blessed Land itself was a top-grade blessed land with a vast area. It covered an area of more than 7 million acres. Time path resources were extremely abundant. A day in the outside world. This was the 33 heavens. Of course, after Tai Bai Blessed Land landed, it absorbed the heaven and earth chi of the outside world and established a connection with northern plains. The flow of time had slowed down. There were only 12 days left. Tai Bai Paradise had been managed well by Tai Bai Yunxing. There was no need to mention the float ball tea grass in the air or the flock of jade peak birds among the tea grass. In the sky, there were already large patches of Tiankui clouds. Flowers grew in the clouds and sparrows soared. Tai Bai Yunxing had already started to establish the third economic pillar. His first source of income was landscape as before. It repaired blessed lands for Gu immortals and restored the outside world of the 5 regions. This was Tai Bai Yunxing's biggest source of income. Not only could he increase his wealth, he could also expand his network. Basically, it could be compared to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's second source of income was float ball tea grass. Every season, Tai Bai Blessed Land would produce a large amount of float ball tea grass. These tea grass would be sold to Eastern Sea's market by Tai Bai Yunxing. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai Bai Yunxing had already entered the market. But this business was very competitive. It had low profits but high turnover. Often, a season's profits could not even compare to the remuneration that Tai Bai Yunxing received from helping other Gu immortals repair their immortal apertures. I intend to use Luck Path Mortal Gu as my third source of income. The sparrows have already migrated over 100,000 sparrows. The sparrows have parasites on them. Large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal Gu will be produced from these parasitic worms. But now, it will depend on this earthly calamity. If it passes smoothly and increases the number of Cloud Path down marks in my blessed land, that would be the best. Tai Bai Yunxing stated his expectations to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, the resources in his blessed land were not moved out. It was to draw out the earthly calamity that was related to it, and after the earthly calamity, Tai Bai Blessed Land would gain more Cloud Path Dao marks. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Earlier, when Fa Yuan underwent tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he moved out all of his precious resources and welcomed the Blood Path Earthly Calamity, increasing the number of Blood Path Dao marks in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fan Yuan did not move these resources away, the earthly calamity might change and form other earthly calamities. For example, Fire Path Dao marks that were beneficial to eerie fire dragon pythons, Wisdom Path Dao marks that were beneficial to regretful spiders, Water Path Dao marks that were more beneficial to dragonfish, and so on. If these Dao marks increased, it would be very beneficial to the related resources. But there were disadvantages to this. When an earthly calamity occurs, these precious resources would often suffer heavy losses. In other words, it was to lose current benefits in exchange for long-term gains. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities might not go as one wished. This was only a possibility. Fan Yuan might not have moved these resources away. It would still be the blood begonia earthly calamity. If that was the case, his losses would be huge. After all, this was heaven's will. It was impossible to fathom it. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing did not move these resources away because he wanted to draw out the Cloud Path earthly calamity. Whether he could succeed or not, Fan Yuan had no confidence, he consoled. In this tribulation, I have already used the immortal killer move Time Aid Luck on you. Who knows, you might get what you want. Speaking of which, Time Aid Luck immortal killer move, during this period of time, Fan Yuan had modified it slightly. Using the light of wisdom, he had modified it slightly. Right now, Fan Yuan was gradually experiencing the huge effect of Wisdom Gu. Even though he could only use the light of wisdom, just this point alone had a huge effect on his cultivation. Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly sensed something. his expression changed. The earthly calamity is here. The whole of Tai Bai Yunxing started to shake slightly. Large amounts of earth chi were moving, small amounts of heaven chi were falling down. A burst of profound light suddenly exploded. From the profound light came the call and prayers of countless people. I wish my clan's feather men to survive. I wish my clan's feather men to have freedom. I wish my clan's feather men to have heaven and earth. The profound light faded. In the western part of the blessed land, tens of thousands of feather men appeared. What earthly calamity is this? At once, even Fan Yuan was in a daze. He had never seen such a strange earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing fell into deep thought. Where is this place? The feather man Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong quickly looked around with a vigilant expression. After using the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, a strong force moved all the feather men in Sacred Feather City. They teleported out, leaving behind an empty Sacred Feather City. White Sea Shadua had great foresight. Without much effort, he successfully took over this immortal Gu house. Looking at Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flying over, the feather man Gu Immortal Jingling's expression changed. Oh no! This is a human Gu Immortal's immortal aperture blessed land! We have been treated as an earthly calamity and descended here. Zhou Zhong also had a shocked expression. How can this be? Won't we still have to face Gu Immortal enemies? There are only 2 rank 6, and one of them is a bottom-tier immortal zombie. What are you afraid of? Jingling laughed loudly. If we kill them, we can obtain this place. Heavenly Wish, although this place is inferior to the original Green Heaven Fragment world, it is enough for our clan to survive. But it is enough for our clan to survive. Attack! Jingling said as he flew up. He was thousands of steps away from Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing when he pushed with his palms. Whoosh! Winds howled as a thick wind wall formed, pressing down on Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. This was an immortal killer move. Jingling was venting his anger. He could not get back at White Sea Shadow. He vented his anger on Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Seeing the wind wall pressing down, Fan Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunxing behind him as he snorted in disdain. Petty tricks. Myriad Self-First Style, Giant Hand. Rumble. The Strength Path Giant Hand smashed through the wind wall, shattering it to pieces. Moreover, its momentum did not decrease as it continued to crush towards Jingling and Zhou Zhong's expressions changed. They looked at Fan Yuan's giant hand like they had seen a ghost. What? A mere bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie actually has rank 7 battle strength. The 2 Featherman Gu immortals knew that they had met their match. Jingling had a bitter expression on his face. If he was in his normal state, he would not be afraid of an opponent like Fan Yuan. But now, after the intense battle with White Sea Chateau and the rest, his battle strength had fallen greatly. Not to mention the rank 6 Zhou Zhong. His situation was even worse than his. Wait, we can talk this out. I acted rashly earlier. I have offended you, please forgive me. Zheng Ling shouted. We have our difficulties, we had no choice but to enter your blessed land. He shouted for them to wait, but Fan Yuan moved even faster. Not just that, he even activated 5 Strength Path Giant Hands that he had comprehended and attacked. Chapter 873. The Featherman Gu Immortal Xingling's expression turned ugly. Sir, do you think you have us under your thumb? Why must you be so overbearing? It is not easy for your immortal aperture to develop. Wouldn't it be a pity if all these resources are destroyed in battle? Are you threatening me? Fan Yuan's bloodshot eyes shined with a fierce light. Of course not, but I am speaking the truth, isn't that right? Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong said. Fan Yuan laughed loudly in his heart. If other Gu Immortals were threatened like this, they would have to be cautious. These 2 Featherman Gu Immortals might really succeed. However, the person they encountered was Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing had immortal Gu landscape as before. It was the best way to deal with this threat. The 2 Featherman Gu Immortals did not know about landscape as before, that was why they said this. According to Fan Yuan's intentions, he wanted to leave the 2 Featherman Gu Immortals alive. But this was Tai Bai Blessed Land's tribulation, it was not Fan Yuan's decision. And Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person, he had a kind and gentle nature. Thus Fan Yuan did not speak, he looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. The two Featherman Gu immortals also looked at Tai Bai Yunxing, waiting for his response. The mortal Feathermen looked at the sky with deep respect, looking at the four figures floating in the sky. Earlier, when Fan Yuan talked to the Feathermen, they were loud, so these mortal Feathermen could hear them. Tai Bai Yunxing's decision would greatly affect the fate of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. Some Feathermen were already praying silently, some were gritting their teeth, some were groaning in pain. Yu Fei, who had just ascended to the Featherman throne. He clenched his fists, staring at the sky with all his might. He was a commoner. He was not like the original Prince Dan Yu, he did not have much knowledge. This was the first time he was seeing Gu immortals. While he was shocked, he also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Tai Bai Yunxing had been in deep thought ever since the Feathermen appeared. The Feathermen disaster, Tai Bai Yunxing did not expect. These intelligent beings could communicate with each other. If Tai Bai Yunxing released these Feathermen, then the earthly calamity would be over. If he did not let them go and fought in his immortal aperture, he might be able to recruit these Feathermen. However, the risks and losses of the battle were difficult to estimate in a short time. No matter what he chose, it was a big decision. Just as Fan Yuan expected, Tai Bai Yunxing was somewhat indecisive. At this moment, he could not make up his mind. Seeing Fan Yuan looking at him, he also looked back, using his eyes to ask for Fan Yuan's opinion. Of course! Fan Yuan replied immediately. It was resolute and decisive. You have the immortal Gu landscape as before, you are not afraid of your immortal aperture being destroyed. The only thing that was lost was the sky full of float ball tea grass, sky chief clouds, and other resources. If these resources are destroyed, immortal Gu landscape as before cannot be restored. But during this tribulation, you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses. Your main source of wealth is landscape as before, the gains from these resources are small, even if you lose them all, there is no harm in starting over. There are tens of thousands of these Feathermen, they can all be trained as slaves. There are tens of thousands of these Feathermen, they can all be trained as slaves. Feathermen have innate cloud path Dao marks. They are good at flying, the elites of the Feathermen are almost all flying masters. But these two Featherman Gu immortals, they cannot be left alive. Even if they do not cultivate cloud path, killing them will give you a lot of cloud path Dao marks to add to your blessed land. Isn't this what you want? This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two Featherman Gu immortals were injured, they did not seem to have any way to escape. As long as Tai Bai Yunxing did not open the entrance, these Feathermen would be trapped. Once these two Featherman Gu immortals were killed, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai Blessed Land. This was a very rare situation. The Gu immortals who died would leave behind their immortal apertures. To turn the immortal aperture into a blessed land, it would need to absorb heaven and earth chi. Like back then, when Fan Yuan took away Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse, he went deep into Earth Abyss and placed the blessed land there. But when the blessed land was placed, it absorbed a large amount of earth chi. A small amount of heaven chi was extracted, causing an intense earthquake in Earth Abyss. If the Featherman Gu immortals died in battle, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai Blessed Land. They would need to absorb heaven and earth chi to turn it into a blessed land. But Tai Bai Blessed Land was different from the 5 regions. It was controlled by Tai Bai Yunxing. Heaven and earth chi could not be extracted easily. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a blessed land, what would happen? There were clear records in history that in such a situation, the immortal aperture would be destroyed, all the resources inside would be destroyed along with the immortal aperture. But the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would remain, fusing into the outside world. The outside world here was Tai Bai Blessed Land. As mentioned earlier, Dao marks were extremely precious, the cost of obtaining them was extremely high. Even if Tai Bai Yunxing destroyed the blessed land, if he could inherit all of the Dao marks of these two Featherman Gu immortals, this deal would definitely be profitable. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, before adding, "Old Bai, don't tell me you are soft-hearted and want to give up this fat piece of meat that is already in your mouth?" Tai Bai Yunxing had a stern expression. He made up his mind and transmitted, "Don't worry. Variant human feather men are not pure humans. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Then let's fight and kill them. As for these featherman captives, I will treat them well." After the discussion, he was about to make a move, but Fang Yuan transmitted secretly to stop him. "Wait. This is a rare opportunity. How can we fight just like that? Let me test it out a little more." How could Tai Bai Yunxing not know Fang Yuan's cunning? He immediately said, "Then I will have to trouble you, Fang Yuan." The secret conversation between the two only lasted for a short period of time. Fang Yuan looked at the two Featherman Gu immortals, saying hypocritically, "It is not impossible to let you go. But you have to keep these Feathermen mortals as our slaves." The Gu immortals of both sides did not conceal their conversation. Fang Yuan's words immediately caused a huge uproar among the tens of thousands of Feathermen on the ground. "What? They actually want us to become their slaves? Losing my freedom is like losing my wings. No, even if I die, I will not become a slave of the human race. Don't be afraid, we also have Gu immortal ancestors. They definitely won't abandon us juniors." "Impossible!" The two Featherman Gu immortals' expressions changed as they denied it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The mutant tribe. Purebred humans were usually more united. Dong Fang Naganori harming his own tribesmen for his own gains was basically impossible among variant humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, they had the most intelligence and many thoughts. In contrast, variant humans had lower intelligence and pure thoughts, they did not have as many evil thoughts as humans. Of course, this was also related to the overall situation of the races. Currently, humans ruled over the 5 regions. They were the strongest. Variant humans had a hard time surviving, they were ostracized and suppressed by humans. There were few variant human tribes that could control precious resources. No matter which region, there were variant human slaves for sale, there were huge markets for them. In the overall situation of the races, humans had the absolute advantage, while variant humans were the weakest. They were the weakest group. If they wanted to survive, they needed to stick together and support each other to resist the external pressure. Thus, the other party's 2 Gu immortals were not willing to give up on the mortal Feathermen, they had a firm attitude. Fang Yuan had expected this. Moreover, he deeply understood the determination of these 2 immortals. Fang Yuan quickly transmitted. Tai Bai Yunxing showed an expression of anger, as if he was offended. He repeated Fang Yuan's words. "Humph! You group of feathermen barged into my blessed land for no reason, this is an invasion. Not only did you invade, you attacked us and even threatened us, and now you want to leave? Humph, how can we let you off without paying a price? Of course, you can also bring these feathermen to fight your way out. As long as you are strong enough, we will admit defeat. Otherwise, I will deal with you any time." How could these 2 Featherman Gu immortals have such ability? If they did, why would they need to use words to negotiate with Fang Yuan? Even though they could still use the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. But now, without the protection of immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City, Heaven's Wish expended a lot of immortal essence, and also needed a long time to activate. In this situation, they could not replicate their earlier feat of escaping. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong had to emphasize the importance of immortal apertures to Gu Immortals. If they really fought now, it would not be good for either side. If the 2 of us were to avoid the battle and focus on attacking your blessed land, you would not be able to survive. At a certain point, the blessed land will be destroyed and the winds of assimilation will be triggered. It will not be easy to resolve the situation, Zhou Zhong said with an obvious threat. They did not know about landscape as before. With landscape as before, wherever the blessed land was destroyed, it could be repaired. It would not be destroyed to the point of triggering the winds of assimilation. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Tai Bai Yunxing was furious. "You dare to threaten me? Let's fight. What are you afraid of? Do you think I am a coward? I can deal with you any time. He looked like he was old but young at heart. He had a fiery temperament and wanted to fight. Fan Yuan, on the other hand, showed an expression of holding back, but he still did not relent and wanted to negotiate. Seeing him like this, the two Featherman Gu immortals felt hope of leaving peacefully. After arguing for a long time, Ling finally gave in. He said that he could compensate Fan Yuan's side with a considerable amount of immortal Yuan stone. The two of them, Zhou Zhong was the good guy while Ling was the bad guy. They had a tacit understanding. Fan Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing rolled his eyes. How could this immortal Yuan stone compare to the value of tens of thousands of feather men? Fight, fight, I can deal with them any time. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's tacit understanding did not lose to the other two. On the ground, the feather men were in a commotion. They were angry and helpless. This was the cruel world, the sorrow of the weak. Yu Fei shouted at the sky. Enough! Even if we die, we will not become lowly slaves! This feeling of being discussed like livestock, of being used as a bargaining chip, was truly terrible. Shut up! Do not provoke existences like Gu immortals for no reason. You are the new Featherman King, you need to consider the entire race. You are mocking Gu immortals like this, are you trying to drag our race into the abyss? Dan Yu scolded. Damn it, damn it! Yu Fei gritted his teeth, his fists were clenched so tightly that his veins were bulging, but he listened to Dan Yu's scolding and fell into silence. To Yu Fei, the rise and fall of fate was too fast, it was too sudden. He, who aspired to become the Featherman King, had already achieved his life's dream. But his grand and lofty goal was now like a speck of dust. Gu immortals were simply too strong for mortals. No matter how hot-blooded they were, no matter how much they fought, they could not surpass that gap in strength. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 874. Ling suggested compensating the immortal Yuan stone, but Tai Bai Yunxing rejected it, but Fan Yuan pretended to think. We want Featherman slaves, but you only want to compensate the immortal Yuan stone. This is an irreconcilable conflict. How about this? Let's take a step back and use strength to speak. Tai Bai Yunxing had a firm attitude, showing the appearance of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had already shouted the slogan, I will take care of you in minutes. If Shark Demon and the rest who knew Tai Bai Yunxing's character were here, they would definitely think that this Tai Bai Yunxing was an imposter. Xingling and Zhou Zhong glanced at each other. The battle maniac Tai Bai Yunxing was not easy to talk to, but it seemed that the immortal zombie Fan Yuan had the upper hand. The two Featherman Gu immortals did not find this strange, because Fan Yuan had already displayed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two secretly transmitted and discussed. They felt Fan Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Bai Yunxing, and was also more rational. He is an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence. He is even more careful. We need to make use of this mentality of his. But it seems that this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man is not young, he has a bad temper. It seems that his battle strength cannot be underestimated. We need to be careful. Forget it, the current situation is better than him. Let's listen to this immortal zombie's suggestion. The two Featherman Gu immortals analyzed seriously. They even seemed to have a clear and logical explanation. But they were completely unaware that they had walked into Fan Yuan's meticulous trap. Please speak. After the discussion, Zhou Zhong said to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan continued, the world of Gu immortals is all about benefits. Strength speaks. Let's do 10 duels. If we win, please give us 10% of the Feathermen. If we lose the bet, then we can only accept a sum of immortal Yuan stone as compensation. Zhou Zhong was unwilling and shouted, no matter who wins or loses, you're both at an advantage. Fan Yuan smiled faintly but did not respond. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately shouted, what's with the noise? If he wasn't willing, he could just beat him up. This old man's fists are itching right now. I'll take care of you in a minute. If you dare to attack my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal feather men first. At most, we'll just break up. Who's afraid of who? He looked like a reckless and warlike fool. Zhou Zhong and Jingling turned a deaf ear to him, looking like they didn't want to argue with him. The two of them began to communicate telepathically again. They began to discuss. Fang Yuan put pressure on him at the right time. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can only go to war. These words caused the hearts of the two Featherman immortals to skip a beat. The two of them were well aware of the current situation. Sacrifices were unavoidable. The most sensible response now was to minimize the losses as much as possible. Eventually, Zheng Ling nodded and agreed to the bet. But there was a prerequisite: they had to use the information path immortal killer move they had, which was equivalent to Mountain Pledge Gu. They had to set an agreement to bind both sides. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fan Yuan's side could no longer make things difficult for the Feathermen. No matter what, they had to open the door and let everyone leave safely, without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. The depth of their foundation was truly out of Fan Yuan's expectations. First, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong went up for the first duel. On Fan Yuan's side, Tai Bai Yunxing was sent to fight. The latter was full of fighting spirit. He had an excited and bloodthirsty expression as he shouted, "Come, I'll take care of you in a minute." Zhou Zhong was truly intimidated by this attitude. He was a variant human after all. His intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zhou Zhong had misgivings. He did not want to sacrifice his tribesmen. He did not want any of the Feathermen to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus, he chose the thing he was most proficient in, the duel. What, you only want to compete in flying speed? Tai Bai Yunxing was surprised. According to the agreement, we will decide what the duel is. Are you going to renege on it? Humph, I'll do as you say. Tai Bai Yunxing was very annoyed. This duel had no suspense at all. Tai Bai Yunxing only had a mortal killer move for flying. But the other party not only had wings, he also had an immortal killer move that focused on movement. After witnessing such a result, the Feathermen on the ground cheered enthusiastically. After all, this concerned their fate, freedom or enslavement. They were naturally very anxious about the outcome of each duel. Here's an immortal Yuan stone. Zhou Zhong laughed loudly. He threw over a dozen immortal Yuan stone to Tai Bai Yunxing in high spirits. Tai Bai Yunxing received it with a gloomy expression, but internally, he was very impressed with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan is really good at scheming. The other party clearly paid the immortal Yuan stone, but he is so happy as if he gained a huge advantage. I am inferior. In the first duel, Fan Yuan's side lost. In the second duel, Fan Yuan went up. In view of Fan Yuan's rank 7 battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger Gu Immortal Zheng Ling to fight. Fan Yuan suggested, "Let's compete in speed as well." Zheng Ling's expression froze, but he nodded in agreement. In this duel, Fan Yuan quickly lost. Zheng Ling also had an immortal killer move. His speed was twice as fast as Zhou Zhong's. And Fan Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. They were all desolate beast wings. But in this duel, he did not activate Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu. He had no hope of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel. In duels after duels, Fan Yuan's side lost continuously, while the two Featherman Gu Immortals won continuously. The duel was one-sided. Fan Yuan's and Tai Bai Yunxing's expressions became more unsightly. The two Featherman Gu Immortals, on the other hand, were becoming more confident. They had gradually realized that the two opposite them were all bark and no bite. They were mostly bluffing. Like the immortal zombie Fan Yuan, he was only at rank 7 in terms of offense. He only relied on mortal killer moves and his immortal zombie body for defense. He had recovery and healing methods, but it was limited to the immortal zombie body's recovery ability. He did not have immortal killer moves for movement, investigation, and so on. And Tai Bai Yunxing was arrogant. He was very arrogant. But his actual battle strength was too horrible to look at. They both used mortal killer moves. The two Featherman Gu Immortals. They felt like they had been deceived. So these two are so useless. If I had known earlier, we would have fought directly. Sigh, humans have always been the best at scheming. We have already used information path immortal killer moves to restrict our movements. We can only leave this place and cannot attack anymore. Think about it, we were also frightened by that group of human goo immortal invaders earlier. With our Sacred Feather City's foundation, we can surpass most human goo immortals. The two people in front of him should be considered as outstanding. They are still not our match. Just like this, the two Featherman goo immortals won 9 duels in a row. There was only one duel left. Regardless of the result of this duel, after it ended, Fan Yuan's side would not be able to stop these Feathermen due to the agreement. They could only let them leave safely. On the ground, cheers of victory could already be heard. The new generation Featherman King Yufei had a much better expression. His eyes were shining brightly. Looking at the two Featherman Gu immortals, another grand goal appeared in his mind. I have decided. Only by becoming a Gu immortal can I be considered a true man. I must become a Gu immortal, even if I do not become a Featherman King. I must become a Gu immortal. Fan Yuan took a step forward, his voice turning cold. This is the final duel, all 4 of us will participate. Let's have a battle of offense and defense. I will attack, you defend, then I will attack. The other can only use healing methods. If either side cannot persevere, it will be considered a loss. Jingling and Zhou Zhong looked at each other. They both frowned, realizing that something was amiss. Fan Yuan had designed the duel rules like this. He was clearly trying to make use of all their advantages. But Jingling and Zhou Zhong were restricted by the agreement. They could not directly object to this duel, they could only accept it. This way, this will be the most difficult duel among the 10 duels. This is the final duel. After we win, we can protect all the Feathermen and leave safely. The two Featherman Gu immortals transmitted to each other before agreeing to the duel. Sir, please make your move. Jingling also took a step forward, saying. Fan Yuan did not speak. He was 1,000 steps away from Jingling. He stretched out his hand towards the other party. Rumble! A strength path giant hand tore through the air, grabbing towards Jingling ruthlessly. Jingling suppressed his intention to dodge. He gritted his teeth and activated a defensive killer move. A layer of phantom light armor shone around him. The armor was lifelike. It blocked the strength path giant hand. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. He had seen this phantom light armor in the 4th duel. It was a light path immortal defensive method. He blocked it. Zhou Zhong shouted happily. Next, it is time for us to attack. Fan Yuan snickered. Sir, you are coming to a conclusion so quickly, isn't it a bit too early? My attack is not explosive power, it is endurance. My attack is not over yet. No matter. Sir, go ahead and attack. Jingling said solemnly. In the previous duel, Fan Yuan had also attacked. Jingling felt that this myriad self-giant hand could completely block it. But at the next moment, when Fan Yuan revealed a sinister smile, Jingling's expression changed. It turned out that Fan Yuan had been concealing his strength earlier, only activating one core immortal goo. But this time, he activated all of his core immortal goo. The strength path giant hand crushed the light path defensive method until it gave off a creaking sound. Oh no! If this goes on, Lord Jingling will be crushed into mincemeat. Zhou Zhong was shocked. Jingling, have you considered it? My giant hand only has offensive power, it cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out now, you will be violating our agreement. This way, you will be the first to violate the agreement. The duel earlier will not count. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Damn it! I will fight it out with you. Jingling shouted furiously, activating his defensive killer move again. It was also an immortal killer move. 2 immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. This way, both sides were in a deadlock. Alright, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie. How can he match Lord Jingling in a battle of attrition? Zhou Zhong relaxed instead. But a moment later, Fan Yuan still had plenty of strength left. While Jingling's expression became more anxious, he was showing signs of not being able to hold on. Oh no! The other party must have turned the immortal Yuan stone into immortal essence and is using it. On the other hand, because of the intense battle, we have expended a lot of our foundation. Thus, we are the first to be unable to hold on. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhong felt indescribable anger and gloominess in his heart. At the same time, he was panicking. What should I do now? If I want to help, I can only use healing methods. Otherwise, I will be violating the rules of the duel. All of the duels will not count. He was clearly here, right in front of him, but Zhou Zhong felt helpless. The mental trap that Fang Yuan meticulously created had already trapped him deeply. Sometimes your past achievements were obstacles that prevented you from achieving greater achievements. Win one round and you would win everything. Save all of the feathermen and bring them away safely. Just one more round, just one more round. If they violated the rules of the duel, all of it would not count. These thoughts made Jingling choose to resist, while Zhou Zhong was sweating nervously, but he did not do anything. It's over. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other Strength Path giant hands flew out. The Strength Path giant hands smashed towards the feathermen on the ground with a crushing force. What are you doing? Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He was like a furious dragon. Don't fall for it. He wants to lure you to attack and break the rules first. The other party must be at the end of his rope. Persevere. Zheng Ling shouted. Zhou Zhong was stunned. His gaze towards Fan Yuan completely changed. Don't immortal zombies have rigid thinking? Why is this one so insidious? While he was in a daze, Fan Yuan got close to Jingling and opened his mouth to spit. Immortal killer move, poison breath. This was a modified version of harboring malicious heart using woman's heart immortal goo as the core. Ever since Fan Yuan obtained it, he had kept it hidden for a long time. This was the first time he used it. Jingling was caught off guard. He was poisoned by this attack. He naturally had a method to detoxify the poison, but at this moment, his attention was focused on the battle. His reaction was slow. When it was time to detoxify the poison, he was already deeply poisoned. The difference between life and death was often this thin line. Despicable. Jingling stared fixedly at Fan Yuan. These were his final words. With a loud sound, he could not hold on any longer. He was crushed into a lump of flesh by the Strength Path giant hands. Lord Zheng Ling! Zhou Zhong shouted furiously. Everything happened too quickly. Even if Zhou Zhong reacted now, it was too late. He did not have an immortal goo-like man as before. Fan Yuan sent out another Strength Path giant hand towards Zhou Zhong. You can't defend, attack, or dodge. Don't forget, according to the rules of this duel, you can only use healing methods. Fan Yuan shouted. Zhou Zhong heard this and his eyeballs almost popped out. He was so angry he almost spat out blood. How could he fight? If he retaliated, dodged, or defended, it would all be against the rules. All duels would be invalid. On his side, Jingling, who was in charge of attacking and defending, was already dead. He could only use healing methods. But the Strength Path giant hand would definitely kill him on the spot. Even if he had healing methods, they could not be used. Even if Fan Yuan could not kill him, he could heal himself, but he could not retaliate. That would be against the rules. Fan Yuan's side was definitely going to win. This was too much of a bully. At this moment, seeing Zhou Zhong's dazed expression, even Tai Bai Yunxing felt some sympathy and pity. Chapter 875. At the crucial moment of life and death, the only remaining Featherman Gu immortal, Zhou Zhong, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He thought of the most direct method to change the situation. I admit defeat! He shouted. Fan Yuan's attack stopped abruptly. Zhou Zhong breathed roughly. In just a short while, he was already sweating profusely. The tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground finally reacted. They gasped in shock. In just a few blinks of an eye, the Featherman's rank 7 Gu immortal died. Zhou Zhong had no choice but to admit defeat. Fan Yuan's meticulous plan was exposed. The Feathermen had to pay a huge price. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss. This was completely different from the previous 9 duels. It was like heaven and earth. Thus, the Feathermen could not be blamed for being shocked. Zhou Zhong's expression was pale. He had some lingering fear in his heart. He repeated, I admit defeat. According to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We need to leave this place. He looked at Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing with unconcealable hatred and anger in his gaze. The other party killed the Featherman Gu immortal Jingling, but Zhou Zhong was not strong enough now. He could not take revenge. How could he take revenge? If Jingling was still alive, he could join forces with Zhou Zhong and suppress Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing. This was the truth. Jingling and Zhou Zhong's foundation was extremely deep. It was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. They might not have many immortal Gu, but they had already deduced and designed many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves covered attack, defense, advance and retreat, healing, investigation and other aspects. They had no shortcomings in any aspect. In contrast, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing mostly used mortal killer moves. If they really fought intensely, they would be suppressed in all aspects. It would be hard to even gain the upper hand. Of course, this was Tai Bai blessed land. Fan Yuan's side had the geographical advantage. But don't forget, the blessed land could not contain immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Thus, Zhou Zhong could only suppress his anger. He also suppressed his desire to take revenge. He decided not to bicker with Fan Yuan's group. The most important thing now was to escape this place and find a new place to live. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing could not stop his request. The reason was simple. It was the information path immortal killer move earlier. Once Fan Yuan's side did something that went against the agreement, they would suffer an intense backlash. They would die on the spot. Fan Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan. He did not have the time path killer move Kai. Thus, he could not violate this agreement. In fact, Zhou Zhong was very vigilant, hoping that Fan Yuan would violate the agreement. This way, once the enemy was dead, this blessed land would fall into the hands of the Feathermen. As for Tai Bai Land's spirit recognizing him as its master, that was a matter for another time. Of course, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing could not make a move. They could not summon outsiders like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan either. Even though the Feathermen did not have as much spirituality as humans. But such a simple loophole could not exist. Once Fan Yuan summoned outside help, he would be violating the agreement. He would die on the spot. Indeed. The 10 duels have already ended. According to the previous agreement, we need to open the doors and let the remaining Feathermen leave safely. Fan Yuan nodded. He said to Zhou Zhong, Don't worry. We will not go back on our words. That's good. Zhou Zhong let out a breath of air. He was satisfied with Fan Yuan's promise. He still felt a sense of regret. But... Fan Yuan's words suddenly changed. But what? Zhou Zhong looked at him nervously. Fan Yuan smiled faintly. We won the 10th duel, so according to the agreement, we have to choose a slave from the Feathermen on the ground before letting the remaining Feathermen leave. Zhou Zhong sighed. He looked at the Feathermen on the ground. His heart was in a mess, his fingers digging into his flesh. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing lowered their altitude and began to choose a slave from the Feathermen. The Feathermen were in a panic. They were afraid that they would be chosen. All of you, stay where you are and don't move. Let me choose properly. Fan Yuan deliberately shouted loudly. The Feathermen became even more panicked. They were like a flock of weak chicks meeting the gaze of an eagle. Yes, this girl is not bad. Fan Yuan pretended to consider. He hooked his finger. A young girl among the Feathermen was immediately restrained by a formless power. She could not move and flew to Fan Yuan's side. No, I don't want to. The young Featherman girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of helplessness. Let go of my fiancé! A Featherman young man shouted. The surrounding Feathermen could not stop him in time and were sent flying. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He snorted lightly. Courting death. He did not seem to move, but that Featherman young man was only a rank 2 Gu master. He had just flown into the air when he suddenly stopped. His expression twisted and his whole body twitched. Soon after, he fell to the ground. Even though the surrounding Feathermen caught him, his blood was boiling. Blood was spurting out of his 7 orifices. He was about to die. What are you doing? Zhou Zhong was furious. He landed on the ground and pressed on the Featherman young man's chest, personally healing him. The Featherman young man was hit by Fang Yuan's blood path method. His blood was boiling and spurting out. But with Zhou Zhong's suppression, Fang Yuan's attack was dispelled. The Featherman young man's life was saved. Zhou Zhong raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was dark. Sir, attacking a mortal is against the demeanor of a Gu immortal. I remember that in the agreement you are not allowed to kill our Feathermen as you wish. Fang Yuan shrugged. Gu immortals need to have a demeanor, but their dignity cannot be violated. I did not violate the agreement. He was the one who tried to attack me first. Our previous agreement had already been made clear. If any mortal Feathermen were to attack us, they would be executed. Isn't that right? Zhou Zhong could not answer. In terms of playing with rules, Fang Yuan was much better than him. Fang Yuan laughed. Don't worry, I will not violate the rules. Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth. His eyes were about to spit fire. Then I will choose you as my next slave, Zhou Zhong. Suddenly, Fang Yuan pointed at Zhou Zhong, showing a devious smile on his face. What? At this moment, Zhou Zhong thought he was hallucinating. A Gu immortal was actually going to be a slave. How could this be? Zhou Zhong looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. He wondered if the other party had gone crazy. Fang Yuan smiled. Did you forget? Zhou Zhong. Our agreement was that as long as we win the duel, we can choose a portion of these Feathermen on the ground to be our slaves. Fang Yuan emphasized the words on the ground. Zhou Zhong was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. The surrounding Feathermen were no longer panicking and dodging. Instead, they stood on the spot like stone statues, staring at their Gu immortal's feet. Zhou Zhong's feet were on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhong's expression was very interesting. He was as pale as paper at one moment, ashen at the next. His wings subconsciously flapped slightly. His legs were also slightly raised. It was as if the ground was boiling lava, burning his feet. Oh. Fang Yuan laughed strangely, his red eyes shining with a crafty light. From the moment you stepped on the ground, you were my slave. Zhou Zhong, even if you fly now, it is too late. Zhou Zhong shouted at Fang Yuan. This is a trap. This is a devious scheme. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing a shameless expression as if he was proud of this. That's right, this is a trap, a devious scheme. Unfortunately, you fell for it. Beside him, Tai Bai Yinxing sighed deeply. The two of you can only blame yourselves. You subconsciously neglected yourselves. Indeed, a Gu immortal's dignity cannot be violated. There are few examples of Gu immortal slaves in history. When we set the agreement, the two of you were in the sky, looking down on the ground. You did not realize this was a trap. Of course, if you realized it and did not land on the ground, we would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you felt guilty and wanted to sacrifice a portion of the Feathermen as slaves, in exchange for your freedom and that of the other Feathermen. Cough. Fang Yuan coughed. Old Bai, even if he did not land on the ground, I still have a way to deal with him. Let's slowly choose the slaves for a year and a half. We can directly drag the Feathermen down. The Feathermen need food to survive, but Tai Bai blessed land is yours. Because of the agreement, they cannot harm the blessed land. As long as we do not finish choosing the slaves, they will be prisoners in the blessed land. This time, even Tai Bai Yinxing looked at Fang Yuan with slight shock. Zhou Zhong's mouth was wide open. At this moment, he felt that he was too foolish and naive. Chapter 876. The whole place was deathly silent. Immense sorrow, fear and confusion shrouded the hearts of all the Feathermen. Zhou Zhong was the only remaining Gu immortal among the Feathermen. If even he was no longer around and became a human slave, then how could the remaining Feathermen survive? In the current 5 regions, the entire world basically belonged to the human race. The living space left for variant humans was very small, and it would only get smaller and smaller. Zhou Zhong's mouth that was wide open from shock gradually closed. He looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at a monster, asking, Your immortal zombie appearance is fake, right? How can an immortal zombie be so scheming? Fan Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhou Zhong to suddenly calm down. Fan Yuan immediately felt something amiss. Tai Bai Yinxing, who was beside him, said pitifully, "Give up, Zhou Zhong. Although you have become a slave, I promise you that I will not mistreat you, and I will not restrict your freedom normally. I will only ask you to work at crucial moments. These feather men behind you will live in my blessed land from now on. Don't worry, I will not be harsh on them or mistreat them. I will give them a corresponding reward for every job they do." Sigh. Tai Bai Yinxing finished speaking and sighed deeply. His good-natured nature was showing. But Zhou Zhong slightly shook his head 3 times. Fan Yuan's smile disappeared, his expression turned solemn. Next, he saw Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong suddenly turn around, facing the large group of feather men behind him. He bowed deeply. "Everyone." Zhou Zhong's tone was very calm, but it revealed a sense of determination. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears. He said, "I am sorry, everyone. In this world, there is only Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, only Feather Man Zhou Zhong. There will never be a slave Zhou Zhong. I am truly ashamed. I am the only one left, but I cannot protect everyone. Everyone, goodbye." Saying so, he suddenly spread his wings. Featherman's wings were not as wide as eagle wings, nor as thick as eagle wings. She looked thin and weak. "Zhou Zhong, why are you doing this? Stop!" Tai Bai Yinxing turned pale with fright and tried to stop him. But how could he stop a Gu Immortal from seeking death? Zhou Zhong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He rushed into the sky and shouted, "I'm Zhou Zhong! Feather Men! I won't be a slave!" At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. He had violated the agreement. Stepping on the ground, he was successfully plotted against by Fan Yuan and became a slave of Fan Yuan's side. However, Zhou Zhong was unwilling and took the initiative to disobey. The information path Immortal Killer move on his body activated. An intense backlash that could not be resisted assaulted Zhou Zhong's body. Zhou Zhong flew slower and slower. The more he flapped his wings, the harder it was for him to fly. At this moment, he was flying in the air like an old man with one foot in the grave. His legs were unsteady, but it was as if he was climbing a steep mountain. His entire body quickly crystallized, and soon, his entire body turned into a transparent glass crystal. His wings also turned into a crystal-like substance. They could no longer flap. However, his eyes were still looking up at the sky. He did not even look at Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing. He showed endless courage and determination. Next, he started to fall slowly. He fell to the ground. During the process of falling, his entire body started to disintegrate. First, it was his head. Then his chest, his wings, his abdomen, and finally his legs. Before he fell to the ground, his entire body turned into shattered glass and crystal shards. Tai Bai blessed land had no wind. These crystal shards seemed to be floating in the wind. They became smaller and smaller as they floated, gradually dissipating in the air. "Zhou Zhong!" Tai Bai Yinxing muttered, his eyes dazed. As expected, this guy. Fan Yuan's expression was ashen. He did not ask Tai Bai Yinxing to revive Zhou Zhong. A slave who did not fear death and did not want to be a slave had no value at all. Moreover, Zhou Zhong was a Gu immortal. Reviving him would cost a lot of immortal essence. Even if he revived, his immortal Gu would be gone, and his immortal aperture, Tai Bai Yinxing, would not be able to annex it. It would be better to let him die like this. The immortal aperture could not absorb heaven and earth chi to form a fixed blessed land, it could only be destroyed. After it was destroyed, all of the down marks on Zhou Zhong's immortal aperture would be added to Tai Bai blessed land. Zhou Zhong's death made all of the feather men fall into silence. The silence only lasted for a moment, when the new Featherman King, Yu Fei, suddenly shouted, "I, Yu Fei, do not want to be a slave. Everyone, can't you see it? These 2 human Gu immortals are demons. They have already planned to capture us all. They will not let us go. You can choose a new Featherman King." I will go with old ancestor Zhou Zhong first, I will go first. As he spoke, he was ready to be executed. King! The feather men erupted, shouting furiously, their voices shaking the surroundings. That's right, in this world there are no feather men who are slaves, there are only free feather men. Even if I die, I will be free. When a heart of confidence beats, there will never be a feather man's slave. Take our corpses and make them slaves. The feather men were either shouting, howling, muttering, or mocking. Zhou Zhong and Yufei's actions influenced the feather men. At this moment, they all chose to commit suicide. Oh no, why are we not stopping them? A group of mortals, humph. Tai Bai Yunxing, quickly make a move, use man as before immortal goo, we cannot afford to lose this fortune. I will make sure they cannot die even if they want to. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. But Tai Bai Yunxing did not make a move. Tai Bai Yunxing, what are you doing? Fan Yuan turned around and was inwardly shocked. Tai Bai Yunxing had a conflicted expression. He said to Fan Yuan with difficulty. Fan Yuan, there are two voices in my mind. One voice is telling me to be rational, I should turn these feather men into slaves. But the other, louder voice is telling me to give up. These feather men are true feather men, they cannot be humiliated, even sympathy is an insult to them. Saying so, Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes started to tear up. Damn it! A dark light flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes. It was so subtle that no one could detect it. If these feather men were turned into slaves, it would be of great help to Fan Yuan's Western Desert plan. But at the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing actually gave in. Fan Yuan could not help but shout in his mind, "This bastard is not worth my consideration!" Next, he stretched out a monstrous arm and grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. The words were stuck in his mouth. But it was something else. Forget it, old Bai, you are right. These feather men are the real feather men in U003 CU003 see the legends of Renzi 003 EU003E. Don't hesitate anymore, let them die for freedom. Fan Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at the immortal zombie in front of him gratefully, but also said with some shame, "It was hard for you to think of this plan, but in the end, because of me." Fan Yuan interrupted him. Don't say any more. Everyone has their own beliefs. Even though I do not agree, I understand. As for you, Tai Bai Yunxing, I will also support you. Fan Yuan! Tai Bai Yunxing choked, tears were about to fall. Fan Yuan said solemnly, "Do you know why these two feather man goo immortals fell for it? Do you remember the wisdom path inheritance I obtained from Dongfang Naganori? You are saying?" Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned. Fan Yuan sighed. A wisdom path method. It is truly impossible to guard against. Thankfully, there are very few wisdom path goo immortals in this world. I already have a complete wisdom path inheritance now, I have to guard against such methods. Old Bai, you passed the earthly calamity. But please wait for a while, don't rush to Eastern Sea. I need to plant several wisdom path methods on you to deal with other wisdom path goo immortals. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and was very moved. He bowed to Fan Yuan. Thank you for your trouble. Haha, we are a family. There is no need to thank me. Fan Yuan waved his hand, he did not mind. He looked at the ground again. In just a short while, all the feather men on the ground had killed themselves. Not a single one of them was trying to survive. A trace of emotion flashed past Fan Yuan's face. The feather men seeking death made him think of a person deep in his memories. More accurately speaking, he was also a feather man. When Fan Yuan was still a mortal goo master, as an assassin, he had tried to assassinate Fan Yuan many times. The one who understands you better than your friends is often your enemy. Fan Yuan remembered that in a difficult battle, he discovered the secret of this powerful assassin who had repeatedly tried to assassinate him. He was not a pure human, he was a feather man. You are a feather man? Your wings were cut off? How sad. Fan Yuan used words to attack him. I cut off this pair of wings myself. The feather man assassin laughed evilly. Do you know why? Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. Why? Because the Featherman village's elder always praised me, saying that I was a rare Featherman genius, the future pillar of the Featherman village, and that I was a flying quasi-grandmaster. It was so annoying! The elder always told me that I was a Featherman, I belonged to the village. I wanted to leave the village and see the world, but not only did he stop me, all the Feathermen in the village stopped me. Humph, I knew they were afraid that I would go out and reveal the location of this village, attracting the humans' slave hunting team. So one day, I couldn't take it anymore and cut off my own wings. Then, on the same day, I killed all the Feathermen in the village. Saying this Featherman assassin revealed a proud expression. His voice carried a slight smile. What? Fan Yuan was shocked. The Featherman assassin shrugged indifferently. You have also seen the legends of Renzu. The Feathermen all worship freedom. My heart for freedom is probably more than 10 times stronger than normal Feathermen. My identity as a Featherman restricted me, so I cut off my wings. In the village where I grew up, the villagers restricted me, so I killed them. Because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom. Fan Yuan's expression darkened, his heart filled with alertness. At that time, he had not entered the demonic path, thus he cursed. You lunatic! Ha! The Featherman assassin laughed loudly. Thank you for the compliment. After that, he said, Actually, you and I are the same type of people. Who the hell is the same type of people as you? Fan Yuan's young face revealed a furious expression. He roared and charged forward fiercely. Chapter 877. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was walking on his own path of life. After parting with the leader of the hairy men, he met the Feathermen in Green Heaven. Renzu saw these Feathermen and was very happy. Because the Feathermen had wings on their backs, they could understand Renzu's words and could communicate with him. Renzu requested the Feathermen, Oh Feathermen, please help me. My daughter is in the ordinary abyss, she cannot come out. Please fly down and bring my daughter out, let us father and daughter reunite. The Feathermen laughed loudly. Oh human, how can you order us around? We Feathermen are the most free lifeforms in this world, no one can order us around or restrain us. You want us to listen to your request and do as you wish, that is impossible. No matter how Renzu persuaded or begged them, the Feathermen only cared about flying and enjoyed their freedom. Renzu's mouth was dry from talking, but the Feathermen only treated him as a clown. They laughed at Renzu and laughed at him. Look, this is such a pitiful person. Even if he is the most intelligent life form in the world, so what? WWW*. He has no wings, he can only walk, it is so sad. Thankfully, I am not a human, I am a Featherman. Look, I am flying so nimbly. In Renzu's lonely heart, Self-Gu heard these words and got angrier. Finally, it could not hold it in and jumped out. All of you come down! Self-Gu showed its might. In an instant, all the Feathermen were captured alive from the sky. Renzu saw this scene. He could not help but be shocked. Self-Gu, how did you become so powerful? Self-Gu said proudly. That is natural. I took a bite of strength Gu, I have my own strength now, I am very powerful. Moreover, using this strength does not require any price. Oh human, you need to know, only your own strength is the most reliable. Freedom without power is all fake. The Feathermen were captured alive and could no longer fly. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The Feathermen were so angry that they started scolding Renzu and Self-Gu. Renzu sighed. Feathermen, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I just want you to save my daughter. When we are reunited, I will definitely reward you. This is impossible. We Feathermen have the most freedom. Even if we lose our freedom physically, our minds are still free. Not bad, not bad. Cruel person, you can't force your will on any Featherman. The Feathermen were all shouting and shouting, they had no intention of compromising at all. Renzu persuaded him for 3 days and 3 nights to no avail. Helpless, he could only release these Feathermen once again. Self-Gu said indignantly, Human, why did you let them go so easily? Don't you want to save your 4th daughter? Renzu replied confidently. I can already see that we cannot use force against these feathermen. After interacting with the feathermen for the past few days, I have already discovered that although these feathermen are free, they do not have a nest to shelter from the wind and rain. They do not have enough food to fill their stomachs. If we want them to help, we have to get them to do it voluntarily. Thus, Renzu stayed near the feathermen. He built a house and relied on self-gu every day. He gathered a lot of wild fruits and killed a lot of beast meat. The feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially in the stormy weather, the feathermen could only hide in the bushes, shiver in the cold, and endure the hunger. But Renzu stayed in the house, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace and the sumptuous food. On a cold, snowy night, some feathermen quietly ran under the roof of Renzu's house. While hiding from the wind and snow, they greedily absorbed the warmth that leaked out from the cracks of the door. Renzu put on attitude gu and opened the door. Using a very warm attitude, he invited these feathermen into the house to share the warmth and food with him. As this happened many times, more and more feathermen came to Renzu's house. Renzu was very hospitable. He entertained the feathermen every day, even giving the seat closest to the fireplace to the feathermen. No matter how much food the feathermen ate, he let them eat as they pleased. The feathermen gradually got used to this life. Finally, one day, Renzu saw that the time was right. He took off attitude gu and showed a cold expression. He closed the door of the house and kept all the food, no longer providing them to the feathermen for free. The feathermen were caught off guard. They panicked. They were already used to the safety and warmth of the house. They were used to having ample food. They rarely flew into the sky, and even less often went out to hunt. They also had very little food stored up. Many feathermen were so fat that they could not fly anymore. Renzu did this. The feathermen could not do anything to him. They could not defeat Renzu, who had self-gu. Soon, the feathermen faced the fate of starving to death or freezing to death. A few days later, many feathermen died. Renzu waited for a long time, but the feathermen did not take the initiative to compromise. He was very anxious. Finally, more than half of the feathermen died. Renzu had no choice but to mention this. "O feathermen, as long as you flap your wings and fly down to ordinary abyss to save my daughter, I will give you ample food and a warm house." But the remaining feathermen all shook their heads and refused. Eventually, they all died. Many small insects flew out of these feathermen's corpses. They were like tiny specks of light that flickered with all sorts of colors. Renzu stretched out his hand to catch them, but he could not do so. "It is useless," Cognition gu told him at this moment. "Wild freedom gu cannot be caught. These feathermen have been chasing freedom since birth, but unfortunately, they can only obtain freedom and freedom after death." Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fan Yuan slowly pulled back his monstrous claw. The featherman Gu Immortal Xingling's soul. It was extremely weak, floating in the air like mud. Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Because he violated the agreement, his body and soul were destroyed. As for Jingling, who died first. Instead, because he was only hit by Fan Yuan's poison path and strength path killer moves, his body was destroyed, but his soul was preserved. His soul was secretly kept into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture on the spot. Since ancient times, soul path, wisdom path, and enslavement path were closely related. Ever since Fan Yuan obtained Dong Fan Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, his attainment in soul path and enslavement path had increased greatly. Especially when Fan Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify the immortal killer move myriad self time and time again. Not only did he gain several core immortal gu, he also gained many soul path mortal gu. When used together, after the strength path giant hand killed the enemy, the heavily injured soul would be captured by Fan Yuan. If others were not paying attention, they would think that the soul was also destroyed by Fan Yuan. But in fact, Fan Yuan had secretly captured the soul. This was something that even Tai Bai Yunxing did not notice. Because he did not have an investigative immortal killer move. Fan Yuan also did not tell him. The value of a Gu immortal's soul was much higher than a Gu immortal's will, or immortal soul. Fan Yuan had just finished his first soul search. In this soul search, he learned of the origin of these feathermen. They are from Western Desert's Featherman tribe. They have lived in a fragment world of green heaven for generations. No wonder they have such an ancient style. Even if they commit suicide, they will not lower their heads and become slaves. But they live in a paradise with abundant resources. They are a single race with no strong enemies, but these feathermen's minds are corroded. White Sea Shadow, who is he? He can actually gather so many people. He attacks Sacred Feather City. And his methods are so powerful that it is beyond imagination. He can actually restrict an immortal goo house. The Feathermen can only escape pathetically. Fan Yuan searched his memories but could not find any information about White Sea Shadow. In the end, Fan Yuan could only sigh. Western Desert is also filled with hidden experts. In conclusion, this tribulation in Tai Bai Blessed Land had huge gains. Tai Bai Yunxing obtained the lifetime Dao marks of 2 Featherman Gu immortals, one rank 6 and one rank 7, he could be said to be the biggest winner. Fan Yuan's gains were also not small. These Feathermen had a huge origin, they also had Sacred Feather City, if one were to trace their origins back to the early late antiquity era, the era of spectral soul demon venerable. As the leader of Sacred Feather City, the rank 7 Gu immortal Jingling had a lot of secrets, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu recipes, and so on. There was a high possibility of a complete Gu immortal inheritance. The fragment world of Green Heaven had been isolated from the outside world for so many years. Sacred Feather City could be said to be the sacred land of Feathermen. It was very likely to be the largest Featherman settlement in the 5 regions. Because they had little interaction with the outside world, and because the fragment world of Green Heaven had abundant resources, the Gu immortal methods that these Featherman Gu immortals had were very ancient. They had distinct characteristics of the late antiquity era. Fan Yuan even had some expectations. If his luck was good, he might be able to find the strength path inheritance in Jingling's soul. The only pity was that these Feathermen were mortals. Fan Yuan still planned to turn these Feathermen into slaves. They would help him open up a market in Western Desert, and even establish a caravan. Feathermen were the best slaves in Western Desert. Super forces and large forces all had caravans with Feathermen as their main members. Fan Yuan could not only do business with Shao Clan, he indeed needed to use Shao Clan as a springboard to enter Western Desert's market in the beginning. But if he only worked with Shao Clan in the long term, Fan Yuan would suffer a huge loss. But these mortal Feathermen were dead, so be it. Looking at their nature, they were used to being wild. It was very difficult to tame them. It was not as convenient as directly buying Featherman slaves. Fan Yuan was not a person who would dwell on the past. He soon threw this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he already had changed form Immortal Gu, and also the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face that was fused with changed form Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had originally planned to change into another appearance and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, continuing his thwarted plan. But after contacting Fairy Li Shan, Fan Yuan analyzed the information he obtained. The situation was not optimistic. Ever since Xiao Huang's identity was investigated by Feng Jioga, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's inspection of foreign immortal zombies had increased by many levels. It would not be as easy for Fan Yuan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance like before. Moreover, Feng Jioga, Kenyang Laojun, and the others were hiding. Fan Yuan felt a sense of impending crisis. Fan Yuan hesitated. In this situation, should he still follow his original plan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Chapter 878. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The sky was covered in clouds, the white snow was like dust. The peaks stood tall in the snow, the forest was covered in snow, resembling countless clouds. A rainbow light pierced through the sky from the first peak like a meteor, flying in the sky. Snowy Mountain's peak lords all looked over. Ancestor gave another order. I wonder who received the order to gather immortal materials this time. I hope it is not me. The rainbow light drew a beautiful arc in the sky, directly entering the third peak. Many peak lords let out sighs of relief. In the third peak, Fairy Li Shan wore a silk leather skirt. It was made of silver. There was a picture of a grassland under the moon embroidered on it. This was Northern Plains-style clothing. Fairy Li Shan wore a sapphire blue pearl ribbon on her head. Her eyes were closed at this moment. Most of her attention was focused on her immortal aperture. Inside her immortal aperture, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was warm like spring. It was the complete opposite of the icy cave of Snowy Mountain. The forest was lush and green. The scenery was picturesque. There were a large number of rare plants. There were also rare desolate plants. There were even ancient desolate plants. At the center of her immortal aperture, there was a hill hidden in the waist-high grass. At first glance, even a small mound was more eye-catching than this hill. But it was Minuscule Mountain, one of the rare secluded domains in the legends of Renzu. In this minuscule mountain, a large number of mini-men flew in and out. They flew in the lush grass. Compared to the tiny mini-men, this grass was as tall as a tree. The mini-men were working hard in the grass like bees. Fairy Li Shan paid attention to them secretly. After a while, she felt satisfied. Ever since she obtained Minuscule Mountain, these mini-men did not cooperate with her, they were against her. But Fairy Li Shan was not a useless person. She used both carrot and stick. She supported the puppets of the mini-men race, killing the stubborn ones without any qualms. The mini-men were not as stubborn as the feathermen, but they were loyal. Fairy Li Shan killed about 40% of the mini-men. She finally subdued the mini-men race in Minuscule Mountain. Next, Fairy Li Shan moved Minuscule Mountain into her immortal aperture. With the mini-men race's help, the woodpath resources in her immortal aperture started to increase rapidly. Hairy men were born with refinement path Dao marks. They had the talent to refine goo. The feathermen had cloud path Dao marks. They had wings on their backs and could fly freely in the sky. And from the moment the mini-man was born, it had wood path Dao marks. Wherever they lived, the vegetation would be extremely lush. Furthermore, they had been passed down for generations, and they were the race most adept at cultivating plants in the 5 regions. I am indeed extraordinary! My jadine grass is a rank 7 immortal material. It had always been withered and sparse, but after living here for more than half a year, they had expanded this grassland into a miniature grassland. Every jadine grass was full of vitality. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. In the previous battle, the dwarves had lost more than half of their population. If we had the same population size as before, the pressure on me would have been reduced by more than half. To let her goo at once? Fairy Li Shan willed and sensed 2 information path goo worms. One was in the outside world, flying through the sky, while the other was the moving perspective goo that had come out of the blessed land. Fairy Li Shan opened her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, the rainbow light and the sky entered her hand. She probed with her consciousness and looked inside. As expected, it was old ancestor Shui whose mission to gather immortal materials. Shrouding heaven dust, rock dragon eye, elephant tusk flame. I am to gather these 3 immortal materials this time. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply. Among these 3 immortal materials, rock dragon eye and elephant tusk flame were rank 7 immortal materials, while shrouding heaven dust was rank 8. It was extremely precious. Elephant tusk flame was a lump of flame that would quietly burn inside the tusk of an ancient desolate beast elephant after it died. This lump of flame was the size of a bean. Once it burned through the tusk and came into contact with the outside air, it would be extinguished. Ancient desolate beast elephants were existences comparable to rank 7 goo immortals. After such elephants died, not all tusks would produce elephant tusk flames. With all these conditions, one could see how precious elephant tusk flame was. It was a rare immortal material even in the largest market of the 5 regions, jewel yellow skies. Compared to elephant tusk flame, rock dragon eye and shrouding heaven dust were much harder to obtain. Shrouding heaven dust was a unique phenomenon that only yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens had. But yellow heaven had already disintegrated because of Renzu's 10 children. Fairy Li Shan had to first find a yellow heaven fragment world. And this fragment world had to be large enough with enough Dao marks to allow her to enter and explore it. After entering the Yellow Heaven fragment world, Fairy Li Shan had to prepare special methods to gather shrouding heaven dust. The process of gathering was naturally filled with danger. Fairy Li Shan was willing to spend a huge amount of money to purchase shrouding heaven dust from jewel yellow skies. As for Rock Dragon Eye, it was the eye of the ancient desolate beast Rock Dragon. This Rock Dragon was not an ordinary beast. Instead, in the graveyard of a Rockman tribe, there were a lot of Rockman corpses and rocks. After a long period of accumulation, at a certain moment, a thunderbolt would appear. The thunderbolt destroyed the graveyard and a rock dragon would appear from within. Like the Rockman, the Rock Dragon's body was made of rocks. In the immemorial Antiquity era and remote Antiquity era, variant humans occupied most of the world. Only super-force Rockman tribes or large-scale Rockman tribes with extremely long histories would have rock dragons accompanying them. Even though there were Rin Zhu and his 10 children, as well as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there were not many humans in the tribe. The Rock Dragon was the guardian beast of the Rockman tribe. The Rockmen believed that the Rock Dragon was the rebirth of their ancestors and predecessors. During the Varian Human War, the Rock Dragon shined brightly and was publicly recognized as the #1 war beast in the world. The Rock Dragon did not feel any pain, its defense was extremely sturdy and it was brave and fearless. Even if it was injured, if a Rockman was willing to sacrifice himself, he would go to the wound of the Rock Dragon. The Rockman would sacrifice himself and turn his body into a part of the Rock Dragon, and the Rock Dragon's injuries would heal instantly. This battle method was extremely abnormal and gave other races a huge headache. Times had changed. It was very difficult for Fairy Li Shan to find a Rock Dragon now. Because Rockman tribes were already very rare, most of the Rockmen were slaves raised by Gu immortals. Even if Fairy Li Shan found a Rock Dragon, with her battle strength, she would not be able to defeat the Rock Dragon that was known as the #1 war beast in the remote Antiquity era with its thick skin and flesh. Thus, even though the Rock Dragon Eye was a rank 7 immortal material, the difficulty of obtaining it was much higher than the rank 8 immortal material Shroud Heaven Dust. Old Ancestor Shui, whose gathering missions for us Peak Lords are getting more and more important. Among these 3 immortal materials, only Elephant Tusk Flame is slightly easier. To obtain Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye, strength is only one aspect, luck is even more important. Sigh, if only I had good luck and could directly purchase them from Jewel Yellow Skies. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Her initial investment in Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe had already been settled, and she was starting to reap benefits now. Moreover, He Lulon was determined to be independent, and rejected her funding. This caused Fairy Li Shan to start accumulating wealth rapidly in this short period of time. This accumulation speed was more than twice as fast as before. Obtaining Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye required too much time and effort. Fairy Li Shan would rather expend her wealth in exchange for time and effort. After keeping Old Ancestor Shui, whose letter Gu, Fairy Li Shan checked the second letter Gu. There were only a few sources that could directly appear in her immortal aperture. After Fairy Li Shan checked, she found that this letter Gu came from Fan Yuan. In this letter Gu, Fan Yuan promised huge benefits to invite Fairy Li Shan to help him kill an immortal zombie from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan. Fairy Li Shan muttered. She left her bed and stood up. She lowered her head and thought as she paced around. When she walked to the window, she raised her head and looked at the falling snowflakes, the silent peaks outside. She snickered. This Fan Yuan had disguised himself as Sha Huang and joined Zombie Alliance. This time, he wants me to help him kill another immortal zombie. He definitely has a motive. He promised huge benefits and is overbearing with wealth. After all, he snatched many resources from Dongfang tribe, and also obtained Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance. During this period of time, his development will definitely be smooth. It will be like a raging fire. Right now, Northern Plains' situation is very turbulent. The Central Continent Gu Immortals Investigation Group is still hidden. In this situation, Fan Yuan still wants to make a move. It shows how important the benefits of Zombie Alliance are to him. Is he trying to falsely claim the contribution points of other immortal zombies in exchange for Zombie Alliance's research on how to revive and get rid of the status of an immortal zombie? Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan squinted. Central Continent, Celestial Court. White jade palaces were brightly lit. 4 Gu immortals stood at 4 different directions, surrounding the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The old Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood at the eastern direction. He raised his walking stick as a bright light shined in his muddy eyes. Repairing fate begins now! The walking stick in his hand stopped in the air. As if it had hit a rock, it emitted a clanging sound. Instantly, light burst out, countless goo worms flew around, forming a huge goo formation. Traces of light of different colors intersected with each other, forming a huge three-dimensional formation diagram that covered 100 li of land. The female Gu immortal Bai Tseng Shui, who was participating in the restoration for the first time, said in shock. This refinement path Gu formation is just one step away from becoming a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses were the crystallization of one of the Gu cultivation paths, formation path. Hee, this refinement path Gu formation is extraordinary. Fairy Tseng Shui looked down. At the western position, the white-clothed young man Lian Jiuxing smiled. Then, he grabbed at the air, grabbed a handful of stone dragon pupils, and threw them forward. The rock dragon eyes entered the refinement path Gu formation. In just a few breaths of time, they were completely broken down and fused into this mystical refinement path Gu formation. So many rock dragon eyes! And such a processing speed of immortal materials! Bai Tseng Shui was speechless. Who immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Palace? Humph! Fan Yuan crushed the information path Gu worm in his hand. He was rejected. They still want to restrict my development, these narrow-minded women. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. Right at this time, an information path Gu worm flew into his immortal aperture. Did Fairy Li Shan change her mind? Fan Yuan was stunned. He took a look and was extremely shocked. This is Langya Land's spirit's request for reinforcements. Chapter 879. After Fan Yuan obtained change form Immortal Gu, he fused it into the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face. He could transform into anything now. But the situation was not good for him to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance again. Because Xiao Huang's identity was exposed, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was very vigilant. He could not successfully sneak into Zombie Alliance by repeating his previous actions. Thus, Fan Yuan started to target other Zombie Alliance members. As long as he secretly killed one of them and transformed into this unlucky person, it would be possible to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan was undergoing immortal ascension in Northern Plains. He had the aura of Northern Plains all over his body. Zombie Alliance's entrance could stop Feng Jioge, but it could not stop him. However, this secret assassination also had its difficulties and risks. First, he had to kill a Zombie Alliance member. The entire process had to be carried out secretly. No information could be leaked. It was very difficult to accomplish this. Fan Yuan had rank 7 battle strength now. It was very easy for him to defeat an ordinary immortal zombie. It was also not impossible to kill an immortal zombie. But it was very difficult to assassinate one secretly. Because during battle, the commotion would be huge, it could not be controlled. If the immortal zombie wanted to run, Fan Yuan would have to chase. True solid bat wings was not so reliable. If the immortal zombie used information path Gu worms to ask for reinforcements, Fan Yuan would have to use sufficient and accurate methods to eliminate these Gu worms during the intense battle. In the end, other than Fan Yuan's outstanding offensive strength, he had many shortcomings in other areas. Especially when Fan Yuan lacked battlefield killer moves. Battlefield killer moves could temporarily isolate the surroundings and create a battlefield environment. In battlefield killer moves, Gu immortals could not use information path Gu worms to ask for reinforcements. Of course, this was not absolute. There were no absolutes in this world. Moreover, outstanding battlefield killer moves had a limited range and could prevent enemies from escaping. Immortal battlefield killer moves had another name. They were called quasi-blessed land. Once activated, countless Tao marks could be temporarily replicated, forming a temporary unique battlefield. Most Gu immortals did not have such immortal battlefield killer moves. Only a few Gu immortals had them. Fan Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield killer move. It was very difficult for him to kill a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance member alone. Even in his previous life, he did not have one. Because when he obtained his first immortal Gu, he was besieged and had to self-detonate to revive. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing did not either. They had just become immortals. No matter how outstanding their immortal apertures were, they would need a long time to accumulate. But Fairy Li Shan had it. Pear Orchard was her battlefield killer move. If he could lure the immortal zombie into the pear garden, then there was a high chance that he could secretly kill it. Of course, even if she succeeded, there was a risk. Fan Yuan naturally would not forget old Lord Kenyang's group. There were definitely Wisdom Path Gu immortals among them. He deduced that the possibility of Fan Yuan sneaking into Zombie Alliance was very high. Once the truth was exposed, or even the slightest news got out, Fan Yuan entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would be like entering a tiger's den. Li Dragon into Leech Insect. But Fairy Li Shan rejected Fan Yuan's request. Just as Fan Yuan was about to think of another way, a request for help arrived in his immortal aperture. Ever since the Northern Plains auction, Fan Yuan had rarely contacted the land spirit of Langia. This time, the land spirit of Langia contacted Fan Yuan to ask for help. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. In Fan Yuan's mind, Langia Blessed Land had an extremely deep foundation. In his previous life, Langia Blessed Land, this ownerless Blessed Land, had resisted 7 waves of Gu Immortals' attacks. And on the 7th wave, even Feng Jioga died in Langia Blessed Land. Langia Blessed Land only had 12 cloud buildings on the surface, each with 1 desolate beast. They were the 12 desolate beasts. But as long as one was not an idiot, they would understand that these 12 desolate beasts were only the outermost layer of defense. Don't forget that the original owner of Langia Blessed Land was Long Hair Ancestor. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. He had refined 38 immortal Gu in his life, not just rank 7 or 8. And this was only the number recorded in the official history. If unofficial history and rumors were included, the number of immortal Gu was enough to surpass 100. Thus, Fan Yuan had already deduced that the true defense of Langia Blessed Land was the many immortal Gu left behind by Long Hair Ancestor. And not desolate beasts. Langia Blessed Land was very different from other blessed lands. Even without an owner, the Blessed Land's land spirit had an endless supply of immortal essence that could be used. This was because Langia Blessed Land had a heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal Gu that could produce immortal essence. Precisely because of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus support, the land spirit of Langia could use immortal Gu on a large scale and display their unique power. Now, the land spirit of Langia is asking me for help? In his previous life, he could last until the 7th wave, but after careful calculation, this should only be the 4th wave. Don't tell me, because of me, Northern Plains' situation has changed greatly, and the influence is too deep. Could it be that Langia Blessed Land is facing the fiercest invasion in history? Fan Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. To be able to make the land spirit of Langia ask for help, the strength of the invaders this time could be imagined. They definitely surpassed Fan Yuan's personal ability. But in danger there were often precious opportunities. Langia Blessed Land had a deep foundation. It was overflowing with wealth. In his previous life, even the Celestial Court was tempted by greed and forcefully took down this blessed land. Although the Celestial Court paid a huge price, they also gained a lot. Even if they sacrificed Feng Jioga, they still profited greatly. There were many benefits to cooperating with the land spirit of Langia. This point could be clearly seen from their past interactions. Fan Yuan had relied on swindling to obtain many benefits from the hands of the land spirit of Langia. After he became an immortal in this life, the reason why he could develop so quickly was because of the help from the land spirit of Langia. Especially during the early and middle stages, it was a difficult time to start. Unfortunately, After the Northern Plains auction, Fan Yuan's greed and excessive demands caused the land spirit to be disgusted with him, causing the relationship between both sides to worsen and fall to the freezing point. Fan Yuan had requested to cooperate with the land spirit several times, but the land spirit always responded with a firm stance, requesting Fan Yuan to search for a poisoned flower petal immortal material for it. If I can help the land spirit this time, it will definitely ease the relationship between both sides. Moreover, I have fixed immortal travel. I only need 3 breaths of time to return to Vu immortal blessed land. No matter how strong the enemy is, 3 breaths of time should be enough for me, right? Fan Yuan speculated. Although the land spirit of Langia urgently asked for help, the situation should not be that bad. He had always felt that Langia blessed land's foundation was quite deep. In his previous life, it was able to resist 7 waves of attacks. Even a powerful expert like Feng Jioga had perished in it. This was only the 4th wave of attacks. After thinking about it, Fan Yuan decided to help the land spirit of Langia. He was not a hot-blooded kid like Yufei. He would not stand up for his friends when they were attacked, regardless of personal gains or losses. He was Fan Yuan, a demonic path Gu immortal. He cared about benefits, he coldly calculated gains and losses. Allies were meant to be used. What was the point of friendship? In Fan Yuan's heart, it was only a special bargaining chip to obtain benefits. Coincidentally, at this time, Tai Bai Yunxing also sent a letter asking for help. The land spirit of Langia also sent him a letter asking for help. In fact, Tai Bai Yunxing had once repaired Langia blessed land for the land spirit. In terms of friendship, the relationship between Tai Bai Yunxing and the land spirit of Langia was much better than that of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan told Tai Bai Yunxing. His decision was acknowledged and praised by Tai Bai Yunxing. Fan Yuan immediately set off. Using a stargate, he hurried to Langia blessed land. Although Tai Bai Yunxing had passed the earthly calamity, he still needed some time to recycle his immortal aperture. He could only rush over later. You're here, Fan Yuan. The land spirit of Langia suddenly appeared in front of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan saw that he was not fatigued and had no injuries. He was even more certain of his guess. He laughed. This is your attitude towards your benefactor? Humph. You think I don't know? You brat, you won't wake up without benefits. If not for the urgency of the situation, I would not have asked for your help. The land spirit of Langia rolled his eyes. Even though he said that, the attitude of the land spirit of Langia was much more relaxed than before. After repelling the enemies, I will give you the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo recipe as your reward. The land spirit of Langia continued. Fan Yuan chuckled, but shook his head. Let's talk about the reward later. Let's repel the invading goo immortals first. Fan Yuan did not talk about the reward. He was worried about the invading enemies. He did not take the chance to threaten him. This made the land spirit of Langia feel much more comfortable. He felt that Fan Yuan was becoming more pleasing to the eye. Follow me. The land spirit of Langia grabbed Fan Yuan's arm and teleported, arriving at the highest floor of a cloud building. It could be seen that Langia blessed land had a large number of space path down marks. Otherwise, places like Starform blessed land that did not have many space path down marks could only fly. Starform land spirit could not teleport. Fan Yuan stood at a high place. Looking outside, he saw that Langia blessed land had undergone a huge change. The original Langia blessed land had vast cloud soil. The sky was clear and boundless. 12 cloud buildings stood in the center, adjacent to each other. But at this moment, Fan Yuan's vision was filled with boundless clouds. He could not even see his own fingers. He could not see the sky or the ground. The land spirit of Langia introduced in a deep voice. This is the goo formation activated after Langia blessed land encountered enemies. 12-wave cloud confusion formation. The 12 cloud buildings are all mortal goo houses. They are the formation cores of this formation. Look! These people are the invading enemies. The land spirit waved his sleeves. Several mirrors appeared in front of Fan Yuan. In the mirrors, there was a goo immortal. They were either walking slowly or charging rapidly in the clouds. This is... Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk when he saw these goo immortals. Qin Bai Sheng, Jian Yu, Hei Qing, Shui Song Zi, He Lang Zi. There were 2 more. A green-robed wind-path Gu immortal, he was the fastest. A black-robed Gu immortal covered his face, he was very mysterious. You know these people? The land spirit of Langia sensed Fan Yuan's peculiar expression. Fan Yuan nodded, his expression solemn. These people have extraordinary strength, especially the leader, Qin Bai Sheng. He is a famous rank 7 expert in northern plains. I know. If not for this, my 12-wave cloud confusion formation would not have been mostly destroyed. Now there are only 5 left. 2 of them are already guarded by 2 Inkman Gu immortals from Inkman City. You will guard this one, I will guard the other. As for the last one, I will leave it to Tai Bai Yinxing. The land spirit of Langia distributed. Fan Yuan frowned. The other party is very strong, cloud building is only a mortal Gu house, it will be very difficult for me to block these people and protect cloud building. Chapter 880. Qin Bai Sheng, Jian Yu, Hei Qing, Shui Song Zi, He Lang Zi, and 2 mysterious Gu immortals that he did not recognize. Among them, only Shui Song Zi and Jian Yu were rank 6 Gu immortals. The rest were rank 7 Gu immortals. As for the 2 mysterious Gu immortals, Fan Yuan did not know about them, so it was fine. The remaining 3 were Qin Bai Sheng, He Lang Zi, and Hei Qing. They were all rank 7 Gu immortals. Hei Qing was a Gu immortal of the Super Force Hei tribe. Even though he had a hidden injury and could not use immortal killer moves, his battle strength had fallen greatly. He was far from his peak state, but he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow, he could not be underestimated. He Lang Zi was a famous transformation path demonic immortal in northern plains. His growth was different from ordinary people, he was ferocious and had 3 immortal desolate wolf transformations. His battle strength was very high. He had once been recruited by old ancestor Shui Hu, but was rejected by He Lang Zi. The most powerful one was Qin Bai Sheng. This person had roamed unhindered in northern plains for hundreds of years. As a lone Gu immortal, he defeated Lu Hao, Shan Yu Xiong, and Nu Er Du, killed by Kenzi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, fought Yuan Rang Zun, and escaped from 5 Elements Master. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal. His status in northern plains was equivalent to central continent's Shirley. In the eyes of the world, he had peak rank 7 battle strength. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could suppress him. He was even stronger than Kenyang Lao Jun. More terrifyingly, not only did he have outstanding battle strength, he could also organize the northern plains auction. He was the one who profited the most. It was not strange that Fan Yuan felt it was difficult to protect the cloud building in front of such a person. But Land Spirit of Langia patted Fan Yuan's shoulder, saying, I did not ask you to protect the cloud building. You only need to resist as much as possible. What I want is to stall for time. Humph, these people are too daring. They actually dared to attack Langia Blessed Land. As long as I can drag this on for another 30 minutes, I will be able to make these guys suffer. Land Spirit of Langia's tone was full of confidence. Like Fan Yuan had guessed earlier, Langia Land Spirit definitely had a trump card to win. In the previous 3 waves of attacks, Land Spirit of Langia's battle strength. He definitely did not rely on these 12 desolate Gu immortal. Then, what is Langia Land Spirit's reliance? Fan Yuan could not help but feel a strong sense of curiosity in his heart. God Master Gu no. However, Langia Land Spirit did not tell him and only smiled mysteriously. Master. This cloud building had already been lent to Fan Yuan by Land Spirit of Langia. Fan Yuan could freely manipulate it. Fan Yuan browsed through it a few times before memorizing all the methods. Next, he tried to practice and quickly got the hang of it. The cloud building was the formation core of the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Star thoughts surged in Fan Yuan's mind. After understanding the cloud building, he started to understand the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. He also had a good understanding of it. All in all, this was a maze-like fog formation. Although it had not been perfected to the level of a battlefield killer move, it was only a step away. It was not that land spirit of Langia did not have a battlefield killer move, but to create a battlefield killer move, down marks had to be carved. The newly added down marks could not perfectly match the down marks of this world. There would always be conflicts and contradictions. This would cause damage to Langia blessed land. Thus, the land spirit did not take them. In terms of stalling for time, the 12-wave cloud confusion formation had already reached the limit of a goo formation. When a goo immortal is inside the formation, their 5 senses would be confused. They would not be able to distinguish left from right, they would go around in circles and so on. Only an investigative immortal killer move could identify the correct direction in the goo formation. Only by completely destroying the 12 cloud pavilions could the formation be completely destroyed. Without an investigative immortal killer move, the goo immortal could only run around in the goo formation and see if they could find a cloud building. That would be purely based on luck. Thankfully, once the formation was created, the 12 cloud buildings could not be moved. Otherwise, goo immortals without investigative immortal killer moves would not be relying on luck, it would be impossible. Fan Yuan sat on the cloud bed and opened many mirrors, observing the surroundings of this cloud building. His authority was limited to this cloud building, he could only observe the surroundings of a certain range. There was only white fog in the mirrors, not a single goo immortal appeared. Fan Yuan did not lack patience, he waited silently. A moment later, a goo immortal's figure appeared in one of the mirrors. She wore a purple dress, her nose was tall, her beautiful eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick, her skin was slightly dark, she gave off a gentle and charming aura. It was Fairy Jianyu. Fan Yuan's heart shook, he immediately thought of her dark limit immortal goo. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. Before becoming an immortal, she used dark limit immortal goo to enter He Lulan's body and move around, concealing the aura of the great strength true martial physique. At the start, He Lulan's plan was to steal dark limit immortal goo before it was exposed. But unfortunately, Fairy Jianyu's whereabouts were unknown. This plan failed before it could be carried out. Later, when He Qing chased after He Lulan, this plan could not be carried out anymore. Dark limit immortal goo, if I could obtain it. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered, he felt regret. Unfortunately, in this situation, even if I capture Fairy Jianyu alive, I might not be able to obtain dark limit immortal goo. It was very difficult to steal an immortal goo, the chances were slim. After all, one could make an immortal goo self-detonate with a single thought. Just as Fan Yuan was thinking about it, Fairy Jianyu moved around in a roundabout manner within Fan Yuan's territory, moving to the side and leaving this place. After leaving Fan Yuan's area of control, Fairy Li Shan disappeared from the mirror. But not long later, a second goo immortal entered Fan Yuan's area. His appearance was clearly reflected in the mirror. It was Qin Baisheng. Fan Yuan's gaze was solemn as he watched Qin Baisheng get closer. Undeniably, among all these goo immortal enemies, Fan Yuan did not want to meet the most. It was Qin Baisheng. Fan Yuan did not know that Qin Baisheng had regained his original battle strength after fighting Feng Jioge. But just based on Qin Baisheng's performance, he was at the level of Central Continent's Shirley. Such an opponent was too strong. If he really found this cloud building, Fan Yuan would immediately make a decision. He would only deal with the situation for a while before retreating. Even though he was supporting the land spirit of Langia, this type of support depended on the situation. Fan Yuan had never planned to risk his life for the land spirit of Langia. And the land spirit of Langia clearly had trump cards, it was not his turn to risk his life. Qin Baisheng was getting closer and closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative immortal killer move, he was moving forward in a straight line. The cloud building that Fan Yuan controlled was right beside his route, about 300 steps away in a straight line. The range of the immortal killer move's investigative immortal killer move was suppressed by this 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. But it was definitely more than 300 steps. Once Qin Baisheng got to a certain distance, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baisheng would naturally charge towards the cloud building, and Fan Yuan's first battle would end in failure. But this failure was not scary. Fan Yuan did not have any psychological burden. For someone like Fan Yuan, failure would not affect his morale. It would not damage his fighting spirit, and it would be difficult to change his plans. His state of mind would not be disturbed. But soon, things changed again. Qin Baixing's expression suddenly changed. He directly changed his direction and flew towards the northeast. Their information path method is not only at immortal level, it is also very effective against Gu formations. They can actually transmit information in the Gu formation. Almost at the same time, Fan Yuan heard. The land spirit of Langya's voice was filled with surprise. Fan Yuan nodded slightly, replying, "Since the other party is attacking here, they should have come prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this method earlier?" The land spirit was silent for a while. Then it replied, "No. The cloud buildings before were all guarded by desolate beasts. They fought alone and killed desolate beasts, breaking into the cloud buildings. But this time, Mo Tan Sang and the desolate beasts are guarding the cloud buildings together. The other party should have discovered a Gu immortal for the first time, thus they changed their strategy of fighting alone and rushed over to help." Fan Yuan's expression sank. "Not good. Mo Tan Sang is the city lord of Inkman City. It is already good that he came to help, but he might have to conceal his appearance during the battle. Once the connection between Inkman City and Langya Blessed Land is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City will face a calamity. Mo Tan Sang is restrained in battle. While the other party is strong and many of them are working together, he might not be able to defend the cloud buildings." The land spirit immediately replied, "This 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Langya Blessed Land's own down marks to divide the enemy and make them fall into a predicament of fighting alone. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 immortal information path killer moves, preventing the enemy from communicating with each other. Even if they set up whole Earth Gu, it is useless. But this group can communicate with each other. It is likely related to the previous attacks. Sigh. I should not have coveted the benefits of selling Gu immortal slaves. I should have killed them all. This group of people should possess a rather powerful soul Dao technique. I have already erased the memories of the Gu immortal slave souls." The land spirit of Langya's analysis was clear and logical. He felt great regret. Fan Yuan also agreed with the land spirit of Langya's analysis. When Gu immortals fought, their thoughts were all astute. Qin Baixing only did a small action of helping, but he exposed so many things. On the other hand, since the other party was related to the previous attacks, Langya Blessed Land's exposed secrets would not be few. "Can you show me the battle scene over there?" Fan Yuan made a request. A new mirror appeared, displaying the scene of the battle. Mo Tan Sang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with Gu immortal Heiqing. Mo Tan Sang was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was at a disadvantage. He cultivated Qi Path, but at this moment, he used other methods to fight. Heiqing had a hidden illness, but he was still rank 7. He did not use Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to control the battle. The main reason was because Mo Tan Sang was afraid of exposing his identity. He had Inkman City's foundation. He could not let it be destroyed. Right now, he was only supporting the desolate beast, letting it attack while he healed and defended from the side. Desolate beasts were brave and fearless, but they lacked intelligence to observe the battle situation. Needless to say, with Mo Tan Sang's careful help, although the desolate beast was suppressed, it was still vigorous and seemed to be able to hold on for some time. But Fan Yuan knew that when Qin Baixing arrived, the desolate beast would only die on the spot. Just as Fan Yuan was paying attention to Mo Tan Sang, a third figure appeared near Fan Yuan. Shui Songzi, did he not receive the news and go to the battlefield over there? Fan Yuan was surprised. He had many guesses in his heart. A moment later, Shui Songzi found Fan Yuan's cloud building. He paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building. Fan Yuan also stood up with a solemn expression. The battle was about to start. Chapter 881. Among the 7 Gu immortals who invaded Langya Blessed Land, the one Fan Yuan wanted to meet the most was Shui Songzi. Because among them, Shuesongzi had the lowest cultivation level and battle strength. At the same time, Fan Yuan and Shuesongzi had fought before. In the previous battle, Shuesongzi was chased around by the Strength Path Phantom Army. He was in a pathetic state. One could say, Shuesongzi was defeated by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had experience, and knew Shuesongzi's foundation. But I cannot be careless in this battle. Fan Yuan had a solemn expression as he looked at Shuesongzi in the mirror. Getting closer to the cloud building that he was guarding, he did not have any disdain or arrogance in his heart. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Fan Yuan was a vigilant person. And in this battle, Fan Yuan had many concerns. The first concern was that this was not a one-on-one battle, it was a chaotic battle between the invaders and Langya Blessed Land. If Fan Yuan fought with Shuesongzi, would the other side send reinforcements? This was quite possible. The second concern was Shuesongzi's battle strength. In Langya Blessed Land, the invaders were forbidden from using mortal goo. Shuesongzi could enter here because he had immortal goo. Shuesongzi could enter here because he had immortal goo. This secret was obvious. Because Shuesongzi was rapidly approaching Fan Yuan, he was using a genuine immortal killer move. It seems that in this battle, I need to use a sneak attack to establish my advantage. Even if reinforcements come later, the pressure I face will be reduced. The pressure I face will also decrease. Evil thoughts rumbled in Fan Yuan's mind. Using malicious thoughts to scheme against others was the most effective method. This. Fan Yuan had already experienced it deeply. Shuesongzi flew rapidly. The scene in front of him did not change, it was still a vast white fog. It filled his vision. The rapid flight brought about a gust of wind that blew across his body, making him excited. This immortal goo is different from mortal goo, it is truly extraordinary. Shuesongzi experienced the pleasure of using the immortal flying killer move, while also paying attention to his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture there was an ice path immortal goo, it was huge. It was the size of a normal horse, the entire immortal goo looked like a heart. They were like ice sculptures, vivid and lifelike, overflowing with cold air. This was Ice Heart Immortal Goo. Ice Heart Immortal Goo naturally did not belong to Shuesongzi. Shadow Sex Qin Baixing had lent it to Shuesongzi to increase his battle strength in order to invade Langya Blessed Land. Qin Baixing not only gave the rank 6 Immortal Goo to Shuesongzi, he also gave several sets of immortal killer moves with Ice Heart Immortal Goo as the core. It covered offense, defense, advance and retreat, healing, and so on. Shuesongzi was a Snow Path Goo Immortal. Ice Path and Snow Path were twin paths, they intertwined with each other and were almost indistinguishable. Shuesongzi used this Ice Path Immortal Goo and killer move. It was very suitable. Ice Heart Immortal Goo let out bone-chilling frost energy, but Shuesongzi's heart was burning. Before Qin Baixing attacked this time, he promised Shuesongzi that if they succeeded in this invasion, then he would give this Ice Path Immortal Goo to Shuesongzi as a reward. Thus, Shuesongzi had a lot of motivation. After invading the Blessed Land, he was very proactive. After all, in order to find a wooden chicken Immortal Goo, he had even helped Ma tribe in the Imperial Court contest. Now that there was such a good opportunity, Ice Heart Immortal Goo was much more suitable for him than wooden chicken Immortal Goo. Of course he was moved. Cloud building. Shuesongzi's body froze, he cried out involuntarily. In the white fog that seemed to never change, a towering pavilion suddenly appeared. Shuesongzi reacted and was overjoyed. To think that my luck is so good, I really found a cloud building. Qin Baixing's mission was to find the 12 formation cores of the cloud buildings in this 12-wave cloud confusion formation and destroy them. If I can destroy one cloud building alone, it will be a huge merit. According to the reward system before the battle, I will be able to obtain a huge reward. But each cloud building is guarded by a desolate beast, I need to be careful. Shuesongzi calmed down again. As if it heard his thoughts, a desolate beast jumped up from below the cloud building. This desolate beast was as large as an elephant, It had a brown-yellow body and thick fur that covered almost half of its body. It was the desolate beast's yellow jade lion that Fang Yuan had picked up from star-formed Grotto Heaven and gifted to Land's spirit of Langia. The yellow jade lion did not make a sound, it moved like lightning towards Shuaisongzi. Good. Shuaisongzi's eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent, but he retreated instead of advancing, showing his vigilance. The yellow jade lion's attack did not hit. Shuaisongzi pulled some distance away from it. The latter waved his sleeves, creating a huge snowstorm. The snowstorm howled, snowballs the size of eggs smashed towards the yellow jade lion. This was not a mortal killer move, it was an immortal killer move, freezing snow. Only immortal killer moves could barely be used in this situation. Mortal killer moves could not be used at all. The yellow jade lion could not open its eyes from the wind, the cold air spread rapidly, forming a thick layer of white frost on its body. The yellow jade lion's body shook as it shook off most of the frost, charging towards Shuaisongzi again. Shuaisongzi stared at the yellow jade lion's thick fur, he snorted coldly. His immortal killer move did not have enough offensive power, it used the frost air to penetrate the flesh and bones, affecting the opponent's movement and speed. The yellow jade lion was not large among desolate beasts, but it had both strength and agility. Shuaisongzi used this move to get rid of the yellow jade lion's advantage in agility. But the yellow jade lion was a desolate beast, it had thick fur. If it were any other desolate beast, the frost air might freeze their flesh and blood. The yellow jade lion had its own innate ability, it countered this move, only its fur was frozen. Shuaisongzi was not good at close combat, he liked to fight from afar. Seeing the yellow jade lion charging towards him, he retreated again. Immortal killer move, Ice Trace! He flew backwards towards the yellow jade lion. As he retreated on the ground, white fog froze, forming a path of ice crystals. The yellow jade lion pursued in a straight line. As he ran on the ice crystal road, his speed dropped drastically. Shuaisongzi retreated rapidly. Seeing that there was a sufficient distance between them, he laughed and said, "What a beast! Eat my piercing ice blade!" He raised his palm and slashed at the yellow jade lion from afar. Kacha! In an instant, a huge ice blade was formed in the air. The ice blade fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The ice blade was sharp and ruthlessly chopped at the yellow jade lion's back. The yellow jade lion howled in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Then, it was frozen into blood-red ice. The penetrating ice blade shattered like glass, but the cold air inside was directly injected into the yellow jade lion's body through the wound. The attacks came one after another, overwhelming the opponent. It was extremely vicious and ruthless. The yellow jade lion roared at the sky, and the sound waves surged through the clouds. Balls of flames rose from its foreclaws, increasing its speed once again. He was even more agile when dodging. The yellow jade lion's body was covered in large numbers of mortal goo worms. These were specially nurtured by the land spirit of Langia. Because it was a battle in the headquarters, the yellow jade lion's mortal goo worms were all destroyed. They could all play a role. However, the cold air had already entered its body, and the speed of the yellow jade lion was greatly reduced. Shuaisongzi had the upper hand, he continued to use immortal killer moves. Attack the topaz lion. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the topaz lion. The wounds on its body were also increasing. His speed was also getting slower and slower. Even when he coughed up blood, what he coughed up wasn't boiling hot blood. Instead, it was a cold blood freeze. Ha ha ha, carefree, truly carefree. Shuaisongzi was happy and contented, laughing loudly. He had used almost all of the immortal killer moves that Qin Baixing had taught him. He could feel the power of immortal killer moves. The desolate beasts that gave him headaches in the past could only run for their lives and howl in pain under the bombardment of immortal killer moves. Next will be the last move, Frozen Heartlock. Let's test its power. Shuaisongzi suddenly advanced instead of retreating, diving down towards the yellow jade lion below. His speed was extremely fast, like a goshawk hunting in the sky. Before the yellow jade lion could react, the goo worm had already sensed Shui Songzi's aura being activated, and a light armor appeared on the yellow jade lion's body. Humph! Child's play! A ruthless light flashed in Shui Songzi's eyes. He raised his palm again and used a mortal killer move, penetrating Ice Blade. Boom! The ice blade landed on the yellow jade lion's back and shattered. The light armor created by the mortal goo worm could not even last for a blink of an eye. It was easily destroyed by the ice blade. A deep wound appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. Its bones could be seen. The desolate beast lion howled in pain. It could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Shui Songzi stepped on the yellow jade lion's back. He suddenly bent down and placed his palms on the yellow jade lion's body. Crack, crack, crack. Soft sounds of ice forming could be heard. First, a thin layer of ice appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. With Shui Songzi as the center, it rapidly spread across the yellow jade lion's body. Soon, this thin layer of ice could be seen with the naked eye, becoming thicker. Not only this, there was also an intense frost energy spreading in the yellow jade lion's body, freezing its flesh, bones, and even its organs. Shui Songzi's expression was pale. He was inwardly shocked. This ice heart lock is indeed powerful. It can even freeze desolate beasts. But this immortal killer move expends immortal essence too quickly. After realizing this, Shui Songzi wanted to let go. But soon greed rose in his heart. Why don't I take this chance to capture this yellow jade lion alive? I will freeze it first, and when it thaws, I will sell it to others. A living desolate beast, this is a huge transaction in jewel yellow skies. Just as he was thinking about his beautiful future, the yellow jade lion under his feet suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, a strength path giant hand firmly grabbed Shui Songzi, who could not dodge in time. Shui Songzi was pale with fright. What the hell is this? Ice armor! A thick layer of ice armor appeared on his body. The strength path giant hand tightly gripped the ice armor. Cracks started to appear on the ice armor. Shui Songzi's lips curled up, revealing a ruthless smile. I can test another variation of this defensive killer move. Ice armor, explode! With a loud sound, the ice armor exploded. Large amounts of frost energy filled the surroundings. Fan Yuan's strength path giant hand's 5 fingers were pushed away by the huge impact. Shui Songzi took the chance to fly away, but at the next moment, his sinister smile froze. Above his head, a giant strength path hand was already ready to strike. Shui Songzi flew to the sky. The ice armor had just exploded. He could not activate it again in time. This strength path giant hand was like a fly swatter. It ruthlessly swung and smashed Shui Songzi into a pile of meat paste and bone fragments. Chapter 882. You killed an enemy goo immortal? Good, good, good. Fan Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body when the land spirit of Langya's voice entered his ears. Shui Fan Yuan's first thought was, it seems that this Langya blessed land has a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit of Langya was so convenient to transmit, who immortal land spirit and starform land spirit did not have this ability. It could be seen that Langya blessed land had a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit was very surprised that Fan Yuan could kill Shui Songzi, saying good 3 times in a row. This was the first time the enemy had lost a member since they started attacking. Fan Yuan, to think that you are so good at deducing immortal goo recipes, you are also not careless in battle. At this juncture, the land spirit of Langya was not stingy with its praise. Fan Yuan also laughed. When he laughed, Shui Songzi's flesh and bones had just fallen to the ground. Fan Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion under his feet was on the verge of death. Fan Yuan used it as a pawn to deal with Shui Songzi, obtaining a miraculous effect. In this battle, Fan Yuan only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand. He did not expend much energy. But he killed Shui Songzi. The battle result was huge. At Fan Yuan's level, he deeply understood that all battles were just a continuation of economic conflicts. In other words, battles and wars were like doing business, there was an accounting of what one had to pay and what one obtained. Why was Fan Yuan so satisfied? Because he had paid very little in this battle. But his gains were huge. In business terms, he had used a small amount to gain a large amount. He had made a huge profit. Shui Songzi had an immortal gu and a complete set of immortal killer moves. If Fan Yuan fought directly, he might not be able to defeat the enemy even after dozens of rounds. Here, Shui Songzi could only use immortal killer moves. Fan Yuan might be able to use mortal gu, but against the power of immortal killer moves, he would have to use immortal killer moves to block them, right? This way, his green grape immortal essence expenditure would be huge. Even if he expended a huge amount of immortal essence, Shui Songzi might not die. Who knows, the reinforcements might be Fan Yuan's turn to retreat instead. But when gu immortals fight, they are not inflexible moves, they are filled with schemes and schemes. Fan Yuan had been guessing earlier. Shui Songzi was a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He was weak, he was probably a peripheral character among these invading gu immortals. Shui gu, immortal gu, immortal gu, immortal, immortal gu, immortal gu, immortal master. Most importantly, Fan Yuan knew that Shui Songzi was in the previous Imperial Court contest. Attention to what he did. Master Shui, immortal gu, immortal master Shui, immortal master master. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Shui Songzi obtained the immortal gu, as well as his mentality. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shui Songzi knew nothing about Fan Yuan. He was also a weakling. He did not seem to have received Qin Baixing's warning. If it was Qin Baixing, he would have told Shui Songzi that there were already gu immortals in the cloud buildings. Then Shui Songzi would not be so careless. What was worse was, earlier, the invaders were unstoppable. They destroyed many formation cores of the cloud buildings. They also killed many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Baixing had to send a message to the members and inform them once. Qin Baixing's action was understandable. Because the gu immortals were scattered, searching for formation cores everywhere. The vast white fog made the gu immortals feel isolated, their morale would fall. Shui Songzi heard the notification again and again. He felt that he was unstoppable. His morale was high. He died at Fan Yuan's hands. There was a reason why arrogant soldiers were bound to lose. On the other hand, Fan Yuan was scheming and scheming. He had a huge advantage. Of course, his guess might not be accurate. It was just a guess after all. But the truth was, he had a good grasp of Shui Songzi's mentality. He was also hiding inside the yellow jade lion's body. Shui Songzi also had an investigative immortal killer move. During the battle, he scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. He was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have some wild immortal gu that would suddenly activate and catch him off guard. He would be in deep trouble. Shui Songzi did not find any immortal gu. This made him even more careless. Fan Yuan's vaguely familiar face played an extremely important role in this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Shui Songzi would be able to detect him. Because of all these factors, this shocking result was created. Gu immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If Shui Songzi had not been careless, with his current strength, he could have contended against Fan Yuan. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could have lasted for some time. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories. To put it nicely, he was intelligent. But to put it bluntly, he was scheming and scheming. He could use a portion of his strength to the limit and display several times the effect. Land Spirit of Langia, I killed Shui Songzi this time. How are you going to reward me? Shui Songzi's immortal aperture was destroyed. Although everything in the immortal aperture was destroyed, his Dao marks all belong to this blessed land of yours. Fan Yuan asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, no problem. There will be a huge reward after the battle. I hope you can guard this cloud building well, and Mo Tan Sang is heavily injured and barely survived. His cloud building has already been lost. You have Shui Songzi's soul. You need to search for it and see this group's background. the land spirit immediately replied. Fan Yuan's gaze focused slightly. This was not the first time he had captured a Gu immortal's soul. Earlier in Tai Bai Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yinshin could not find any flaws. But in Langya Blessed Land, he was exposed to the land spirit of Langya. As for Mo Tansang's loss, it was normal. Fan Yuan had expected it. Shui Songzi is dead. Qin Baixing stood in the ruins of the cloud building. His body suddenly shook as he spoke. What? He had your immortal Gu and a complete set of immortal killer moves. How could he suddenly die? He Cheng, who was beside him, was shocked. Shui Songzi's death caused He Cheng's pressure to rise sharply. Among the Shadow Sect members, He Cheng was rank 7. But his battle strength was relatively weak. He was a natural ally with Shui Songzi. Moreover, He Cheng was not only worried about this blessed land. There was also this group of mysterious comrades beside him. He fell into a trap. Qin Baixing thought for a few breaths of time, his eyes shining brightly. In a direct battle, unless a rank 8 Gu immortal attacks, Shui Songzi will be able to last for some time. This Langya Blessed Land definitely does not have a rank 8 Gu immortal. Then the biggest possibility left was that Shui Songzi had discovered a cloud pavilion, or other important things. For the sake of the promised reward before the battle, he concealed his discovery and did not report it. He obtained a new immortal Gu and wanted to test it out. In the end, he was caught by the enemy and set up a trap. At the right time, he killed Shui Songzi. He Cheng took in a deep breath. Then his opponent is not simple, to be able to scheme against Shui Songzi to death. Even though he said that, He Cheng felt even more wariness towards Qin Baixing. This Qin Baixing was truly skilled in both martial and civil matters. Not only was his strength extraordinary, he was able to analyze the situation so clearly in just a few breaths of time. In terms of scheming, he seemed to be even better. Maybe I treasured the limited number of communication methods too much. I need to learn from this lesson. Qin Baixing sighed faintly. Soon after, he smiled. But thankfully, we dismantled 8 cloud buildings. I have already gained a deep understanding of the formation cores of these cloud buildings. I have already created a mortal killer move that can lead us to the remaining cloud buildings. But here, to use this mortal killer move, we need to use an immortal killer move to protect it. He can actually create a mortal killer move in such a short time? What attainment level is he at? He Cheng's heart shook. Qin Baixing started to transmit to the others. He summoned the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal to his side, so that he could continue to use immortal killer moves to protect him. It could be seen that Qin Baixing did not trust He Cheng. He also ordered Hui Fengzi and He Langzi to go to the location where Shui Songzi died. Qin Baixing lent Shui Songzi an immortal Gu, but he also used this chance to plant an immortal method on Shui Songzi. It could be used to track him. This was not hidden from Shui Songzi, because Qin Baixing used the immortal Gu he lent. If I don't plant a tracking method on you, what if you run away after borrowing my immortal Gu? He also said that he would reward Shui Songzi with the immortal Gu after the battle, to control him. Thus, Shui Songzi had a fawning smile back then. He took the initiative to let Qin Baixing plant a tracking method on him. With the correct direction, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi quickly arrived at the location where Shui Songzi died. Seeing the bloody mess on the ground, He Langzi snorted in disdain. Truly trash. Hui Fengzi flew down and inspected the area. After confirming that there were no traps, he carefully observed Shui Songzi's mangled corpse. Soon, his gaze turned solemn as he found something. This is troublesome. The other party seems to have a strength path killer move. Shui Songzi died from this move. This move is extremely powerful and powerful. Hui Fengzi's analysis was correct. Fan Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Self was no longer the same as before. The Core Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was useless, but there was still Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, and Pulling Water Immortal Gu, these 3 strength path cores. It was rare to see an immortal killer move that could perfectly fuse 3 strength path immortal Gu. He Langzi was skeptical of Hui Fengzi's words. In fact, he was very wary of human Gu immortals. He flew down and stood beside Shui Songzi's corpse. His head suddenly turned into a wolf's head. His eyes were eerie as they flickered with green light. He looked around several times. At the same time, his wolf nose sniffed, as if he had smelled some important information. Soon, He Langzi's expression turned ugly. He said, "Rank 7 strength path, it is indeed rare. Could it be the domination immortal?" Next, he said, "No matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first." He Langzi acted like a wild beast. He did things in a straightforward manner. Hui Fengzi nodded, but his gaze was vigilant as he looked around, afraid that a terrifying rank 7 strength path expert was hiding near him. "Brothers, you've come so quickly. I am Xingxiangzi. I am overseeing this cloud building. May I know your names?" Fan Yuan flew out of the cloud building. "Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 Gu immortal." Hui Fengzi quickly transmitted to He Langzi. He Langzi nodded silently. Chapter 883. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi stared at Fan Yuan intently. Right now, Fan Yuan was wearing a blue robe. Traces of starlight were leaking out of his wide sleeves. He was no longer tall and muscular like before. He was tall and slender. His skin was not the bronze zombie skin. It was white and tender like a baby's. It had a faint red glow to it. His facial features had also become elegant and refined. Coupled with his long and smooth white hair, he looked exactly like a free and unfettered expert with a sage-like demeanor. After obtaining change form immortal Gu, vaguely familiar faces effect increased greatly. Fan Yuan's appearance changed greatly. "Xingxiangzi? I have never heard of him." He Langzi frowned. A ruthless gaze flickered in his eyes. From the start, he had felt something amiss. "You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal?" Hui Fengzi changed his expression. He looked relaxed, but he was actually wary of the other rank 7 strength path Gu immortal hiding in the dark. Fan Yuan waved his sleeves, laughing heartily. "I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. A mere lone cultivator is not worth mentioning. Both of you are famous in Northern Plains. You are both experts. I cannot compare to you." He knew He Langzi, but he did not know Hui Fengzi. But looking at the situation, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi were walking side by side. With He Langzi's wild nature, one could deduce that this Hui Fengzi had battle strength that did not lose to He Langzi. "Since you know of our reputation, why are you not retreating? If we really fight and you die in my hands, that would be too unwise." Hui Fengzi sneered a few times. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked over. Fan Yuan smiled helplessly. "I have been entrusted with a task, so I have to fulfill it. I am not skilled in fighting, but I have no choice but to fight you too. Please!" He said this in a perfunctory manner. But he was secretly happy. Vaguely familiar faces effect was quite good. The two of them were rank 7. The moment he appeared, he had definitely used many investigative killer moves. Based on the current situation, these two did not have any suspicions towards Fan Yuan's appearance. If he found out that Fan Yuan was an immortal zombie, just based on He Langzi's personality, he would have already attacked. Star Path rank 6 was already lower than his cultivation. If he was an immortal zombie, he would look down on him even more. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party had already discovered it but was holding back. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi saw that Xingxiangzi was only rank 6. Their cultivations were lower than his, but they took the initiative to challenge him. Involuntarily, the two thought of the hidden strength path Gu immortal. The two looked at each other. Hui Fengzi said to He Langzi, "Why don't you attack? I'll help you." He Langzi was wary of the rank 7 strength path Gu immortal who killed Shui Songzi. Since Hui Fengzi is watching from the side, if that mysterious rank 7 strength path Gu immortal suddenly attacks, there is no need to worry too much. However, I had an inexplicable feeling that something was wrong. I don't know why. He Langzi frowned and nodded to Hui Fengzi. At the next moment, he growled and pounced at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan saw that the famous demon of Northern Plains, He Langzi, was getting closer. He smiled. Please! Fan Yuan pushed his palms forward, using an immortal killer move. At that instant, starlight shined. A whirlpool-like star cloud appeared. A few breaths of time later, it expanded to the size of 2 or 3 elephants. This star cloud rotated rapidly, creating a huge attractive force. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. This was Star Lord Wan Xiang's defensive killer move. Long-range attacks could be attracted in and then crushed by the Star Cloud Grindstone. For close combat experts like He Langzi, once he entered the Star Cloud Grindstone, his body would be restricted and he would be crushed by it. All in all, this was a very strong offensive-defensive killer move. Howl! He Langzi's body burst out with an explosive light. The light was so bright that even Fan Yuan had to close his eyes. At the next moment, the light faded and a wolf appeared. This wolf wasn't very big. In fact, it was even slightly smaller than an ordinary wolf. But the dangerous aura it exuded made Fan Yuan's eyelids twitch. It had no fur on its body. It was like a wooden statue covered in brown paint, giving off a sinister aura. On the wolf's head, there were naturally mushroom-like bones. It looked like it was wearing a pitch-black triangular hat. Under the brim of the hat, in the empty eye sockets, there were not sparkling eyeballs, but 2 glossy green flames quietly burning. Rank 7 Desolate Beasts fed on soul beasts. Fragrant Sorcererine Statue Wolf. After He Langzi transformed into the Fragrant Sorcererine Statue Wolf, his speed increased by 3 times. He was like a shadow that flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes. Such speed! Even my investigative killer move cannot capture it. Fan Yuan's heart tightened. In any Gu Immortal battle, speed was an extremely important factor. Whoever was faster would have the initiative. Advancing or retreating could be done with a single thought. The slower side wanted to attack but could not hit the other side. If they wanted to retreat, they would be chased by the other side. He Langzi was indeed a famous transformation path demonic immortal in Northern Plains. When he was in human form, his battle strength was only rank 6 peak stage. But once he transformed into beast form, his battle strength rose sharply. It proved that he had great battle strength. At this moment, Fan Yuan was at a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, but he did not panic. Even though he had an incomplete strength path immortal killer move, 3 pairs of true solid bat wings, he did not show any signs of using it now. True solid bat wings was a top-tier mortal killer move. Once Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal Gu activated, it could burst out with the speed of an immortal killer move. Thus, it was called an incomplete immortal killer move. But this movement killer move was too unstable. And even if Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal Gu activated, Fan Yuan's speed could not match the fragrant sorcererine statue wolf. This ancient desolate beast wolf could fight against rank 7 Gu immortals. It was known for its speed and agility. Moreover, if Fan Yuan used true solid bat wings now, he would be exposing his strength path Gu immortal identity. A wise man would not take it. Fan Yuan had taken the initiative to become a Star Path Gu immortal this time. He was also using these 2 strong enemies to test his Star Path methods. He was testing the results of his research in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The fragrant sorcererine statue wolf let out a sharp howl. It was so fast that even Fan Yuan couldn't catch it. It was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. He did something that He Langzi did not expect. He took the initiative to jump into the nebula grindstone that had just been activated. He Langzi had originally planned to bypass the nebula grindstone and kill Fan Yuan. Therefore, be it his mind or body, he deliberately avoided the nebula grindstone. Fan Yuan jumping in was out of He Langzi's expectations. Chi! With a soft sound, the fragrant sorcererine statue wolf's claws scratched Fan Yuan's back. The fragrant sorcererine statue wolf was really too fast. Even if Fan Yuan took the initiative to dodge and jump into the nebula grindstone, he would not be able to escape. He Langzi still managed to grab him from the back. But this grab was a hasty move. It did not cause much damage to Fan Yuan. Immortal zombies had pretty good defenses. A large hole was torn on Fan Yuan's blue robe, but the injury on his back was only superficial. His spine was not injured. When blood sprayed out, the flesh moved, the wound quickly closed, it was completely healed in a few breaths of time. But this blood? It was sprinkled in the air, it gradually changed color and revealed its true form, a few drops of immortal zombie blood. This is a weakness, a vaguely familiar face. Fan Yuan saw these drops of immortal zombie blood and had a thought. He remembered it. At the next moment, he waved his sleeves and collected the immortal zombie blood into his sleeves. Standing at the center of the nebula grindstone, he looked at the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf outside. He invited with a long laugh. Sir He Lang Zi, you are very skilled, do you dare to enter? Why was this nebula grindstone a defensive killer move? It was not an offensive killer move, that was the reason. As Fan Yuan fought inside, the nebula grindstone would grind down the enemy, but it could not harm or obstruct Fan Yuan. The fragrant sorcerine statue wolf stared at the star cloud grindstone in front of it, in its empty eye sockets. A pair of eerie green flames burned fiercely. Fan Yuan could feel He Lang Zi's surging battle intent. He Lang Zi was about to pounce, Fan Yuan was fully focused. But at the next moment, the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf suddenly changed directions, it gave up on the enemy in front of it, and charged towards the cloud buildings. Why should I fight you to the death? My goal is to destroy as many cloud buildings as possible. To destroy this damned 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. At this moment, He Lang Zi laughed coldly in his mind. He Lang Zi's action was aimed at Fan Yuan's weakness. Fan Yuan fell into a dilemma. The reason why Fan Yuan appeared here was to defend the cloud buildings and stall for time. But now, He Lang Zi attacked the cloud buildings and gave up on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was in a dilemma. If Fan Yuan stood still, He Lang Zi would destroy the cloud buildings and achieve his goal, he would obtain victory. If Fan Yuan chased after him, he might not be able to protect himself. But his speed was not as fast as He Lang Zi's fragrant sorcerine statue wolf. Passive, Fan Yuan was in a very passive situation. Goo immortals were goo immortals after all. When they fought, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could not compare to them. He Lang Zi attacked twice. The first time, he went around the nebula grindstone and attacked Fan Yuan. This time, he gave up on Fan Yuan and attacked the cloud buildings. It was truly the essence of besieging way to rescue the besieging. Besieging way to rescue the besieging was a story from Fan Yuan's previous life on Earth. But this Goo Master World's civilization was not simple, they had similar wisdom. Battles between Goo immortals were filled with such wisdom. It was not just a direct clash of strength on the surface, there were also schemes and plots between them. Seeing that the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf was attacking the cloud buildings, Fan Yuan was inside the nebula grindstone. He was not anxious, he smiled leisurely. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Snake Rope. At the edges of the nebula grindstone, 6 ropes shot out. The ropes were thin, they were made from dense dark blue starlight, the ends of the ropes were in the shape of snake heads. The 6 ropes were like 6 spiritual snakes that shot out like lightning as if they were pouncing on their prey. After which, they wriggled about and wrapped around the body of the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf. Sir He Lang Zi, where are you going? Please come in and fight. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. The nebula grindstone moved rapidly. Cooperating with his strength, he pulled the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf into the nebula grindstone. These 2 immortal killer moves can be used together, this is a good tactic. At once, even Hui Fengzi's eyes shined with a sharp light. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.